Chapter 2857. It wasn't that Milo hadn't considered fighting Chun Zhao head-on. However, he doubted if he could take a punch from Chun Zhao. After all, he didn't have Baldur's undying body. Then, Chun Zhao tossed Milo Tanzik Williams onto Sabonis' back. He finally had the chance to sit on the dragon's back. It wasn't a riding position, but at least it satisfied his curiosity. As for the others, Chun Zhao couldn't be bothered. He just left Falui Lysander and Ryan Vilest where they were. There were also the remaining subordinates of Milo Tanzik Williams. Don't mess around. To tell you the truth, I'm working for that man. Falui Lysander looked at the inhuman people warily. These people were insignificant to Milo Tanzik Williams and Chun Zhao. But to normal people like them, they could basically kill a child with one slap. In fact, these people didn't have the intention to fight either. After all, Milo Tanzik Williams had been taken away by them. Right now, they had no interest at all. It was as if their fathers had died. Moreover, they could tell that Falui Lysander and Ryan Vilest knew Chun Zhao. Regardless of whether they knew each other or not, if they were targeted by such people, they wouldn't be able to survive even if they had a few lives. Milo Tanzik Williams didn't know where Chun Zhao was taking him. Anyway, he was on the dragon's back. He had recovered some of his divine power. But facing Chun Zhao, he really didn't have the courage to resist. Sabonis flew in the sky for half an hour and entered the LA area. Of course, Sabonis didn't enter the city. Chun Zhao used air refraction to avoid the radar, but it wasn't very safe. He might still be exposed. So, it was better to avoid densely populated areas. Sabonis flew directly into the desert area. Finally, Sabonis landed. Chun Zhao carried Milo Williams and jumped down. At the same time, he told Sabonis to return to the Supernatural Organization's headquarters. After entering the underground base, they finally reached the bottom after many twists and turns. I think you've mostly recovered. Walk by yourself. Chun Zhao tossed Milo Tanzik Williams onto the ground. Milo Tanzik Williams's heart was in his throat. No matter how one looked at it, this gloomy underground base looked like a place where anti-human experiments were conducted. Moreover, the silence here was terrifying. It made Milo Tanzik Williams have a lot of bad thoughts. He wanted to run, but he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to take Chun Zhao's punch. At the lowest level of the base, an electronic door finally appeared. Chun Zhao entered a few passwords, and the door opened. Unlike the outside, the laboratory inside the door was very spacious and bright. However, there was no one there. It was still very empty. At this moment, the door of the room in front of them opened. Bifel walked out. He looked at Chun Zhao and then at Milo Tanzik Williams, who was behind him. Who is he? Test subject no. 2. Chun Zhao said casually. Oh. Bifel could not help but look at Milo Tanzik Williams seriously. For the time being, he did not notice anything special about Milo Tanzik Williams. He used to be Ares' servant. I brought him here to see Ares. They haven't seen each other for many years, so they must miss each other. Hearing Chun Zhao's words, Milo Tanzik Williams felt a chill in his heart. Bifel was even more interested in Milo. Judging from Chun Zhao's tone, this person seemed to have a lot of stories with Ares. Chun Zhao pushed open the door of a laboratory. Ares, Zhang Tianyi, and 23rd Blood Mary were all inside. They did not look like they were doing experiments at all. It was more like they were chatting about family matters. They sat in their chairs and chatted freely. When Milo Tanzik Williams was brought in, Ares looked up at him. I guess that you would be brought here soon. My guess was right, Milo. Milo Tanzik Williams looked at Ares with a complicated and slightly awkward expression. He did not know how to address Ares. Should he continue to call him master? He could not. After all, he had betrayed Ares. But calling him by his name? That seemed very inappropriate. So, he stood there awkwardly, not knowing what to say. Of course, the others were not awkward at all, especially Chun Zhao and Bifla. They were looking forward to a good show. Unfortunately, they were disappointed. There was no intense conflict between the two. Especially Ares, his reaction was too calm. So calm that it was unacceptable. Zhang Tianyi and 23rd Blood Mary still did not know who Milo Tanzik Williams was. Ares, aren't you going to introduce him? He, Milo Tanzik Williams, Ares said. He used to be my servant. He swore eternal loyalty to me. and then he stole my divine power. If I had fought Mr. Chen at my peak, he might not have been able to defeat me easily. Looks like you're not completely unconcerned. You're still holding a grudge against him, right? As a traitor, he ended up in the same situation as me. Of course I should be happy, Aries said matter-of-factly. Aries looked Milo Tanzik Williams up and down. And he should be your senior on the path to godhood. He has a lot of research value, Aries said in a gloating tone. Milo Tanzik Williams' face darkened. His divine power has changed beyond recognition. Looks like he tried many things in the past 2 years. Whether he succeeded or failed, he's very valuable, Aries said, still adding fuel to the fire. Everyone, I'm just a failure. I have no value at all, Milo Tanzik Williams said, pointing at Aries. He's a real god. He's the most valuable one. Aries still had that kind of indifferent attitude. You don't have to tell them that. They all know it. But I'm still happy that someone I hate has ended up like me. Aries was sitting here and chatting calmly because his divine power had been completely sealed. It was sealed by the 3 most powerful and knowledgeable people in the world. In terms of power, they could even be considered 3 extremely powerful gods. So, if it was not necessary, Aries did not want to struggle anymore. In this situation, he was happy to have another person who shared the same fate, especially when this person was a traitor that he could not live under the same sky with. Especially when this person was a traitor that he could not live under the same sky with. Of course, as a god, Aries did not lose his dignity as a god most of the time. Even when he lost, Aries accepted it calmly. He did not beg for mercy, nor did he give up. Although he did not accept it gladly, at least he had calmness and rationality that most people did not have. Chapter 28:58. Of course, the main reason for Aries' calmness was the past few days. He only accepted questions from Chun Zhao, Zhang Tianyi, Bifla, and the 23rd Blood Mary. Most of the time, it was just peaceful communication that didn't really slice him up. However, Aries wasn't sure how long this method of research would last. If they still couldn't get the results they wanted before then he would probably face a real slicing study. At this time, Milo Tanzik Williams' arrival clearly took some of Aries' pressure off. Zhang, put a seal on him, Chun Zhao said, pointing at Milo Tanzik Williams. Soon, Milo Tanzik Williams' power was sealed. Soon, Milo Tanzik Williams' divine power was sealed. Sealing him was much easier than sealing Aries. Aries was a true god. He wasn't any weaker than anyone present. Even in his weakened state, he couldn't be underestimated. But Milo Tanzik Williams was different. He was only powerful compared to ordinary people. But to the few people present, each of them could crush him with a single hand. No one knew how long Aries' seal could last. As for Milo Tanzik Williams, it was basically a seal that lasted until the end of time. Milo Tanzik Williams sat down on an empty chair. The others also returned to their seats. The atmosphere was more like a tea party. Mr. Milo, tell us about your plan to become a god, Chun Zhao said first. Milo Tanzik Williams hesitated for a moment, but in the end he said, in the beginning, I found information about Aries' tomb in a diary left behind by an elder in my family. At the time, I hadn't come into contact with the spiritual world, so I didn't believe in it. I didn't believe in the existence of gods and ghosts, and I didn't believe that Aries' tomb was real either. But I thought that I might be able to find something valuable in this so-called tomb, so I sent people to look for it. Later on, I finally found Aries' tomb after a few twists and turns and woke him up from his deep sleep. As he spoke, Milo Tanzik Williams glanced at Aries and continued. Then, he showed me extraordinary power and subdued me. He made me his spokesperson in the mortal world and gave me a divine power seed. Seed of divine power? Everyone looked at Aries. What is a divine power seed? Aries replied. First of all, humans cannot become the carrier of divine power. It requires a special bloodline and group of people to become a carrier, such as the descendants of gods or special bloodlines. If there are neither of these, then there is only a third option, and that is through the seed of divine power. To put it simply, it is a transformation process. The divine power seed can transform an ordinary person into a young god, which is the most basic divine body. It can basically satisfy the two conditions of carrying and using divine power. Can the divine body grow? Chen Zhao asked. Yes, I have a mature divine body, Aries said, and he accepted my seed of divine power, so he can receive my gift of divine power. And then you gave him the divine power? More accurately, I borrowed it, Aries answered. In the first year, I used Aries' divine power to do a lot of things. Some of them were his, and some of them were mine. I was not satisfied with the divine power I borrowed from him. I began to interact with people in the spiritual world, and then I met Balder. Everyone looked at Aries. Aries could feel everyone's gazes. Surprised, he asked, "What's wrong? What's wrong with Balder?" "You don't know him?" Chen Zhao asked. "Should I know him?" "Fine. You indeed shouldn't know him. After all, they were from different god systems and didn't live in the same era. Moreover, Aries had clearly just woken up. Balder and the Norse gods should have appeared while he was asleep. Moreover, the name Bader was not a very rare name in the West. I think my contact with him was all arranged by him. I don't know when he noticed me," Milo Tanzik Williams said. Milo Tanzik Williams said with a tinge of annoyance in his tone. No one knew what he was regretting. He said that he's an expert in this field. Through his research on me, he discovered that I have a certain connection with Aries. I can borrow divine power from him, and Aries can also take back the divine power he lent me. He calls this connection the Divine Power Hub, but he said that he found a way to forcefully reverse this master-slave relationship. That way, I can borrow Aries' divine power endlessly, and Aries can't take it back. Is this the truth behind your divine power being stolen? Aries shrugged helplessly. This method was developed by the Olympian gods. I never thought that there would be a loophole, nor did I expect that someone could use this method to counter me. Who is Balder? A god, the god of light in Norse mythology. He's not from the same race as you. So he's also a god. Aries found this result a little easier to accept. However, although Balder has extraordinary abilities, he still can't completely solve a problem, which is the carrier of divine power. Although Milo can steal my divine power, he can't produce divine power himself. It takes at least 1,000 years for a divine power seed to mature, so the divine power that Milo can steal is very limited. However, he's also a smart man. He knows how to squander my divine power and keep me in a weak state. As he spoke, Aries gave Milo Tanzik Williams a look of approval. Balder isn't completely unable to solve this problem, Milo Tanzik Williams said. Oh, he has a way. Aries couldn't stay calm. After all, if it was just a problem of stealing divine power, Aries could still remain calm. After all, it would take Milo Tanzik Williams more than 1,000 years to truly grow into a mature divine body. And in these 1,000 years, as long as Aries found Balder, or Aries asked Shilai Wenger for help to dissolve their relationship, the problem would be solved. However, Milo Tanzik Williams said that he could completely solve the problem of a mature divine body. Then for Aries, these 1,000 years would be gone. It's very simple. Find a carrier with primitive divine power, or rather, a divine artifact. As long as I obtain the divine power, I can become a real god. Not only that, I can also plunder Aries' divine power and become a god with 2 divine powers. Chapter 2859. Simple? Well, that was what Milo Tanzik Williams thought. Although he did not succeed, what is a primordial divine right? Can a god have more than one divine right? Milo Tanzik Williams did not answer. Instead, Aries answered, a primordial divine right is the key to becoming a god. It is born from heaven and earth. With a primordial divine right, one has the qualifications to become a god. Then, one can use their own understanding of the laws to integrate into the primordial divine right. Finally, a divine right that is suitable for oneself is born. Then, it is integrated with one's body to become a god. So, is there any difference between your Olympian gods and Mr. Milo's method of becoming a god? It is not certain whether his method will succeed, so I do not know what the difference is. Aries looked at Milo Tanzik Williams and said, in addition, he wants to use this method to plunder my theocracy and then obtain 2 theocracies. In theory, it is feasible, but he has obviously fallen into a misunderstanding. Having more theocracies is not necessarily better than having a single theocracy, unless it is a theocracy of complementary attributes. Among the Olympian gods, there are many who have more than one theocracy, but those gods are not necessarily stronger than me. Since a primordial divine right is born from heaven and earth, is there any way to obtain it? You Olympian gods have so many gods. Don't tell me that all of them are obtained by luck. There are no more than 3 ways to obtain a primordial divine right. One is to have a source. There is one on Mount Olympus, and it is the golden apple tree controlled by Gaia. Ares replied. The golden apple tree is the embodiment of the laws of heaven and earth. It is also the main way for the Olympian gods to become gods. However, the golden apple tree can only produce very few golden apples, and the cycle is very long. The second method is bloodline inheritance. The descendants of gods have a chance of having a primordial divine right in their descendants' bodies. This kind of god is a natural god. For example, Apollo, Athena, and I were born as gods. However, the probability of this is very small. Our father, Zeus, has countless illegitimate children, but only the 3 of us have become gods. Our brother, Hercules, is a demigod. He also has a primordial divine right in his body. But because half of his bloodline is human, it is destined that he cannot perfectly integrate the primordial divine right with himself. So, he can only be a demigod. The third method is inheritance. When a god falls, the primordial divine right will degenerate into a primordial divine right and then return to heaven and earth. However, through some special methods, the primordial divine right can be intercepted and given to another person. The conditions for this method are relatively simple, but there are also disadvantages. The primordial divine right of another person will always be another person's primordial divine right. It cannot be perfectly integrated with oneself. Ares paused and continued. So, comparing these 3 methods to obtain the primordial divine right, the first method is undoubtedly the best and the most powerful, but is also the most difficult. The second method has a relatively low probability. If you have awakening and perseverance, you can also try it, but it is impossible for you to succeed. You can only pin your hopes on the next generation after you become a god. The third method is a choice made when there is no other way. If Mr. Moreau can get the primordial divine right, then he does not need to find other ways to become a god, right? Why would he take a shortcut? Or should I say, take a path that may not be successful? Because he has the qualifications. Ares looked disdainfully at Milo Tanzik Williams. Fusing the primordial theocracy with one's own understanding and turning it into a true theocracy, I dare not say that everyone here can do it. At the very least, you are the top existences in your respective fields, but he, putting aside the divine power he stole from me, he is just an ordinary person. What are the chances of an ordinary person completing this fusion process? You only see the Olympian gods, but you do not know that there are actually more geniuses. They failed because they could not integrate their understanding with the primordial divine right. It does not mean that they have succeeded just because they have the primordial divine right. So, he must find another way to become a god. If he follows the first method, he will definitely not become a god. Milo Tanzik Williams's face was red, even though he wanted to retort. He really wanted to retort, but what Ares said was the truth. He could not refute it. Chun Zhao suspected that the golden apple in the supernatural organization had been exposed. He did not expect the golden apple to be a primordial divine right. Not only had he seen the golden apple, but he had also seen the golden apple tree. Moreover, he had destroyed the golden apple tree with his own hands. It had been destroyed along with a corner of Mount Olympus. Only the golden apple was left. Thinking of this, Chun Zhao suddenly felt a little depressed. The golden apple was indeed precious, but the golden apple tree was truly priceless. What a pity. Mary, the 23rd blood, looked at Chun Zhao meaningfully. Without a doubt, she knew that Chun Zhao had the golden apple. After all, she had provided the information about the golden apple. She also knew that Chun Zhao had fought with Hercules because of this. Our targets are 4 collectors. They all have some collections from the ancient Greek era. 4 of the collections might be related to the Olympian myths, so we're here to try our luck, Milo Tanzik Williams said. Chun Zhao narrowed his eyes. Try our luck? You brought the entire English gang and caused such a huge commotion in L.A. You're telling me we're here to try our luck? Chun Zhao did not believe Moreau Williams' words. If he did not have accurate information, he would not have made such a big move. At least, that was what Chun Zhao thought. It's because Bader told me that there's a high chance this time. He felt many strong energy waves in L.A. It's probably caused by the divine artifact. He also said that there might be strong people in L.A., so he told me to go all out. That's why I brought all my people. Milo Tanzik Williams used Balder as an excuse. This also meant that Chun Zhao could not confirm with Bader. Chun Zhao looked at Ares. Do you think he's trustworthy? Ares looked up at Chun Zhao silently. I also felt the divine power waves in this area, but I'm not sure what caused it. As for whether what I felt is related to what he's talking about, I don't know. As for whether he's telling the truth or not, I can only say that he's hiding something. Chapter 2860. Zhang Tianyi and Bifla clearly had more questions for Ares and Milo Tanzik Williams. When Chun Zhao left the base, 23rd Blood Mary followed him. Chun, I want the golden apple. Chun Zhao had already expected the 23rd Blood Mary's needs. It's with me, but it doesn't belong to me, Chun Zhao said calmly. Plus, you can't pay. In the past, he didn't know the value of the golden apple, so it was just a decoration. He would put it in an obvious spot in the headquarters or grab it to play with when a child came. But now that he knew its use, it was different. That would be different. No one would object to saying that this thing was a priceless treasure. It was a core material for creating a god. In addition, this thing belonged to DDRA and the others. Chun Zhao wouldn't betray his adopted daughter and subordinates for a golden apple. So, he didn't have the right to decide. Although 23rd Blood Mary had gotten the primordial stone from Chun Zhao, her death was approaching. She didn't have much lifespan left. She had to think about this problem almost every day. It wasn't unreasonable to say that the older one was, the more afraid they were of death. 23rd Blood Mary was very afraid of death now. This was human nature. No one wanted to die. Even Chun Zhao was afraid of death. But at 23rd Blood Mary's age, she was facing death for real. This was an unavoidable problem. She had to face this problem wholeheartedly. Extending her lifespan was an eternal topic for her. But most methods in the world couldn't achieve this condition. The 23rd Blood Mary had also used some unknown evil methods. However, the effects of these evil methods weren't ideal. Some of them even had serious side effects. So, unless it was absolutely necessary, 23rd Blood Mary wouldn't be willing to try it again. There was another method, changing her life form. This was also unacceptable to the 23rd generation Blood Mary. Although she was doing anything to extend her lifespan, it wasn't like she didn't have a bottom line. However, this unscrupulous method was not completely without a bottom line. Also, there were strict conditions to transform into other forms. Take the simplest corpse poison, for example. A normal person would be poisoned if they touched it. A sniff could turn them into a zombie. But for the 23rd Blood Mary, if she wanted to turn into a zombie, she would have to drink tons of ptomaine. To collect a few tons of corpse poison, it would require hundreds of thousands of people to cultivate. Even if the 23rd generation Blood Mary was crazy, she wouldn't do something like this. The 23rd generation Blood Mary had also thought of other messy methods. For example, turning into a Blood Clan member or an undead spirit body. They seemed to be existences that could live to the end of time. In reality, it wasn't that simple. Moreover, this kind of transformation would cause her to fall from the top of the spiritual world to the bottom. In the end, the 23rd Blood Mary set her sights on the immortals of the East and the gods of the West. How do you know I can't afford it? Although the 23rd Blood Mary was begging Chun Zhao, she still looked proud when she mentioned the price. Do you? All right, let's hear it. What price can you offer? As long as you agree to the deal, then I can tell you my price. Chun Zhao was surprised. The 23rd Blood Mary wasn't even willing to tell him the price. Could it be that the price she offered was really so high? So high that even he had to be on guard. She should know that I wouldn't go so far as to rob her, right? If you don't tell me what price you're offering, How am I supposed to trade with you? The 23rd blood, Mary hesitated for a moment. Let me think about it. Chen Zhao pouted. He felt that the 23rd blood, Mary, was insincere. Was it so hard to get her to name her price? Wouldn't it be harder for her to take it out? It was already morning when he returned home, and he sent Fei Lai and the kids to work and school. Chen Zhao continued packing, preparing to move to Mingyue Villa. Actually, there weren't many things that needed to be moved. After a few days of continuous moving, now, he was only left with his daily clothes. In the next few days, Los Angeles gradually settled down. Tim and Bodhi had now completely controlled the underground world of Los Angeles. This didn't match Chen Zhao's initial plan. However, this was the best choice at the moment. It was good to have a city without gangs. But this was also related to the political environment. If the government was really willing to crack down, Chen Zhao didn't need to do anything. He could make the gang disappear completely in a year or two. If the government didn't do anything, even if Chen Zhao killed until rivers of blood flowed, the gangs would still rise again. Of course, Los Angeles' law and order had improved a lot. At least that's what David reported back to him, the Los Angeles Police Department. In the past half-month, the crime rate in Los Angeles had decreased by at least 80%. After taking care of some chores, Stephen asked Chen Zhao out for morning tea. Stephen had been preparing a new movie recently. Drow Grove also came with him. Because of Lit Grove, Drow Grove had been confirmed as the male lead of Stephen's new movie. Drow Grove, whose career had been on the decline, became famous again. Chun, it's so hard to make an appointment with you. Chen Zhao rolled his eyes at Stephen. You're the one who's hard to make an appointment with. I've been rejected more times than you. Mr. Chun, what have you been busy with recently? Drow Grove was still a bit unfamiliar with Chen Zhao. The way he addressed Chen Zhao was standard, but it also revealed the distance between them. Actually, when Drow Grove was at home, he often asked his son about Chen Zhao's movements. However, Lit Grove himself was busy outside most of the time. Apart from his studies, it was the supernatural organization's business. Now, Lit Grove was an official member of the supernatural organization. His strength had also increased by leaps and bounds. He was also a leader when he went out on missions. Thus, he didn't have many interactions with his father. This time, Stephen and Chen Zhao were having morning tea together so that they could get to know each other. No matter what, Chen Zhao had helped him a lot. Because of the failure of his previous movie investment, the box office wasn't very good. The bank was already urging him to repay. Now that Stephen was the male lead of the movie, the bank immediately relaxed the repayment period. This wasn't the main thing. His other aspects had been strengthened because of this too. His career was revived, and his other aspects improved too. So, he naturally had to thank Chen Zhao. If possible, he wanted to build a more stable relationship with Chen Zhao, not just because his son was Chen Zhao's student. Chapter 2861. The three talked about a wide range of topics and were knowledgeable. Therefore, they were able to talk about any topic. Plus, it was a private gathering, so they had no inhibitions. Women, culture, money, or even travel. Mr. Chun, do you know anything about theology? Drow Grove asked. Chen Zhao and Stephen were both stunned. Did he understand something? Stephen knew that Chen Zhao had some sort of supernatural power. He and Chen Zhao had the same idea. Mr. Drow, why do you ask? I realize that Reet seems to be fascinated by theology these days. I saw that all the books he was looking for were of this type. Furthermore, he likes to go to places with mysterious incidents. Last time, he even went to the Savode, snowy mountain to search for an inn buried in the snow. Chen Zhao remembered Lit Grove's mission, the disappearing Snow Mountain Hotel. Lit Grove had been on that mission for quite some time. He didn't expect Drow Grove to notice. I see, Chen Zhao said righteously. I didn't notice before. I'll talk to Lit and get him a focus on studying at his age. You don't have to force him too much, but I don't want him to go out for 10 days without a sound. I almost called the police. When the child grows up, don't ever think about controlling him, Stephen said emotionally. Drow Grove nodded in agreement. Fortunately, my children are still young. The oldest is only 12 years old this year. No, he should be 13 years old now. Diddala was the oldest of his children, But Chun Zhao wasn't worried about her. She was at a rebellious age. But because of the upheaval in her family, she was more mature. Chun Zhao wouldn't interfere or restrict her too much. Daedala probably wouldn't have a rebellious phase. Or rather, she would have a rebellious phase, just not as obvious. Or rather, she also had a rebellious phase, but it was not as obvious. Actually, in reality, the so-called rebellious phase was just reverse psychology. It was related to parents' interference and desire for control. In reality, the so-called rebellious phase was just reverse psychology. It was related to parents' interference and desire for control. Then it was self-awareness and independence. Then came the second kind of judgment and decision regarding the requests and orders of parents and elders. The stronger their parents' control over them, the stronger their rebellious mentality would be. Chun Zhao wasn't a psychology major. However, Chun Zhao had seen some content about educating teenagers. In fact, what some education experts said was very reasonable. When the child grows up, if you still want to keep him on a leash, the child will naturally rebel. However, most of the time, such words were not applicable, because the parents didn't know what would happen if they let go of the leash. Perhaps parents were not necessarily the most correct, but at least they used the correct experience as a reference. From their respective perspectives, both the parents and the child were correct. Stephen, when will you and Mr. Zoll start shooting the movie? Currently, the crew is in the final stages of preparation, and filming will probably start next month. Stephen said, there's still 10% of the budget that hasn't been invested yet. Are you interested? Can I get my money back? Chun Zhao asked a practical question. If this was Stephen's personal project or Rasfa's PLM Group's project, Chun Zhao wouldn't be worried at all. But the source of funding for this project had nothing to do with them. Stephen was only the director and producer. The release and promotion of the movie actually didn't have much to do with him. Stephen had absolute say in the production of the movie. But in reality, he didn't have any say in the box office. To put it bluntly, he was just a worker. For example, the company that invested this time was DSN. They had their own finance and accounting system. Moreover, they had their own rules for sharing the box office. Investors didn't get 10% of the box office just because they invested 10%. Actually, it was hard for outsiders to understand Hollywood's profit-sharing system. Hollywood's finance and accounting system could totally make a blockbuster movie lose money on the books. And the outside investors couldn't do anything about it. I can guarantee that this investment will be counted as my investment on the books. No one or company will dare to erase my share of the box office. Stephen had the right and confidence to do so. In Hollywood and even the global entertainment industry, the Big Six were undoubtedly six super empires. But the one with the most power wasn't the CEO or director of the six empires, but Stephen. He was the uncrowned king of Hollywood, the king of directors. Personally, he might not be able to compete with these Hollywood giants, but his influence was enough to bankrupt the reputation of these giants. In this business-oriented era, losing credibility was a very scary thing. Partners, investors, and even banks would lose trust in this company. How much do you need? Chun Zhao asked. Actually, Stephen didn't lack investment in anything he shot now. All the big companies and investors waved their checks. As long as Stephen nodded, it would almost be a profitable investment. Stephen just wanted to make money with Chun Zhao. Actually, Stephen was returning the favor. Previously, Chun Zhao had given Stephen a hand when distributing the profits on Mystical Island. So, Stephen naturally wanted to return the favor. Of course, it was also in the movie field that he was most confident in. Perhaps the benefits of the two were different. A 10% investment was already the largest investment share he could get. Drow Grove was a bit envious. Even as the main actor, he didn't have the right to invest. Stephen's project was completely different from the one he'd invested in before. Back then, Drow Grove had invested in and acted as the main actor. In order to get investments, he'd almost broken his legs. He'd begged for a bank loan and used all sorts of collateral to barely get the budget. Later on, the film had to be released in a hurry due to overspending. There were many flaws that couldn't be fixed or res-hot. This caused the quality of the film to drop. In the end, it also failed miserably at the box office. On the other hand, it was Stephen's project. He didn't even need to get investments. With just one shout, all the big companies and banks would suck up to him and give him checks. He really wanted to lie on Stephen's bed. This was the difference. His achievements in acting were indeed higher than most actors. But as an investor and film producer, he was a Pacific Ocean away from Stephen. If Stephen hadn't asked him to be the main actor this time, he would probably be crushed by the huge debt. In Hollywood, there were celebrities who went bankrupt every day. Most of them were like him, attracted by the seemingly delicious projects. Then, they gambled with all their money. The consequences were obvious. Chapter 2862. In the end, Stephen asked Chun Zhao for $20 million, 10% of the investment. Actually, as an investor, Chun Zhao didn't really care about this investment. He just treated it as supporting Stephen's business. Just then, two dark business cars stopped by the roadside. First, a few black-clothed people got out. The black-clothed men were about to come over to them. In the end, he was stopped by Stephen and Drowgrove's bodyguards. They all wore black suits, leather shoes, and black superglasses. They were all the same. Then, the two groups of black-clothed men began to communicate. They pointed at Chun Zhao and Stephen. After a while, Stephen's bodyguards walked over. Mr. Chun, they seem to be the bodyguards of a European duke. He's in the car and wants to talk to you. Chun Zhao knew all of Stephen's bodyguards, so he spoke more casually. Chun Zhao knew who it was. It was 23rd Blood Mary. She was in the car now. Both Drowgrove and Stephen were surprised. They didn't expect Chun Zhao to be related to European nobles. Chun, I have something to do in the afternoon. I'll be leaving now. Mr. Stephen, I still have to discuss the script with you. Let's go together. The two of them knew what was good for them and left. Then Chun Zhao entered the business car. 23rd Blood Mary sat across from him. Chun Zhao casually sat in front of the 23rd Blood Mary. 23rd Blood Mary didn't speak. She didn't even look at him. Instead, she was thinking and contemplating, not speaking. Chun Zhao didn't speak either. He played with his phone in boredom. Just like that, more than 10 minutes passed. Chun Zhao put down his phone and looked at 23rd Blood Mary. You still haven't decided? If I didn't, I wouldn't have come. Chun Zhao understood. If 23rd Blood Mary didn't make a decision, then the two would pretend that nothing had happened. However, the more cautious Mary was, the more curious Chun Zhao was. What exactly did she have? It was hard to even speak. Even if she said she had a divine artifact. Was she afraid that Chun Zhao would snatch her divine artifact? I found something not long ago. 23rd Blood Mary, he said calmly. You plan to trade this for the golden apple? Yes. The 23rd generation Blood Mary nodded. I'm very curious. What exactly is it that makes you so cautious? Do you not trust me or what? Indeed, Chun Zhao liked to snatch things too. But robbing also depended on the person. Chun Zhao was sure that he couldn't snatch the 23rd Blood Mary. The 23rd generation Blood Mary's strength, identity, and social status gave her enough protection. Under any circumstances, Chun Zhao would attack 23rd Blood Mary. They all thought that Chun Zhao had to give up everything. Family, wealth, status, and reputation would all be gone. I know, but I'm worried that if this information is leaked, I'll become the target of public criticism. What is it? You can't even trust me. Chun Zhao was more curious. What was it that could make the 23rd Blood Mary so cautious? Mimir Spring. What the hell? Forgive Chun Zhao's ignorance, but he really hadn't heard of such a thing. In layman's terms, it's the fountain of wisdom. I've never heard of such a thing before. There are at least 800 in 1,000. Can you be more specific? Chun Zhao still didn't understand. To be honest, there were legends about the fountain of wisdom and water of wisdom all over the world. There were at least 800 divine and holy waters with the name Fountain of Wisdom. Therefore, it was hard for Chun Zhao to figure out which myth this thing was from. It's a Norse fountain of wisdom, the 23rd Blood Mary said. The 23rd Blood Mary said, the god King Odin exchanged an eye for it. After drinking the water from the fountain of wisdom, Odin predicted the twilight of the gods. According to the legends, the twilight of the gods began the moment Odin drank the fountain of wisdom. The main use of the fountain of wisdom is to let people see the future? Chun Zhao asked. No, it's to obtain infinite knowledge and the power of omniscience and omnipotence. Chun Zhao rolled his eyes. You and I both know that wisdom and power can't be obtained by drinking water. At their level, they were actually equivalent to some gods in myths and legends. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that they were the gods of this era. Therefore, to them, many myths and legends were no longer a matter of whether they were credible or not. It was a matter of understanding and not understanding. In their eyes, knowledge and power weren't so incomprehensible anymore. I know, but the fountain of wisdom is different. How is it different? The fountain of wisdom is produced by the world tree. It contains the truth of the world. Just like how the golden apple is born from the world and contains the power of laws, the fountain of wisdom is the same. It's just that the way they're produced is different. Have you drunk it before? How do you know it really has such an effect? Besides, how do you know that you've obtained the real fountain of wisdom? I can tell if it's real or not, Blood Mary said calmly. The 23rd Blood Mary said indifferently, because the one guarding the fountain of wisdom was Demon Wolf Fenrir. I obtained the fountain of wisdom by killing Fenrir. Chun Zhao inhaled sharply. Fenrir was the most famous wolf. The one that killed Odin in one bite was said to be able to devour the world. He was killed by Blood Mary of the 23rd generation. Indeed, the strength of this group of old fellows was not to be underestimated. No matter how much of the legend was true, anyone who could defeat and kill the demon wolf Fenrir was definitely a top figure. Furthermore, even when I'm just holding the bottle of the spring of wisdom, I can feel knowledge constantly flowing into my mind. It's the truth that comes from all things in the world. I can't imagine what it would be like if I were to drink it directly. Then why don't you drink it directly? I don't dare to drink it. Blood Mary actually chickened out. She actually chickened out? She even dared to use arsenic as seasoning. She actually didn't dare to drink the legendary fountain of wisdom? Why? Is it poisonous? Odin is the king of gods in Norse mythology. He has to pay the price of an eye. I don't know what price I have to pay. No, Odin was bitten to death by Fenrir. If you could defeat Fenrir, it means that you're stronger than Odin. There's no need to be scared. Chapter 2863. From Ares, I found out the origin of the golden apple. It's the core item for becoming a god. Everyone was shocked. Although they had also imagined the use of the golden apple, but they didn't expect it to be the key to becoming a god. Uncle, do you want to use the golden apple to become a god? Xianli didn't object to Chun Zhao using the golden apple. The others were conflicted and hesitant. Not everyone was willing to give the golden apple to Chun Zhao for free, even if they'd gotten the golden apple because of Chun Zhao. But after understanding the value of the golden apple, they couldn't help but want it. Of course, you can't become a god with a golden apple. It's quite difficult. At least, I'm not confident. You guys, it'll probably be even more difficult. But someone wants to exchange your golden apple with something of equal value. I called you here to ask if you're willing to exchange. Something of equal value? That was the golden apple, the key item to becoming a god. Was there anything else in the world that could be of equal value to the golden apple? Uncle, what is it? Water of wisdom. It's what Odin drank in Norse mythology, Chun Zhao answered. Everyone looked at each other. Most of them were hesitant. They didn't deny the value of the water of wisdom. They accepted that it was of equal value to the golden apple. Of course, both of these divine items had immeasurable value. Therefore, it was impossible to really divide the price into US dollars. Therefore, the value was roughly the same, which was acceptable to them. Ruan Faxbin was the most excited. After all, he'd already studied the golden apple, but he didn't get anything. He'd extracted a small amount of skin from the golden apple's surface, but it turned into gold immediately. So he had no progress on the golden apple. This also meant that the golden apple couldn't be divided into 5 parts. Once it was divided into 5, the other 4 parts would definitely become normal gold. Only the largest part would inherit all the golden apple's characteristics. This made Ruan Faxbin's research difficult. But if it was the water of wisdom, it would be much simpler. Plus, Ruan Faxbin was very interested in studying the water of wisdom. So, he agreed with the deal wholeheartedly. Xianli was completely on Chun Zhao's side. Uncle, why don't you use the golden apple to become a god yourself? As I said, It's very difficult. If I were to use it, I'm not sure if I can succeed. Besides, the golden apple doesn't belong to me, it belongs to you. Chen Zhao looked to call on Moore and Lisa. You guys, tell me your opinions too. What opinion could they possibly have? Back then, regarding the distribution of the golden apples, everyone had already agreed that if one of them wanted to obtain the complete golden apple, they would have to pay the price. In that case, he would have to find 4 items equal to 1/5 of the value of the golden apple. This was the only way to obtain the rights to the golden apple. But what did the golden apple mean? In the past, it was already a peerless treasure. Now, after knowing the true use of the golden apple, Lin Fan was stunned. With their abilities, it was even more impossible for them to find treasures of equal value. So far, they hadn't found any of them. Or rather, he didn't even bother to look for her. Even if it was only 1/5 of the golden apple, it was still a rare treasure. How could he find it so easily? Out of the 5 of them, Xin Li had the highest chance of winning. After all, Xin Li was Chun Zhao's adopted daughter. With Chun Zhao's help, it wasn't impossible for Xin Li to find treasures equal to 1/5 of the value of the golden apples. President, you decide. Colin's answer was actually very negative. One reason was because of Chun Zhao's power and identity. The other reason was that he didn't feel like he had much say. He felt that the others would definitely listen to Chun Zhao. Thus, his answer wasn't important. Of course, there was another important point. He felt that this trade was definitely very important. With his status and power, he almost didn't have a chance to interrupt. And Chun Zhao was undoubtedly the person with the most power to make the decision. Moreover, he didn't mind letting Chun Zhao make the decision. No matter how he looked at it, Chun Zhao was the best candidate. President, I'll listen to you two. Me too. President, can you tell us who we're dealing with? The leader of the Scarlet Church, 23rd Blood Mary, the initiator of the Scarlet Mission, Chun Zhao said. She's on the same level as me. Chun Zhao had once felt that 23rd Blood Mary might be the weakest among them. Even a newly promoted Bifla might be much stronger than 23rd Blood Mary. Not long ago, 23rd Blood Mary had personally told him that. She had killed Fenrir, the world-destroying demon wolf in Norse mythology. It was a peerless beast that had bitten Odin to death with one bite. Of course, Chun Zhao hadn't seen the battle. But no matter what, Chun Zhao wouldn't have that kind of thought again. 23rd Blood Mary, Bifla, and Zhang Tianyi. They were existences that stood at the peak of the spiritual world. None of them were kind. Among them, only Ruan Faxaben had seen 23rd Blood Mary before. However, there was practically no one in the spirit world who didn't know of the 23rd generation Blood Mary. So, there was no need to tell them about 23rd Blood Mary's identity and power. They already knew about the 23rd generation Blood Mary. In the end, everyone agreed to the trade. Of course, not everyone was willing to do so, but at least they didn't reject it. Chun Zhao's attitude was also very clear. Actually, he'd already agreed to the trade when he discussed with the 5. If he didn't agree, he wouldn't ask them. Of course, Chun Zhao had to be the one in charge of the trade. If it was someone else, they would probably be swallowed by 23rd Blood Mary until not even their bones were left. The so-called trade had to be of equal status and power. Lions wouldn't trade with sheep. After the conversation with the 5, Chun Zhao contacted the 23rd generation's Blood Mary. Chun Zhao returned to the headquarters and took the golden apple. He had to admit that the supernatural organization really didn't pay enough attention to the golden apple. When Chun Zhao arrived at the headquarters, the golden apple was placed on the guest table in the hall as a decoration. If Milo Tanzik Williams knew about the golden apple, he could just come to the supernatural organization while Chun Zhao wasn't here. He probably wouldn't even need to fight to get everything he wanted. Fortunately, although the golden apple wasn't valued, no one knew that it was in the supernatural organization. Or rather, the people in the organization were too lazy to tell others about the golden apple. Chapter 2864. 23rd Generation Mary and Chun Zhao met. This time, they chose a remote location for the transaction. There wasn't a third person present. 23rd Generation Mary took out a transparent bottle. Colorful lights flashed in the bottle. Chun Zhao raised an eyebrow. This thing looked familiar. The bottle of Satan's blood that the handsome boy had given him was like this. Satan's blood was actually a drop of the handsome boy's blood. However, the color was more vibrant and the light was more intoxicating. If one looked at it for a long time, they would feel like they couldn't control themselves. Where's the thing I want? 23rd generation Mary looked at Chun Zhao. Chun Zhao took out the golden apple. Here, can we do the transaction now? Chun Zhao shook his head. 23rd generation Mary frowned slightly. Displeasure appeared on her old face. What? Do you want to inspect it? No, I believe it's real, but I feel like I'm losing out. What do you mean? Cancel the transaction? I just want you to make up for the difference. Chun Zhao chuckled at 23rd generation Mary. The so-called transaction was, of course, an equivalent exchange. But it wasn't just about the value of the item itself. It was also about the two's needs. To 23rd generation Mary, the golden apple was a very urgent necessity. It was a very urgent necessity. But the water of wisdom was different. To Chun Zhao, Xian Li, and the other four, it wasn't a necessity. 23rd generation Mary quickly understood the crux of the matter. What do you want? Fenrir, Chun Zhao said. The most ferocious magical beast in history. It shouldn't be cheap. 23rd generation Mary took a deep breath. She closed her eyes and thought for a few minutes. Chun Zhao didn't rush her. He stood there and waited for 23rd generation Mary's reply. Half. I can only give you half at most. Plus, I've already sliced Fenrir. I can't give you the whole thing. You're not planning to give me the bits and pieces, right? Take away the most valuable parts. I won't take the leftovers. I said half means half. I can't give you half of the magic core. That's the core and the most valuable. If I cut it in half, it'll be destroyed. You also said that monster cores are the most valuable. If you don't give me half of them, then this deal won't make sense. I didn't say that I won't give it to you. I'll find something of equal value to exchange with you. That's the monster core of a peerless beast. Where are you going to find another one? I didn't say I'd give you another monster core of a peerless beast. My Scarlet Church has existed for 1,000 years and has countless treasures. It's not impossible to find a treasure of equivalent value. Hearing Mary's words, Chun Zhao was speechless. Why does it sound as simple as looking for a few dollars in a drawer? His supernatural organization had accumulated quite a bit over the past 2 years. But the most precious thing seemed to be Haber Timur Haber's corpse. This thing could be said to be precious, but it really couldn't compare to Fenrir's corpse. At least, in terms of level, Fenrir was definitely higher than Haber Timur Haber. Judging from what the 23rd Blood Mary said, she seemed to have a whole drawer of these things. What should I do? I suddenly want to rob the Scarlet Church. The 23rd Blood Mary seemed to feel Chun Zhao's unfriendly gaze. She immediately glared at him. Are you thinking of robbing the Scarlet Church? Of course not. Chun Zhao's thoughts were seen through. He smiled awkwardly. Let's go. Bring it back later. There were some things that everyone knew. It was just a thought for a moment. But he definitely couldn't hide it from the 23rd Blood Mary. She would probably increase her vigilance when she returned. It couldn't be helped. Being targeted by someone like Chun Zhao was a very dangerous thing. When he got home, Chun Zhao took out the bottle of Satan's blood that the handsome guy had given him and compared it with the water of wisdom. They both had a similar feeling, but the water of wisdom was clearly much thinner. It felt like it had been diluted. The 23rd Blood Mary had said that the water of wisdom was born from the World Tree. Was the handsome guy's original body the World Tree? Definitely not. That guy's original body was an angel. But since he was that powerful, it was understandable that he had some kind of magical powers. According to Chun Zhao's speculation, the small world would eventually evolve into a small world. The small world would then give birth to the World Tree. Thinking about it this way, it seemed reasonable that the handsome guy's blood had turned into the water of wisdom. The speculation process was rather rough, but Chun Zhao felt that his guess was probably correct. At least the general direction was correct. As for the details, he was still studying it. The main use of Satan's blood was for the advancement of a great lord who had become a secondary demon king. In the infernal realm, the number of secondary demon kings was not too many, not too few. Chun Zhao wasn't a demon from hell, so the handsome guy had given him this. As for how to use it, Chen Zhao didn't know. The handsome guy hadn't told him either. He only said that he should slowly comprehend and absorb it. But if he absorbed the power of Satan's blood through the bottle, it would probably take him a few hundred years to completely absorb it. Chen Zhao guessed that he would have to drink it. However, the handsome guy had said that anyone below the secondary Demon King level would explode when they touched Satan's blood. So Chen Zhao was curious how a great lord could drink this and become a secondary Demon King without dying. As for the water of wisdom, Chen Zhao planned to return it to Exinli, Mor, Ruan, Faxaban, Risa, and Colin. It was originally exchanged for the golden apple that belonged to them. So the water of wisdom naturally belonged to them too. But they couldn't drink it directly. Even after diluting it, they still couldn't handle it. Chen Zhao could feel the terrifying power contained in the bottle. Probably only people at Chen Zhao's level or Jin 23's level could handle it. Moreover, Chen Zhao felt that he might have to pay a price for it too. After all, according to Blood Mary 23, Odin in Norse mythology had sacrificed an eye to drink the water of wisdom. She had also sensed the risk of drinking it. This meant that the water of wisdom wasn't as good as imagined. Unfortunately, there was no instruction manual. But Chen Zhao could ask the handsome guy. No one should know the correct way to use it better than him. But even if he didn't drink it, he would still feel some enlightenment just by touching it through the bottle. Chen Zhao didn't feel it strongly, because he was already used to the pure Satan's blood. When Chen Zhao had first touched Satan's blood, he also felt some incredible enlightenment. But it was like a drug resistance. After using it a few times, the feeling would fade. Chapter 2865. Master, there's a visitor, the butler said in an electronic voice. Confused, Chen Zhao said, "Show me the video." The surveillance footage was brought up. It was an unfamiliar man. He wore a gray suit and glasses. His hair was combed until it was shiny and shiny. He had a briefcase in his hand. Chen Zhao was sure that he didn't know this man. "Who is it?" Chen Zhao asked. The man looked at the camera and said, "Hello, I'm Ningtai Johnson from Fellman Biopharmaceutical Company." Chen Zhao thought for a moment and decided to let the man in. Ningtai Johnson looked more like a salesman. His words and actions were methodical and carried a strong professional habit. It wasn't that he was impolite. He was just too well-behaved. Seeing Chen Zhao at the door, he immediately greeted him with a smile and shook his hand. "Hello, I'm Ningtai Johnson, the investment manager of Fellman Biopharmaceutical Company. This is my name card." Chen Zhao glanced at the card and put it away. He would probably throw the card away later. "Hello, what can I do for you?" "Our company has 30 years of history. We've developed many popular medicines in the market. We've done research on epilepsy and Alzheimer's disease. Currently, we're working on these two diseases. Our research on epilepsy has reached a critical stage. However, due to lack of funding, there hasn't been any progress. Mr. Chen, are you interested in investing in us? Do you have any information?" Chen Zhao was a doctor, so he wasn't unfamiliar with epilepsy. Epilepsy was a neurological disease. It wasn't an incurable disease. Current medical technology had a chance of curing it. There were also some special drugs that could control the disease. Therefore, if the other party was researching special drugs for epilepsy, it would be difficult to compete with the special drugs that were currently dominating the market unless it had a very good effect in a short period of time. Therefore, Chen Zhao wasn't too optimistic about this. Of course, if the other party could provide information that could make Chen Zhao's eyes light up, Chen Zhao didn't mind investing some money. "Sorry, I'm only the investment manager. Our research is in a confidential stage, so I can't take it out casually." "Then where's your company? Where's the production line? Where's the research lab? You should have the company's main information, right?" Chen Zhao hadn't heard of Fellman Biopharmaceutical Company, so he was still cautious. Of course, there were at least 800 pharmaceutical companies in the world. So, Chen Zhao wasn't sure who this person was. Ningtai Johnson's mannerisms were also very normal. Chen Zhao didn't notice anything strange. Of course, there was nothing strange. However, the other party had yet to produce any information. So, he wanted to take millions of dollars from Chen Zhao with just a few words. It must be a little whimsical. Even if the government wanted to collect taxes, they still had to provide financial reports. Not to mention investment. Most of our research is relatively hidden, so the research laboratory is not open to the public. The production line and the laboratory are together, and there's only one branch that is connected to the outside world. It is currently located on the 36th floor of the Lyle Business Building on Huan Ning Street, 5th Avenue, New York. If that's all, I'm afraid I can't invest, Chen Zhao said honestly. There was no need for Chen Zhao to beat around the bush with his opponent's identity. Giving a direct reply would also stop her from pestering him, although the other party had given him the address of a branch. However, this kind of address was basically just a shell company. There were only a few liaisons, and then a few employees. Then, he disappeared from the face of the earth. By then, it wouldn't be just the investors. Even the employees wouldn't be able to ask for pay. There were countless such scams all over the world. Chen Zhao still couldn't be sure if it was a scam company. However, judging from the other party's behavior, Chen Zhao was more inclined to his guess. Mr. Chen, our company really has a bright future. Are you sure you don't want to invest? Once our research succeeds, it won't be a matter of whether you want to invest, but whether we can let you in. Sorry, I have enough money. Thank you for your kindness. His company was already one of the most profitable in the world. There were probably less than a handful of companies that could compete with his cash flow. Would Chen Zhao care if a nameless company was profitable? Even if it was profitable, it would only give him some pocket money. Would he regret it just because he had less pocket money? That was ridiculous. Ning Tai Johnson was helpless. The man before him was indeed very rich. Just by looking at the palace-like manor, he knew how rich he was. Okay, if Mr. Chen is interested in this in the future, please contact me immediately. Okay, smiling. Chen Zhao invited Ning Tai Johnson out of the manor. Ning Tai Johnson looked back at the luxurious manor and then left helplessly. Chen Zhao looked at Ning Tai Johnson's back and took out his phone. Alex, help me look up a company. Chen Zhao glanced at the name card. Fellman Biopharmaceutical Company. Alex made Chen Zhao wait for less than 30 seconds. Then she said, "This is a shell company with a registered capital of $100,000. It doesn't do financial investments or any related upstream or downstream companies. It doesn't produce any products and currently has no tax records. That's all I've found from the tax website. If you need more detailed information, you'll have to wait for a while." So it really was a shell company? Chen Zhao pursed his lips. Forget it. There's no need to look. The people from this company came to me for investment. The information that Alex had found was enough. Chen Zhao wasn't interested in knowing more about the company. He wasn't interested in knowing how many people the company had cheated. Anyway, it was fine as long as his money wasn't cheated. Ning Tai Johnson returned to the hotel and tossed his briefcase aside casually. He slumped into the chair, his expression changing continuously. He'd failed again today to find an investment. Of course, this wasn't his first failure. Before this, Ning Tai Johnson had already found a dozen rich people. But all of them gave the same answer. No money, fuck off. The only difference was that some people were more subtle. For example, the Chinese man today. Just then, Ning Tai Johnson's phone rang. "Ning Tai, how's it going? Did you get the investment?" "No, no one's an idiot," Ning Tai Johnson complained. "I don't have any valuable information. Why should they invest? Looks like normal plans won't work. I need to use some unconventional methods to accumulate research funds." Chapter 2866. Hearing his words, Ning Tai Johnson knew it wasn't good. What do you want to do? Don't mess around. This is a society ruled by law. Do you still think you're living in the dark ages of the Middle Ages? This era is no different from the Middle Ages. People with power can still do whatever they want, right? No, you're wrong. In the past, ordinary people couldn't hurt us, but now, a missile can turn us into dust. That's why I need to continue my research from 800 years ago. As long as it succeeds, even missiles can't kill us. This is how we ensure our safety. But if you cause a commotion, we might be destroyed by the government before our research succeeds. No, as long as we're careful, it'll be fine, Herm replied. We can just pretend to be ordinary people. Fine. Tell me, what do you want to do? Kidnap those tycoons? Don't be silly. The risk of kidnapping tycoons is too high. Herm retorted. Plus, they have too much influence. The government will retaliate. Hearing Herm's words, Ningtai Johnson finally sighed in relief. He really thought Herm wanted to kidnap the tycoons. They were already part of the modern society. Therefore, they understood the rules of this era. Don't go against the government no matter what. Don't go against the rich no matter what. This was the rule of this era. Then what do you suggest we do? Rob a bank, of course. 3 minutes of silence. Then Ningtai Johnson spat out a mouthful of blood. He really thought Herm had turned over a new leaf. He wanted to give Herm a thumbs up. In the end, his thoughts were even more ridiculous. Rob a bank? Ningtai Johnson thought Herm's central nervous system must have been corroded by the Azure Demon Potion he created. What was the concept of robbing a bank? In the movies, there would always be a group of vicious or intelligent people who fooled the police and the bank security system. They would then casually leave with a huge sum of money. In the movies, it was really cool. In reality, it was much more troublesome than in the movies. Not to mention the small banks in the remote areas. Those small banks were destined to not have much money. For people like them, it wasn't too difficult. But how much money could they rob from those small banks? 100,000 USD was already the limit. But $100,000 was enough to buy a culture tank. So robbing a small bank was pointless. Based on their need for funds, they could only rob the headquarters of the banks located in the city center or the branches of the megabank groups, the kind that handled tens of millions of USD every day, or the banks that acted as the cash reserve of the regional banks. Only this kind of bank could meet their needs. However, the difficulty of robbing such a bank was basically the same as attacking a military base. He didn't think that with their strength, they could easily rob this kind of bank's money. Most importantly, once their abilities were exposed. In that case, it wouldn't attract ordinary people. There was a high chance that people from the spirit world would intervene. At that time, they would be in even more trouble. You're crazy. No, I have a plan. In fact, I've been planning since you failed to find the funding. Herm explained in a serious tone. The labyrinth seeds we've cultivated are close to success. It won't be long before we can mass cultivate them. We can use them to carry out our robbery plan. Lost Path Seed. You should know the weakness of the Lost Path Seed. We haven't solved the problem of the Labyrinth Seed yet, Ningtai Johnson said in dissatisfaction. So, forcefully using the Labyrinth Seed is also very risky. But if we can't find the funding, our research will have to stop. We don't have much time left. If we can't make a breakthrough, we can only become a pile of dirt. Ningtai Johnson fell silent. Of course, he understood Herm's words. He also wanted the research to continue. He also wanted to make a breakthrough. However, he and Herm were different. After they woke up, they understood the rules of this era and discussed the division of labor. Herm continued his experiments, while Ningtai Johnson walked outside and was in charge of providing Herm with funding. Ningtai Johnson had been outside for a long time. He understood the rules of the outside world better than Herm. Therefore, he understood their position and strength better. This era was the era of ordinary people. Although there were spiritualists, it was still a world dominated by ordinary people. Spiritualists could use their own abilities to occupy a place. However, if they crossed the line, not to mention the ordinary people, the government wouldn't let them go. Even spiritualists wouldn't let them go. Herm, the nerdy otaku, was different. Although he had some understanding of the outside world, his way of thinking was still in the Middle Ages. He still felt that as long as he was strong enough, he could do whatever he wanted. Just like 800 years ago. But in reality, 800 years ago, they still couldn't do whatever they wanted. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been forced into hibernation and only woke up after 800 years. Hibernation didn't mean they wouldn't lose their life force. In fact, their current appearance didn't match their real age. Even their bodies were like rotten wood, about to rot and age. This was why they immersed themselves in research after they woke up. For the sake of true immortality, they had been engaged in this research since 800 years ago. They had also achieved some results from their research. These results gave them 300 years of life. However, these 300 years of life didn't bring them joy. The effects of their research also followed. Countless spiritualists formed an alliance and declared war on them. They had no choice but to hibernate to avoid the encirclement of the spiritual world. Although hibernation could slow down the loss of their life force, it didn't mean it wouldn't. Moreover, the duration of hibernation was longer than they had planned. 800 years of hibernation offset 300 years of life force. 800 years of hibernation caused the first stage of their research to go to waste. It was because they were afraid of death that they started their research on immortality. But now, reality forced them into a corner. If they didn't research, they would die. According to their estimations, they only had around 10 years of life left. In this era, research required money. It wasn't like the past where they just robbed. However, in the end, they were only doing biological research, not finance. Therefore, money was the biggest stumbling block on their research path. Chapter 2867. Chenjiao, what have you and 23rd been doing these days? She's always sneaky. She didn't even come these days. Zhang Tianyi was sure that there was some secret between Chun Zhao and 23rd Blood Mary. After all, 23rd Blood Mary had always been the most passionate about studying Aries. However, in the past 2 days, she didn't come to talk to Aries at all. She locked herself in the hotel and even refused their visits. They would never believe that there was nothing going on between her and Chun Zhao. 23rd Blood Mary couldn't tell them anything. Zhang Tianyi naturally asked Chun Zhao. Zhang Tianyi remembered that Chun Zhao and 23rd Blood Mary had talked privately that day. He didn't know what they talked about. However, it was definitely because of that conversation. Why do you ask? It has nothing to do with you anyway. How can it have nothing to do with you? I'm just worried that 23rd Blood Mary will trick you. I'm just worried about you. Believe me, 23rd Blood Mary is cruel and cunning. I'm really worried that you'll be taken advantage of by her. With that, even Zhang Tianyi started to doubt himself. If you really want to know, ask 23rd Blood Mary. If she's willing to tell you, I won't object. If she doesn't, I can't help you even if I want to. Zhang Tianyi immediately caught the meaning in Chun Zhao's words. Chun Zhao should be the seller, and 23rd Blood Mary was undoubtedly the buyer. What Chun Zhao sold to 23rd Blood Mary must be very precious. So precious that he had to be wary of them. What did you trade? Primordial stone? No, you don't have primordial stone anymore. Is it some other treasure that can extend life? Zhang Tianyi couldn't be blamed for being so sensitive. He also wanted to extend his life, although he wasn't as desperate as 23rd Blood Mary. But he wasn't young anymore. If he had the chance, of course he wanted to extend his life. Only longevity could make 23rd Blood Mary let go of such an important thing. It's not longevity. 23rd Blood Mary didn't come for another reason. If you really want to ask her, wait until she's done. You really can't say, what did you sell to 23rd Blood Mary? I want some too. It's gone. There's only one of it left. You won't be able to find a second one in the world. Even if you can find a second one, you won't be able to afford it. Zhang Tianyi was immediately displeased. Are you looking down on me or Mount Longhu? You can think whatever you want. There's only one item anyway. Even if you want to buy it, you won't be able to. You really can't reveal anything? Go ask the 23rd generation. I should protect the privacy of the consumers. Zhang Tianyi rolled his eyes. Forget it. I'll go find her. He ended the call with Zhang Tianyi. The Mingwe Villa was almost ready. In the next 2 days, their family would move to the Bright Moon Villa. Portia, where are we going? Navika Lena asked. She had never been to Mingwe Villa. She had been running around for the past 2 days, helping Chun Zhao with an errand. He was Chun Zhao's assistant, amateur accountant, and non-professional legal consultant. Navika Lena was much more useful than Portia. Of course, Portia was also highly educated. However, her high degree of education was incompatible with her current job. Most of her job overlapped with that of a nanny. The most challenging job was to take care of the children. Navika Lena was different. She was a professional in both accounting and law. Boss has other manner. Boss has other manners? Of course. Is that strange? Navika Lena finally saw Mingwe Villa. It was completely different from the tranquility and leisure of Mirror Lake Manor. Mingwe Villa was located on the coastline, which meant that it was noisy. It was a completely different style. Mingwe Villa was more majestic. Portia pushed her suitcase and glanced at the dragon head in the yard. Boss, the craftsmanship is so bad. The outer shell is falling. Chun Zhao was speechless. I'll take care of it later. The dragon head had been there for a few months. Chun Zhao had forgotten that the dragon head would rot. Of course, the dragon rotted very slowly. That was why there weren't any disgusting scenes. Plus, there was ventilation all around. The sea breeze blew over and took away all the smell. Fortunately, Portia and Navikalina didn't get suspicious. Portia only thought that it was a poor craftsmanship. Back then, Chun Zhao had spent a lot of money to hire a Hollywood prop artist to do the script. But how should he deal with it? Throw it away? It was a dragon head, after all. It was valuable, even though the preservation wasn't done well. However, even the dragon bones and dragon horns were still very valuable. But put it away? Where should he put it? The warehouse in the supernatural organization's headquarters was almost filled with all kinds of dragons. More than once, Chun Zhao had complained to West. Could he stop hunting dragons? If he continued, the dragons would become protected animals. But the warehouse couldn't fit that many. Who in the supernatural organization didn't want to use 1 or 2 dragon parts as decorations? Now, the bodies of these dragons were in an awkward position. It was tasteless, but it was a pity to throw it away. No matter how precious something was, its value would be greatly reduced if it was overused. Should he give it away? Chun Zhao thought for a while and decided to give the dragon head away. Hey, Gavich. Mr. Chun, what's up? I have a dragon head that's almost rotting. Do you want it? Chun Zhao felt embarrassed. He felt like he was throwing trash away. He couldn't bear to throw it away, but he had to give it away like it was a treasure. Yes, Lila Gavik screamed at the top of his lungs. Wasn't that obvious? That was the head of a giant dragon. You couldn't even buy it on the market. Every time there was a magic item made from a dragon's body, it would be sold out as soon as it was put on the shelves. Lila Gavich knew that Chun Zhao had killed many dragons, so he could ignore the dragon's head. Even if he didn't keep it, he could kill one when he needed it. But other people didn't have Chun Zhao's power. Even though he was already an elf, he still had to tremble when facing a dragon. For example, his dark elves had to sacrifice at least half of their population to kill a dragon. But now, Chun Zhao was giving away a dragon head for free. Only an idiot would reject it. Okay, come to my Mingwe villa. I still have some people. When Lila Gavich brought people over, he realized that the so-called rotting dragon head was actually slightly rotting. The situation was much better than he had expected. Lila Gavich was even happier. This thing was worth a lot on the market, let alone for his own use. 9 Heaven's Divine Emperor. Chapter 2868. Back then, Chun Zhao's dragon head had indeed looked impressive when it was fresh. But now it was almost done rotting. It was incompatible with the overall style of Mingwe Villa. It was only a matter of time before they got rid of it. Portia and Navika had already changed into swimsuits and went to play on the beach. Navika had never had so much fun. On this high-quality beach that stretched for several kilometers, no one would harass them. They didn't need to hide here. They could enjoy the best beach entertainment here. They could even swim to the deep water. If they were tired, they could climb onto the yacht floating in the deep water to rest. Not long after, Navikalina suddenly screamed. Portia! Shark! Shark! Portia was lying on an inflatable cushion. She was overjoyed. Looking at Navika's terrified expression, she laughed out loud. Portia, I'm not joking. It's a real shark. Look over there. I know. Don't be so nervous. Relax. Portia waved her hand calmly and turned to look in the direction of the shark's fin. That should be the boss's. What boss? Portia, let's run. That looks like a big guy. That big guy is our colleague. More accurately, he's one of our bosses. I don't know what you're talking about. Are you crazy? They're our boss's pets. We'll need to take care of them for a long time in the future. Portia had long passed the time to be terrified. In the past, she'd been as terrified as Navika. Right now, she was calm and collected. Navika calmed down a little, but she watched as the shark's fin flew toward them. She couldn't help but shudder. Although she had seen enough terrifying animals in the Mirror Lake Manor, she had never seen anything like that before. But on the sea, she still couldn't hide her fear when facing the huge shark. Want to attack us? Don't worry. It won't. Finally, third brother leaped up before them. Navikalina was frightened by the nearly 10 meters long body. Chun Zhao was in the yard on the cliff, drinking afternoon tea and watching the scenery on the sea. On the surface of the sea, Portia and Navikalina's situation could be seen clearly. Just then, an inferior demon ran to Chun Zhao. "Master, the room is ready and the luggage is ready. Okay, go prepare dinner." Chun Zhao waved his hand. The inferior demon hesitated for a while, but it did not leave. It hesitated on the spot. "What? Anything else?" "Master," the inferior demon suddenly knelt on the ground and kowtowed. "Master, I want to learn magic." Why do you study magic?" "Master, magic can solve many things. Cooking, housework, and guarding the manor can all be improved through magic. Last time at Mirror Lake Manor, a leopard broke into the manor. In the end, more than a dozen of our brethren couldn't kill the leopard. It was Lord Raymond who took action and killed the leopard. Lesser demons were treated as servants in the infernal realm, but no one treated them as guards. It wasn't that they couldn't learn magic, it was just that their talent was really worrying. If you want to learn, then learn. I'll go to hell next time and help you find some suitable demonic magic." "Thank you, Master." The inferior demon happily went to do its work. In the evening, the whole family came back. The children started running noisily again. Compared to Mirror Lake Manor, the children preferred Mingwe Villa. There was a longer coastline for them to run on. Of course, the grassland behind Mirror Lake Manor was also fine, but the grass was clearly not as soft as the beach for the children to run on. At least, the children liked to run on the beach barefoot. To Chun Zhao, this was a moment of family joy, although he wasn't at the age to enjoy his family. "Darling, your phone is ringing. Didn't you hear it?" Chun Zhao glanced at the phone not far from him. He already knew who it was. "I just don't want to answer it," Chun Zhao said calmly. "Why? Is it your enemy?" "No, it's the ruler of L.A.'s underground world. Half a month ago, he was just a lackey." In fact, Tim and Bodhi had contacted Chun Zhao many times, but Chun Zhao ignored them all. They were only looking for Chun Zhao to pay tribute to him, although they had already ruled over all the gangs in Los Angeles. But they were clear about one thing: whether they could keep their position as the boss. It wasn't about how powerful they were. It was about whether Chun Zhao would agree. So, after completing the integration of the gangs in L.A., the first thing they did was to contact Chun Zhao and express their sincerity, that they wouldn't do anything bad in the future. Fei Lai glanced at Chun Zhao's phone. "Answer it. If you don't like them, tell them not to call you." Chun Zhao still picked up the phone and asked coldly, "What's up?" "Mr. Chun, one of my people in charge of firearms reported a deal to me today. I'm not interested in your firearms deal." "Mr. Chun, wait, don't hang up yet," Tim said hurriedly. "It's like this. If it's just a regular deal, I naturally wouldn't dare to disturb you, but it's a big deal. It's $3 million. That much." Chun Zhao knew very well how cheap American firearms were. A semi-automatic weapon cost no more than $300. A bullet cost less than $1. $3 million was almost the annual sales of firearms to a small country or a warlord. Who bought it? I don't know. My subordinate doesn't know what's important at all. When I found out, the deal was already half done. The other party left a deposit of $200,000 and took away a large number of weapons. "Don't you deal in firearms? All pay in one go? Why is there a deposit? $3 million of firearms isn't something that can be prepared in a day or two. The other party needs it very urgently, so he only took away my subordinate's inventory. It's still far from the total amount he wants to buy." "Then why are you looking for me? Do you want me to find the seller for you?" No. I just want to tell you that if there's any large-scale conflict in L.A. recently, it wasn't done by me or my men," Tim said worriedly. "And in Los Angeles and the surrounding areas, there are only two places that can use so many firearms: the military base and the bank." Chapter 2869. Tim informing Chun Zhao about the firearms was actually to draw a clear line between them. It didn't matter if it was attacking a military base or robbing a bank. It had nothing to do with Chun Zhao. However, Tim knew that Chun Zhao had gotten involved in the gangs mainly because it affected his personal life. Chun Zhao didn't like the chaotic Los Angeles. This was also the reason why Tim and Body tried their best to restrict the gang's actions after they took control of the LA gangs. They didn't want them to continue disturbing the peace. With their control, the effect was very obvious. The crime rate in Los Angeles plummeted. Obviously, Tim and Bodie were guarding their own little plot of land. They weren't good people, but they weren't robbing people on the streets either. Their buying was worse than robbing people on the streets. However, it wasn't something that ordinary people could feel. Chun Zhao didn't want all the gangs to disappear. He just needed a world of light that he couldn't see. Robbing a bank was clearly a very bad thing. Tim naturally needed to draw a clear line between them. Chun Zhao thought about it. It probably had nothing to do with him. However, Amelia was still a friend and a business partner. After hanging up with Tim, Chun Zhao picked up Amira's phone. "Amira, how have you been?" "Nothing good, nothing bad." "What's up? Do you need a loan? I can offer you the lowest interest rate." Amira's professional habit. This was Amira's professional habit, even though she knew that Chun Zhao probably had more cash than the bank. This meant that Chun Zhao couldn't be attacked at all. Most capitalists had a certain debt ratio. Even their personal assets like cars, houses, and yachts weren't enough, not to mention their companies. Most of the time, they would buy with loans. Even if they had enough money, they would still choose to buy with loans. This was because they needed to keep more cash for investment or reserve. This was a special rule given by this era. Therefore, most listed companies would have a certain percentage of shares in the hands of banks. But Chun Zhao was different. Other than the 5% shares of Mountain Beer that he'd sold to Amira, he hadn't mortgaged any shares. Moreover, the 5% was owned by Amira, not the bank. Chun Zhao didn't owe the bank any money. Instead, it was his cash. He was currently Amira's biggest cash customer. If Chun Zhao had to withdraw all the money one day, Amira would probably lose his position as the manager of the branch. It could be said that Chun Zhao's current assets could already affect the bank's decision-making power, even if it was indirectly. To effectively manage and invest Chun Zhao's cash, the bank even set up an investment management team led by Andrews to help Chun Zhao manage the cash. I'm here to tell you something. Chun Zhao was not interested in Amira's promotion at all. As the old saying went, he could just deposit his money in the bank and earn interest. He signed a contract with the bank, and the guaranteed annual interest rate of the money was 2%. At the same time, the bank was responsible for the investment, and the 30% profit that exceeded the annual interest rate belonged to the bank and the investment team. If the annual interest rate was lower than the annual interest rate, the bank would have to make up for the shortfall. What news? Amelia became serious. After all, with Chun Zhao's current status, everything he said and did was to be taken seriously. Moreover, the word inform would make Amira think of something bad. I received news that a group of people in Los Angeles recently bought a large amount of firearms. Their target is unknown. Amira furrowed her brows. I see. Actually, Amira heaved a sigh of relief. As long as Chun Zhao didn't want to transfer the money out, everything would be fine. How much cash did Chun Zhao have now? It was to the extent that they could destroy a bank. For example, she was in charge of Citibank in Los Angeles. Chun Zhao would deposit the money in, and the bank would use it for investment. If Chun Zhao wanted to withdraw the money now, the bank definitely wouldn't be able to. Even if he asked the head office to transfer the money, the head office might not be able to. Then, he could only borrow from other banks, which wouldn't just pay the normal interest rate. With high interest rates, it was easy for problems to occur. That was the principle of one small move affecting the whole body. Once the news of Citibank's funds having problems spread, it would cause a financial shock or even an earthquake. This was Chun Zhao's current strength. Compared to what Amira was afraid of, robbing a bank was child's play. Robbing a bank was just child's play. Even if the robbers went to the Los Angeles headquarters, how much could they rob? Apart from a success rate, how much cash would the bank have for them to rob? 30 years ago, a successful bank robbery might be able to rob hundreds of millions of dollars. But in this era, both banks and individuals were about to completely get rid of paper money. Even banks rarely kept paper money. They only had a small amount as liquid reserves. According to the branch Amira was in charge of, they only had a few tens of millions of paper money in reserve. The value of the bank's assets was hundreds or even thousands of times that of the paper money. However, most of these assets were real estate, such as houses, cars, yachts, planes, and stocks. Robbers couldn't rob these things. So, Amira wasn't worried about robbing a bank at all. Of course, she still had to take precautions. Thank you for your reminder. I'll take precautions. Amira took Chun Zhao's information very seriously. If a bank robbery really succeeded, it would be very disadvantageous for the bank. It wasn't about how much money the robbers took, but the distrust of the depositors, which would lead to a run on the bank. The next day, Amira strengthened the bank's defenses. At noon, there was a moving hot dog cart outside the plaza of Citibank's headquarters in Irvine. There were two employees. One was in charge of the cashier, and the other was in charge of making hot dogs and snacks. I realized that if our plan doesn't succeed, we can switch to selling hot dogs. The money from selling hot dogs isn't enough for our experiment. If we don't complete the immortality experiment, we won't be able to survive. Johnson, do you want her out like this? Ningtai Johnson was silent for a moment. I don't want to, he said. I haven't lived long enough, especially since this era is much more interesting than the Middle Ages. Just then, two modified commercial cars stopped in front of the bank. 20 fully armed people alighted from the cars. Has information about our operation been leaked? How is that possible? Only the two of us know. Do you think it's me or you? Chapter 2870. It was Ningtai Johnson and Herm's plan from the start. The two of them knew each other very well. They knew the other wouldn't betray each other. After all, their current relationship was one where they were bound together for good or bad. But looking at the bank's actions, they seemed to have realized their intentions. If we didn't leak the information, how did the bank know? Herm couldn't understand. It's the people who sold us the weapons. Ningtai Johnson suddenly thought of this possibility. We bought a large amount of firearms this time. The firearms dealer might have sensed our intentions and sold our information immediately. Those damn people, I'll show them. Those arms dealers are a small problem, but we can't go find them now. Maybe they've already set up a trap and are waiting for us to walk into it. In other words, we can't get the rest of the weapons. We'll deal with this later. Now, we should focus on the proper matters. The two quickly calmed down and started planning. How does it feel to control the seed? Herm asked. Ningtai Johnson raised his hands, looked at them, and then clenched them. It feels special. I can sense it, but the transmission is half a beat slower than normal. That's normal. After all, our bodies are dozens of kilometers away from the seed. The transmission of senses is naturally much slower than normal nerves, Herm said. Although our reactions and actions are a beat slower, this can prevent us from being in danger. Even if the seed's body is destroyed, we can still leave and break the connection. Ningtai Johnson nodded. The labyrinth seed had many flaws, but it was very practical. The seed was a byproduct of their research on immortality. They once wanted to create an immortal body and then put their souls into this body. The seed was a part of their immortality plan. However, this plan soon ended in failure. Although the labyrinth seed was a body created by the fusion of many special bloodlines, it was still able to form a body. But they weren't truly immortal. Moreover, it was extremely repulsive to their souls. After the soul entered the seed's body for a short period of time, the seed would quickly decay. They could control it for a short period of time, but it wasn't perfect as a long-term soul vessel. So now, they were only using the labyrinth seeds as puppets that could be controlled remotely. To the people of the spirit world, the Lost Path seed was perhaps a joke. However, to ordinary people, puppets that were not afraid of death were still a great threat. Citibank's Irvine headquarters has about $50 million in cash reserves. Only $50 million? Herm frowned, clearly not satisfied with this number. He knew how much money they had spent on the research over the past few years. He also knew that they would need more than $50 million in the future. He originally thought that he would be able to earn more money from this operation. $50 million was only enough to solve their urgent problem. However, They were unable to truly maintain it until their research on immortality was completed. Ningtai Johnson glanced at Herm and said, "Don't underestimate this 50 million. This is the bank with the highest reserves in the West Coast. But it's still not enough unless we find a few more similar targets. This is the first and last time. Any more, and we'll be in extreme danger." Ningtai Johnson wasn't a nerd like Herm. He had been beaten up by society for several years. He knew very well that the outside world wasn't really that peaceful, especially for the rich. Especially for the rich, the same mistake would not happen to them a second time. The first time, they could use the labyrinth seeds to attack first. But the second time, other banks would probably be more cautious. And in this aspect, although they possessed extraordinary power, they were still unable to do so. But they weren't professionals after all. They had to rob 2 or 3 big banks in a row. Did they think they were idiots? Ningtai Johnson paused and continued. Also, this bank has more than 50 million US dollars in cash reserves. Other than the 50 million US dollars in cash reserves, what else can they have? Bonds? Stocks? Those things are just waste paper to us. Whether it was bonds or stocks, they had to be converted through proper channels to have value. Robbery was clearly not the way to convert them. Although Herm was a nerd, it didn't mean he didn't know basic social knowledge. Not those financial products. It's gold, Ningtai Johnson said seriously. There's more than 5 billion USD in gold in this bank. Herm's eyes widened. Really? That much? That's right. Ningtai Johnson nodded. I can confirm it from my source. Herm was just excited when he suddenly calmed down. 2 billion USD in gold. How heavy is that? About 50 tons, Ningtai Johnson said. Ningtai Johnson said, that's why we're not just using ordinary labyrinth seeds this time. We need at least something like Hercules. In the process of research, they had developed all kinds of labyrinth seeds. One of them was named Hercules. Just like its name, it had terrifying power. But it was short-lived. After activation, it would be useless in less than a day. Of course, whether it was a special type or a normal type, there wasn't much difference between a day and a few days. If it wasn't for the fact that they needed to keep a low profile and avoid the attention and interference of the spiritual world, they would obviously use the most powerful type. Hercules was slightly more normal. At least, they just needed to cover it a little and it wouldn't attract too much attention. When do we do it? 6 in the evening, Ningtai Johnson said. Ningtai Johnson said, this is the time when the other branches transfer the cash over. The bank's business hours are also over. Business hours are over? That means we don't have many hostages. If we only use the bank's employees as hostages, I'm afraid the guards and police won't be able to hold back. My plan isn't to take hostages. I don't think the bank and police will just watch as we take dozens of tons of gold if we take enough hostages. Then what do you want? You know that's dozens of tons of gold. Even if we use Hercules, it'll be difficult to move it. If we can't move it above ground, we can go underground. Underground? Sewer? I've already found the sewer route map of this bank. There's a sewer pipe 15 meters below the vault. Jiuqian Shenwang. Chapter 2871. Because of the hostages, the police couldn't use heavy weapons. Also, because the bank was built with a nuclear bomb defense. The police had no idea what was going on inside the bank. After watching for 10 minutes, Chen Zhao lost interest. He didn't see the gunfight he was looking forward to. There was only this endless stalemate. The criminals inside couldn't get out, and the police outside couldn't get in either. Of course, the two parties involved weren't as relaxed as the audience. Amira's face was green. She looked at the security captain who was reporting the situation to her. Is this the foolproof plan you told me? Amira had just told the captain this morning to increase the security. But this happened last night. Anyone else wouldn't be happy. Miss Amira, the criminals are trapped inside the bank. They have nowhere to go. That better be the case. Amira looked at the captain coldly. If there's any damage in the bank, you better prepare for the aftermath. The captain was obviously not a good person. Amira had hired him because he wasn't a good person. But because of this, he could be threatened by Amira and even controlled by her. If he still wanted to live in peace, if he still wanted to live a peaceful life with his family. The captain was helpless. Of course, he knew what Amira meant. But Amira was someone he couldn't afford to offend. Amira was completely different from the people he'd interacted with in the past. Amira paid him a high salary because of his uniqueness. But once he lost his value, Amira would demand more from him. After a while, Amira calmed down a little. Is there a way to avoid the police and solve the problem ourselves? Miss Amira, our biggest problem now is the same as the police's. It's the impenetrable outer wall of the bank. It's a defense that can withstand a nuclear bomb. The only way to break through is through the front door. But if it's the front door, we can't avoid the police at all. What about below? I remember it's the sewer, right? It's the same below, but the distance from the inside of the bank to the sewer is 20 meters. The concrete foundation is thicker than the outer wall. Is there no other way to break through? Amira asked. The captain smiled bitterly. That was a bank. If it was so easy to break through, then why did he become a security captain? He would have gone to rob a bank. He didn't understand what those criminals were thinking. But he felt that all the gangsters' efforts were in vain. They were now trapped in that turtle shell, although they could not attack from the outside for the time being. But they couldn't get out either. Everything he was doing now was just stalling for time. He felt that Amelia did not need to be so anxious at all. In any case, those criminals couldn't take the money at all. At this moment, the ground shook slightly. After about 10 seconds, he heard a loud noise. Bang! Amira and the security chief exchanged glances. What happened? The bank. The security captain quickly determined the direction of the explosion. They weren't too far from the bank, only about a block away. That was because they could obtain first-hand information about the situation here. Go to the bank immediately, Amira screamed. But right now it's too faster. Amira could not imagine how much damage an explosion of this magnitude would cause if it happened inside the bank. The security chief could only drive in the direction of the bank. As soon as they reached the periphery of the bank, they saw the police officers surrounding the perimeter. Although the explosion didn't happen right in front of them. But the impact of the huge explosion inside the bank still caused huge casualties to the police officers outside the perimeter. As far as the eye could see, everywhere they passed was a scene of devastation. All the glass windows and doors of the bank had been destroyed. Amira's body trembled slightly. There were also several news outlets here. She couldn't imagine how she and the bank would be criticized tomorrow. Regardless of whether she was a victim or not, the media and the public wouldn't care. In their eyes, she was just a capitalist. It was her negligence that led to this accident. Amira's breathing quickened, although she wouldn't lose her wealth because of this. But her position was likely to be in jeopardy because of this. After all, there were many people on the board who coveted her position. They would never miss this opportunity to kick her when she was down. Let's go in and see what's going on, Amira said. Miss Amira, the situation inside is unclear. It's too dangerous. Amira ignored the security chief's dissuasion and walked straight inside. The security chief gritted his teeth and followed Amira's footsteps. Right now, the inside of the bank was shrouded in fog. Everything was destroyed by the huge explosion. To the vault, Amira said. The security chief gulped. In the bank, the only place that could withstand the impact of such an explosion was the vault. Judging from the speed of their arrival and the situation of the police outside, those criminals probably hadn't come out of the bank yet. Therefore, the possibility of them hiding in the vault was very high. And judging from the brutal methods of these criminals, once they encountered the criminals, they could only shoot at each other endlessly. Miss Amira, those criminals probably haven't left yet. If you don't want to go, I'll go myself. Amira snatched the gun from the security chief's hand and headed straight for the vault. The security chief hurried to Amira's side. At the same time, he tried his best to get the gun back from Amira. The gun was obviously more useful in his hands. He knew very well that even if an ordinary person had a weapon, they probably wouldn't dare to fire when they were in danger. The security chief carefully cleared the way in front. The vault passageway wasn't too badly damaged. In front of them was the vault's security door, which was still intact. The security chief looked at Amira. Amira hesitated for a moment, but finally gave up on the idea of opening the vault's security door. Wait for the police outside to come in, Amira said. Although she was furious, she didn't lose her mind. If those criminals were hiding behind the security door, the security chief's gun was definitely no match for those criminals. A few minutes later, the police came in. They were worried that something might have happened when they saw Amira rush in. Although they had suffered heavy losses, nothing could happen to Amira. After the police arrived, Amira keyed in the security door's password and fingerprint recognition. As soon as the security door opened, screams and chaos came from inside. More than 10 guns were pointed inside, but Amira could see them clearly. There were no criminals behind the security door. They were all bank employees. More than 10 police officers entered the vault one after another. There was no trace of the criminals. Amira grabbed a bank clerk and roared fiercely. "Where is he? Where are those damn scums? Where are they hiding?" The male employee, who was grabbed by Amira, was obviously frightened. He looked at Amira in horror and looked like he was about to cry. Perhaps in his eyes, Amira was a great demon at this moment. "Miss Amira, please calm down, calm down." If not for the 2 police officers holding Amira back, the male employee might have been driven mad by Amira. "Miss Amira, the most important thing now is to check the damage." Chapter 2872. How is that possible? Amira's expression changed. Why is all the gold gone? All in the air? How many people are there? According to preliminary estimates, about 6 people. Impossible, Amira said. 6 people can't move 50 tons of gold. Each gold bar weighs 1 kilogram. She didn't care about the loss earlier because she thought that the robbers would at most steal some cash. But now, not only had they lost cash, but the most important gold as well. This was a big problem, a very big one. What did 50 tons of gold mean? Even her entire family would be in great pain. Even if the gold wasn't hers, at least not all of it was hers. The gold belonged to the bank. It was worth $5 billion. The real value of the gold was much higher than $5 billion. The gold was used to control financial shocks and stabilize the bank stocks. Now that this batch of gold had been lost, both her family and the bank itself would be greatly impacted. Amira's eyes flickered. "Sorry, I need to make a call." Amelia ran outside in a hurry. After looking around, she dialed the number. "Hey, Chun, I need your help." "Amira, you don't want me to help you arrest the robbers, do you? You should find the police. I'm not more professional than them." Chun Zhao was telling the truth. Apart from being stronger than the police, he didn't have any advantages over them. Moreover, arresting robbers didn't require much combat power. Even if he found the Marines, they might not be more useful than the police. "No, I want to borrow money." "Borrow money? Are you kidding me? You run a bank. You want to borrow money from me?" "More accurately, I want to borrow gold," Amira said. "Part of the gold I bought from you on behalf of the bank was stolen. This news can't be leaked. If it gets out, my family and I'll be done for." "Is it that serious?" Amira sighed. She wouldn't go bankrupt, but she would definitely be kicked out of the board. Her father would also be implicated because of this, and the entire family might not be able to recover from this setback. So the news of the gold being stolen it must not be leaked. Before she found the gold, she had to find a replacement. She had to answer to both the public and the board. Of course, she had to get the stolen gold back too. "I don't have a lot of gold," Chun Zhao said, troubled. Even if he had a lot of gold, not to mention dozens of tons, he could even take out hundreds or thousands of tons. But the consequences would be severe too. So unless it was necessary, he wouldn't agree to Amira's request, even if they were friends and business partners. If the amount of gold he had was exposed, the whole world would probably come to kill him. There was simply too much gold. So much that it could make all the world's finance jump. Chun Zhao said, "Chun Zhao, I can help you ask, but I can't guarantee anything." "All right, I need 50 tons of gold. The sooner, the better." Amira knew that Chun Zhao did, even though he didn't want to admit it. Chun Zhao. After a moment of silence, Chun Zhao asked, "What's the earliest time?" "The sooner the better. If it's possible, I hope your friend can help me prepare it tonight." Chun Zhao was silent for a long time. "My friend has 50 tons of gold in Warehouse 01 at Hill Pier. Send someone to get it." "Oh, you'd better find enough people to escort it." "Okay, thank you." Amira hung up quickly. She wanted to continue thanking Chun Zhao on the phone, but time didn't allow it. Her family would ask about the situation in half an hour. The gold theft couldn't be kept a secret for long. She needed to replenish the gold as soon as possible. After hanging up, Amira turned around and saw the security captain walking toward her. "Ms. Amira, it's my mistake. I'll take responsibility." Amira stared at the security captain with a cold face. "I don't care how you're going to take responsibility after this. Before that, you need to help me solve the problem. Contact your former colleagues. Even if you have to turn Los Angeles upside down, you need to find those bastards and place their heads and my gold in front of me." The captain nodded. "I will." This group of people had disgraced him. It also pissed him off. "I've already found some clues about them in the sewers," the captain said. "They might be good at robbing, but they're not good at hiding their tracks." Amira glanced at the captain, who felt even more awkward. Not long ago, he'd said confidently that the sewers couldn't be an escape route. But reality proved that his imagination was still too low. The culprit had used highly concentrated Jadon to destroy the foundation. Of course, the actual operation was more complicated. To put it simply, they'd stuffed the Jadon into the pipe under the toilet. The police had already collected and tested the traces at the scene of the explosion, but the results weren't out yet. They still didn't know what kind of Jadon the culprit had used. But to be able to create a 1-meter hole in the foundation was already a military chemical Jadon. "Can you promise to find them?" "Yes, I can promise you, Ms. Amira. As long as you can find them and capture them, I won't pursue your mistake," Amira said. "And I'll pay for everything." 3 days. "I only need 3 days," the captain said decisively. "Also, contact your colleagues now and have them go to Hill Pier to help me transport a batch of goods." "Goods?" The captain was confused. "What goods? What goods at this time?" "Gold," Amira said. Just then, Amira's phone rang. "Dad, the situation isn't as bad as you think. That's just a random report from the media. No, the gold wasn't lost. It's just a rumor. If you don't believe me, you can watch the press conference tomorrow." Amira's tone was calm. "I know. I understand. This is a mistake on my part. I did lose some cash reserves, but everything is still under control." Amira hung up the phone and let out a long sigh. This was just an appetizer. After all, it was her father who wouldn't embarrass her too much. But the board of directors might not. If she couldn't appease them, the situation would completely go out of control. Chapter 2873. We seem to have been exposed." Ningtai Johnson looked at the monitor. There had been people loitering outside their base since yesterday. Those people hadn't figured out their location yet, but they should be able to find the entrance soon. Glanced at Ningtai Johnson in dissatisfaction. "You should be responsible for cleaning up. You didn't clean up our traces, so it's your responsibility." Ningtai Johnson's face darkened. He thought he cleaned up all traces, but he wasn't a professional in this area. The so-called cleanup actually left a lot of traces in the eyes of professionals. Their base was inside the mountain, and the entrance was hidden with magic. But they couldn't guarantee that magic could stop those people from entering. If these people continue loitering outside, they'll find the entrance sooner or later, Ningtai Johnson said. "Instead of that, why don't we just kill them all? What do you plan to do?" "Let them in," Ningtai Johnson said. Ningtai Johnson said, "There are only around 20 people outside. It's not hard to deal with them. But if they accidentally find the entrance, it's hard to guarantee that they won't pass the information to others. By then, we will never have a chance to live in peace. But if you let them in, won't they send the information? We can't control when they find the entrance, but I can control when they enter," Ningtai Johnson said. Ningtai Johnson's thought process was clear. If they slowly explored outside, they'd figure out their concealment magic sooner or later. After all, concealment magic wasn't invisibility magic. Even a normal person had a chance to see through it. Once they figured it out, they'd send the information. Then the two of them would be like turtles in a jar. Even though their base still had a certain amount of combat power, it wouldn't be a problem to block a few waves of attacks. What they were afraid of was that the people outside would suspect something. Once they were discovered by the people in the spiritual world, then they'd be in big trouble. Although the spiritual world in North America was relatively weak, they were afraid that the government would find powerful people in Europe or the East to deal with them. To be honest, both of them started out as researchers. After sleeping for a few hundred years, one continued to stay in the house while the other went into finance. Not a single one of them went to consolidate their strength. Their strongest point now wasn't their own magic. Instead, it was the lost path seed that they had researched. These Maze Dao seeds were quite powerful, but the key problem was that the number of lost path seeds was also very limited. If they had enough resources, they would be able to produce more labyrinth seeds endlessly. However, they were now trapped here. Although they had a lot of money in their hands, they had nowhere to spend it. Therefore, the most important thing now was to get rid of those people outside. Flosa, we've been searching for 2 days. Are you sure we're not in the wrong place? Flosa was the head of security, and the people around him were his former colleagues, or rather, his subordinates. A few years ago, the mercenary group he led could be considered famous in the mercenary world. However, the change in the mercenary world was very fast. Mercenaries either died, saved up enough money, or quit because they were tired of the rain of bullets. Flosa was also one of them. He was tired of his old life. Then, he left the mercenary team. This time, for the sake of his own work, he had no choice but to gather his colleagues again. Of course, there were a few unfamiliar faces among them. They didn't really respect him, the former guild leader. Fortunately, the current leader was appointed by him in the past, and he still had a lot of trust in Flosa. So this time, the command was still given to Flosa. Flosa started from the sewers back then. Indeed, he found some traces. Following these traces, Flosa tracked them to this forest. This forest was quite vast. Moreover, it was an area that hadn't been developed before. Therefore, the landscape was quite complicated. The tracks were cut off near here. They had been wandering around here for 3 days, although there were members who raised doubts one after another. But Flosa still believed in his judgment. There's no mistake. These bandits' method of covering their tracks is too old-fashioned. Although the traces disappeared around here, our general direction can't be wrong, Flosa said. Hearing Flosa say so, the others didn't say anything else. Flosa, look, there seems to be a cave over there. Cave? We've been wandering around here for 2 days. If there's a cave, how can we only find it now? Flosa was a little doubtful. After all, he still had confidence in his old friends. Fighting in the wild was their strong suit. It was impossible for them to wander around for a few days without finding a cave right under their nose. Even with their abilities, it was something that could be done in a minute. Every one of them had a very sharp eye. They could basically determine the terrain in the wild with just a glance. A cave, even if it was covered in shrubs and grass, could hardly escape their eyes. But Flosa followed the direction of his subordinates and indeed saw a cave. This made it a little hard for Flosa to accept that there really was a cave. He had so many people, but none of them found it. Let's go take a look. Oro, you and your team stay here. I feel that there's something wrong with that cave. Use the communicator to keep in touch with us at all times. Yes, Mr. Flosa. Although Oro felt that Flosa was being too careful, but he still followed Flosa's orders. After all, he had to become a qualified mercenary. First of all, it wasn't how high his combat level was, but that he had to obey orders. Oro and his team of 5 stayed where they were, waiting for Frosha and the others. Mr. Flosa, did you find anything in the cave? Russell, nothing so far. This cave is very deep, and there seems to be a source of interference here. There seems to be something in front, boom. At this moment, the sound of gunfire came from the communicator. Oro raised his head and looked at the cave. Strange, the sound of intense gunfire coming from the communicator. Why was the cave so quiet? Wasn't this too abnormal? Flosa and the others shouldn't have been gone for too long. And in a space like the cave, the sound should be more obvious. Oro, leave there. Bring the news back to Miss Amira. Damn it, we've been tricked. These aren't bandits at all. Boom. Oro and his team members were a little frightened. They didn't understand what was going on, but it seemed that most of Flosa's men were in big trouble. Oro and the others looked at each other. Go. Leave here. Chapter 2874. Early in the morning, Chun Zhao's phone rang. Hello, Amira. Good morning. Did you solve your problem? Chun Zhao rubbed his eyes. Last night, he'd flown to the ozone layer to absorb cosmic rays and only returned at 3 in the morning. No, not yet. Chun, I want to discuss something with you. If you want to buy gold, then don't ask, Chun Zhao said. That batch of gold doesn't belong to me. I borrowed it from a friend, so you have to return it after you finish using it. Chun, it's not that. Amira's tone was rather serious. I suspect that the bank robbery is one of your kind. You should take care of it, right? Impossible. If it's my kind, they definitely wouldn't use that method. You might not even realize it, and the money would be gone. Chun Zhao wasn't sure, but he felt that Amira might not be able to find the gold, so he wanted to do it himself. My security captain found some mercenaries, but something happened yesterday. He's back alone now. You better come over. The person who came back seems to have some problems too. Where to? Your place? Yes. When? As soon as possible. It's best if it's now. Okay, wait for me to wash up. It'll take at least an hour. After hanging up, Chun Zhao put on his clothes and washed up. The children had already woken up one after another. Most of them were called by the underlings. Chun Zhao personally sent them to school, after which he drove to Amira's place. When Chun Zhao entered the villa, all of Amira's bodyguards were present. Those who didn't know would think that they were prepared for Chun Zhao. In fact, after the bank robbery, Amira had prepared a large group of bodyguards for himself. These bodyguards were rather unfamiliar with Chun Zhao. So, when Chun Zhao entered Amira's villa, most of the bodyguards glared at Chun Zhao fiercely. Only a few knew Chun Zhao. One of them was Amira's old employee. He opened the car door for Chun Zhao. Mr. Chun, Miss Amira is waiting for you inside. Okay, drive my car to the garage. Thank you. When Chun Zhao entered the living room, Amira was sitting on the sofa listlessly, rubbing her forehead. I can see that your mental state is so bad early in the morning. Do you need me to prescribe a course of medicine for you? Amira looked up at Chun Zhao, his face full of exhaustion. I'm not in the mood to joke with you right now. What about the survivor you mentioned? Where is he now? Yamala brought Chun Zhao upstairs and pushed open a door. In the corner of the room, a person was wrapped in a bedsheet, curled up in the corner and shivering. That's him. Oro, get up. I have something to ask you. Between the sheets, Oro carefully looked at Yamala and Chun Zhao at the door. I've said everything I need to say. I need you to repeat it again. Don't make me recall that scene again. I don't want to recall it. Oro's voice was clearly agitated, but at the same time, there was a hint of fear in it. Amira, let me talk to him alone. Amira glanced at Oro and then at Chun Zhao. All right, let him calm down a bit. Chun Zhao sat on the bed and looked at Oro, who was wrapped from head to toe. Let me guess what you saw. A monster? Or something cruel? Oro's body trembled slightly. Seeing Oro's reaction, Chun Zhao continued. The cruelest scene I've seen is cannibalism. Have you seen it before? Don't say any more. Don't say any more. Is it a human cannibalism or a monster cannibalism? Chun Zhao asked immediately. Don't ask any more. Oro roared hysterically. You don't understand. The scenes in the movies are different from reality. No, I understand, Chun Zhao said. How do you understand? You're just saying it. Ha! What do you think Amira is here for? Oro couldn't help but poke his head out from the tightly wrapped sheets and look at Chun Zhao seriously. What? Are you a psychic? Or an exorcist? I know how to be a psychic and exorcist, Chun Zhao said, chuckling. But I'm a doctor. Really? Then you've met many patients, right? Probably. Can this be healed? Oro's arm reached out from sheets. Chun Zhao looked at Oro's arm. There was a layer of flesh covering the skin. It clearly wasn't Oro's own. The flesh was still wriggling slowly. It looked disgusting. Chun Zhao reached out and grabbed Oro's elbow. Don't move. Oro was stunned. He didn't think that Chun Zhao wouldn't be scared off. Amira had found a doctor for him before. When the doctor saw his arm, he cried out in shock. Just then, Oro felt Chun Zhao's grip tighten. Oro couldn't help but look at his arm. The flesh on his arm seemed to feel the power too. It wriggled even faster. This is undead flesh, Chun Zhao said. This thing will absorb a person's life force, but it's not hard to get rid of it. As long as you block the port, it'll fall off due to lack of nutrients. As expected, A few minutes later, the undead flesh fell off Oro's arm. Undead flesh was actually a type of undead creature. It just looked like a piece of meat. In reality, it had a certain level of individual thought. However, undead flesh had low intelligence. It attached itself to the host and slowly absorbed the host's life force. When the host died, it would be transferred to another host. Chun Zhao's method could basically be done by ordinary people too. There were actually other methods, but they clearly couldn't be done by ordinary people. For example, soaking it in holy water or casting a curse on it. Undead flesh was just a weak, undead creature. It didn't have any resistance to magic and could be killed in a few hits. After the undead flesh left Oro's arm, it wriggled on the ground. Suddenly, it bounced up and shot at Chun Zhao. But Chun Zhao scooped it up and pinched it in his hand. The undead flesh immediately wanted to attach itself to Chun Zhao's palm. Oro's face was filled with disbelief. He didn't think that Chun Zhao could really get rid of it. Chun Zhao clenched his fist, and the undead flesh was crushed. Where did you provoke this thing? This thing is rare, and it's usually man-made. In the Leza National Park, I, Flosa, and 20 other mercenaries were looking for the bandit who robbed the bank. We were attacked there, and a few of my team members were eaten by the monsters in that area. I only managed to escape because I was fast enough. Chapter 2875. As Oro spoke, he looked at his arm. The undead flesh was gone, but Oro was still fearful. However, Oro still felt some lingering fear. He took a deep breath and said, "Those things are being controlled by someone." Chun Zhao listened to Oro's narration quietly. Bank robberies by people from the supernatural world had happened in the LA area. It was clear that this was his job. In Oro's narration, there was a person, or rather a human-like monster, who was completely naked. Strange spikes grew out of the person's body. After piercing into the person's body, the spikes would suck the person's blood. Long Island Expressway, Sang National Park, specific location, Chun Zhao said. Oro looked up at Chun Zhao. "You want to go? Are you crazy? Don't you understand? Or do you think I'm joking?" "No, I understand. I also know you're not joking, but so what? Do you think I'm here to talk to you? Or is he here to help you heal?" Oro looked at Chun Zhao seriously. Long Island Expressway, Sang National Park. After entering from the highway, go north for about 30 kilometers. It's roughly in that area. Roughly? What I need are more detailed coordinates. Oro's location was too vague. It wasn't like finding a needle in a haystack, but it wasn't that easy either. Even if Chun Zhao used his little world to scan, it would take a long time. How can I have the exact coordinates? Do you want me to mark the latitude and longitude for you? I can't do that. If you take me there, can you find it? Wait. I didn't say I'm going with you. I don't want to go there again. I don't want to die. Don't worry. You'll be safe with me. Bullshit. People who say that in horror movies usually die horribly. Chun Zhao's words reminded him of the scenes in horror movies where people would seek death. Basically, they knew there was a tiger on a mountain, but they still wanted to go there. "I'm afraid you don't have a choice." "I do." Half an hour later, Oro sat in the passenger seat with a dejected expression. He tried to resist. As a mercenary with a backbone, he was dragged out of the villa by his neck. Yamala and her bodyguard just watched. He just looked at her without a care in the world. Oro had a weapon, and he tried to use it. However, in the face of absolute power, the weapons in his hands were equivalent to toys. "Mr. Chun, I'm serious. You're courting death. We can't deal with that thing. More accurately, you can't handle it," Chun Zhao replied to Oro's complaint as he drove. "Which way?" "That road." Chun Zhao turned the car onto a secluded path. After Oro got in the car, he didn't refuse to give Chun Zhao directions anymore. "You really don't have to worry. I know where he came from. In fact, I'm in charge of this. But you said that your profession is a doctor. There's nothing I can do about it. My side job is doing better than my main job. It's a headache for me. Also, apart from being an exorcist and a doctor, I'm also a tycoon, a philanthropist, and a good father. No one would use a good father as a title. Now there is. You said that you're an exorcist. Show me your skills so that I can feel at ease." "There's an evil spirit in the back seat. He's covered in bullet holes, and he's been staring at you." Oro shuddered all over. He turned his head abruptly, but but the back seat was empty. Are you messing with me? No, I'm serious. It should be someone you killed. It's probably someone in the same industry, or maybe a comrade. I've killed many people. If there's really an evil spirit following me, there won't be just one. Ah, are you that confident in this aspect? Chen Zhao chuckled. Since Oro was a mercenary, it was normal for mercenaries to kill people, so there was nothing to criticize. Plus, there was no such thing as good or bad in this industry. The so-called good and evil were just a matter of position. Do you want to identify the people you killed in the past? Chen Zhao asked. Oro's expression was conflicted. After a long hesitation, he said, "Can you let me see? Look in the rearview mirror." Oro raised his head to look at the rearview mirror. In that instant, he saw a man covered in bruises from head to toe. His face, chest, and limbs were all covered in bullet holes. "Yair," Oro exclaimed after recovering from the shock. "You seem to be familiar with this evil spirit. Is he your colleague?" "He's my brother," Oro said, his face ashen. "You killed him?" "No, how could that be? I would never shoot my brother," Oro said, gritting his teeth. Oro said through clenched teeth. He looked at the rearview mirror again. "Yell, how did you die?" "He can't hear you, just like how you can't hear me," Chen Zhao said. "Do you have any grudges with him?" "No, we're brothers. We might have disputes, but there's no conflict." "So, he's not here for revenge?" Oro's heart was heavy. "Can you help me communicate with him? You should know how, right?" "No, but I know someone who can." Chen Zhao indeed didn't know this spell. Even if Oro could see Yair now, it was because Chen Zhao had used his power to make Yair's reflection in the rearview mirror. However, psychic spells weren't very advanced. One didn't even need to actively use it. They just needed to find an area with dense spiritual qi. Yair could appear before Oro by himself. Of course, Chen Zhao couldn't let Oro and Yair go to his house. But introducing one or two spiritualists was no problem. By now, Oro had already accepted the fact that Chen Zhao was a spiritualist. "Are you sure you can deal with those monsters? I heard that psychic and exorcism are two different systems. Are you okay with that? Psychic is my side job. Exorcism is my main job. In fact, exorcism isn't my main job either. Maintaining the peace and stability of the spiritual world is my main job." Then your main job as a doctor. That's my main job, but I don't have a medical license. Most of the time, I practice medicine illegally. In other words, you're a doctor, but not a professional. Wait, I said illegal, not unprofessional. Even if you lose a limb, I can help you grow it back. Oro obviously didn't believe Chen Zhao. Instead, he was even more suspicious of Chen Zhao. He felt that Chen Zhao knew everything, but was not good at anything. This made him very doubtful about his journey as a guide. "How about we go earlier tomorrow? Even if we get there now, it's already dark. If we go through the forest, it'll probably be past midnight." Chapter 2876. Chen Zhao didn't care about Oro's retreat. It was only noon. They had plenty of time. Of course, for Chen Zhao, it was more suitable to search at night. After all, many things would only go out at night. The car stopped in front of the forest. Oro got out of the car unwillingly. He glanced at Chen Zhao, who got out slowly. "Mr. Chen, you're a billionaire. Do you need to take risks like me? Isn't enjoyment your daily life?" "You're right." Chen Zhao shrugged. "But work is work. Plus, I don't like people breaking the rules in my territory. It's just a temporary interest. After you kill 10 people or go through a baptism of hell, you won't be interested anymore. You know, the scariest thing in life is turning your interest into a job. I've killed more than 10 people, and it's definitely not the number you think," Chen Zhao said casually. Walking in front, he said, "Plus, I've seen real hell." It's the name, not an adjective. Oro didn't really trust scammers. Even though Chen Zhao had proven with his actions that he was a professional, Oro still didn't really believe Chen Zhao. After all, in his impression, scammers all liked to exaggerate. For example, good people went to heaven and evil people went to hell. Especially Oro, who had watched thousands of horror movies. Basically, exorcists didn't have good endings in those horror movies. They basically solved one or two small problems for the main character. They gave the main character some constructive suggestions. Once it came to a boss battle, they died more than anyone else. They couldn't even take a few normal attacks from the boss. Then, the main character and the main character ran for their lives for the whole night. Oro was now wondering if he had the fate of a main character. He felt that he should have the luck of a main character. The entire mercenary group ran away by themselves. Plus, he had a good image and many women. Very standard main character requirements. Of course, as soon as he entered the forest, his legs became a little weak. He wanted to retreat at any moment. He felt that every patch of grass above his knees that his legs passed through was hiding something that made his hair stand on end. There was a pair of eyes at the top of every tree. This made him look like he was floating. He didn't find anything along the way. Chen Zhao turned around and asked, "How long until we find the place?" "I'm not sure about the exact location, but I'll be able to recognize it if I find it." Walking in the forest was actually the same as sailing on the sea. If there were no landmarks, it would be very difficult to determine the direction. On the sea, he could still refer to the stars in the sky, so he could barely recognize the way. But in the forest, if there were no road signs, they could only rely on luck. "Are you sure you can handle it?" Oro asked worriedly. "Don't worry. In this world, the number of people who can defeat me can be counted on one hand. What if the person hidden here is in your hand? If the other party was really in this hand, why would he rob a bank? He could just lie on the ground, and people would give him money. Did anyone give you money? How else do you think I became rich? There really is..." Oro had always been doubtful of Chen Zhao's claims of his combat ability being so powerful. But when it came to giving money away, Oro had no doubts about it, and he even looked forward to it. This might be a common human trait, the desire to be lazy and gluttonous. Chen Zhao snickered and continued forward. After walking in the forest for a few hours, Oro couldn't walk anymore. "Sit down and rest." Chen Zhao tossed Oro a glass of his beer. As he opened the can, Oro asked, "Are you sure we want to rest now? You can choose to continue." "Of course I don't care." In the end, Oro decided to respect Chen Zhao's decision. "Where did you hide the beer?" "Anything you can't understand can be categorized as magic." Oro was speechless. Okay, this explanation was reasonable. Suddenly, there was a sound from the bushes in front and a faint movement. Oro immediately stopped. "There's something in front." Chen Zhao glanced at the bushes, his face expressionless. Just then, the thing under the bushes slowly propped itself up. It was a jaguar, an adult American tiger. Oro's scalp tingled. No way, so unlucky? He didn't die to those monsters. Would he die to a jaguar? As a professional mercenary, Oro didn't think he could tear a tiger apart. Oro did not really think that he could tear apart Bear Splitter and Tiger. Oro didn't really think he could tear a bear apart. Oro didn't think he could tear a bear apart. It was the largest carnivorous cat in the American continent. Even a crocodile twice its weight couldn't defeat it, even in the water. Even a crocodile twice its weight couldn't beat it, even in the water. This thing was just so fierce. It was a leopard, but it was called a jaguar. The difference between an ordinary person and a mercenary was a matter of 5 seconds or 6 seconds. As for the ratio of victory between a tiger and a human, the most common one was Wu Song fighting a tiger. However, there were hundreds of cases of tigers injuring humans every year, so the chance of a human winning against a tiger was 1 in 10,000. Oro glanced at Chen Zhao beside him. He was wondering if Chen Zhao's magic could deal with this thing. But then, Chen Zhao walked forward on his own. Petting the jaguar, he smiled. "Such a cute cat. I have a few at home too." Oro's scalp tingled. This thing was different from the ones at home. But the jaguar didn't seem to want to hurt Chen Zhao. It even enjoyed Chen Zhao petting its fur. "I'm busy. Here's a gift." Chen Zhao tossed a piece of meat. The jaguar caught it and ran away. Oro looked at Chen Zhao with lingering fear. "You used magic on it? Do I need to use magic on it? I'm a druid." Oro's eyes widened. "Druid? There really are druids? It's the real deal. You can control it?" Druids call it control and communication. We're really close to nature. Oro was really scared. He would believe anything Chen Zhao said now. After all, the truth was right in front of him. "Can you make it fight for you? Are you kidding? We druids need a kitten to fight for us?" Oro looked at Chen Zhao seriously. "I understand. You're here because some evil sorcerer used evil magic to go against nature. So you're here to eradicate evil? No, I just don't like him. Chapter 2877. The sky was completely dark. Oro was no longer as relaxed as when he'd been chatting with Chun Zhao. Perhaps because of fatigue, his footsteps were even heavier. Do you need to rest? Chun Zhao asked. Can I refuse to continue? I want to tell you that it's more dangerous for you to leave alone than with me. Something can tear you apart in the darkness at any time. In the end, Oro gave up on the idea of escaping alone. He wasn't the best mercenary, but he could always make the right choice. I hope I made the right choice this time, Oro muttered. This is too dangerous. When I go back, I won't do it again. Oro muttered to himself. This job is too dangerous. When I get back, I won't do it again. Don't say the death flag. Don't say the death flag. Johnson, look over there. Ningtai Johnson looked at the surveillance camera. Two figures appeared on the screen. It should be the mercenary who escaped earlier, Ningtai Johnson said. The image wasn't very clear. After all, it was nighttime. But Ningtai Johnson still recognized one of them. It was the one who'd escaped yesterday. But he remembered that he'd already released some unclean creatures to chase after him. He didn't expect that the guy hadn't died. Instead, he brought more people. I didn't think that he'd dare to come again. I won't let him escape this time. Ningtai Johnson looked at the screen coldly. Don't chase after them this time, Herm said. They're still on the outskirts. If you scare them now, they might turn and run. Let them enter the entrance. It's around here, Oro said. I'm not sure the exact location. There should be a hidden cave nearby. Found it, Chun Zhao said. Over there. Oro looked at Chun Zhao in shock. Are you sure? This was a deep mountain forest, and it was in such a dark situation. Could Chun Zhao find the location? Don't ask. It's magic if you ask. Chun Zhao had already found the entrance. The enemy wasn't hidden well. This concealment spell was only an ordinary one. It basically couldn't hide from Chun Zhao's senses. Plus, there was a thick smell of blood in the cave. If it wasn't a slaughterhouse, then someone had definitely died. Chun Zhao walked to the cave. Oro looked at the deep cave in fear. We're going inside. Oro felt like his head was about to explode. Standing at the entrance of the cave, Oro could already smell a nauseating stench. Chun Zhao also frowned, but not because of the smell, although the smell was unbearable. But what really surprised Chun Zhao was that Chun Zhao didn't sense anyone in the cave. There were many auras, but all of them were inhuman. There were even a few undead creatures among them. Chun Zhao was a bit confused, but he still led the way. Halfway there, Chun Zhao and Oro saw wreckage all over the ground. Oro suppressed his grief, or perhaps it could be said that his fear far surpassed his grief. Obviously, the corpses on the ground were his former comrades. However, Oro was in no mood to mourn for them, because he felt that he might follow in their footsteps. He felt that his body was completely stiff and his limbs were not listening to him. The deeper they went, the more tragic the scene became. Mr. Chin, don't you think this doesn't look like an entrance, more like... Oro's voice was trembling. You want to say that this is more like a place to raise pets, right? Oro's expression became even more stiff. He wanted to say that this looked like a ranch. Of course, it definitely wouldn't be cattle or sheep. We still have to go in? Of course, we're already here, Chun Zhao said matter-of-factly. But didn't you see the things along the way? I said I'm a professional. No, you said you're an amateur. Chun Zhao suddenly stopped. Oro looked at Chun Zhao and suddenly had a bad feeling. What's wrong? Shine the light on the wall in front of us. Oro knew that Chun Zhao must have found something bad. He didn't want to, but his body was honest. The moment the light swept across the cave wall, the light disappeared. He saw pieces of flower petals. More accurately, petals' mouths. There were many unknown creatures on the wall. They were grayish-white and slightly smaller than adults, but their mouths were wide open like petals. It felt like their chrysanthemums were in the wrong place. What were those? Oro's teeth were chattering. I don't know. They don't look like normal creatures. Look. Oro felt that Chun Zhao's choice of words was rather careless. Was there need to look? They weren't normal creatures at all, okay? They seem. Oro gulped. They don't seem to have noticed us. Yes, Chun Zhao said. They probably rely on their hearing, so we better be quiet. Chun Zhao had never seen these things before. He didn't know how they sensed enemies and prey. Oro immediately covered his mouth and didn't dare to make a sound. Of course, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe they're light-sensitive creatures, Chun Zhao said nonchalantly. At the same time, he walked deeper into the forest. As for the things above him, as long as they didn't wake up, Chun Zhao couldn't be bothered to touch them. But Oro really couldn't be unmoved. The things above their heads were simply too terrifying. But when Chun Zhao walked past the chrysanthemum beasts, they didn't move at all. Chun Zhao was a bit curious. If they were light-sensitive creatures, the light just now should have woken them up. If they relied on their hearing, his and Oro's conversation should have been enough to wake them up. Normally, if they didn't have vision and relied on other senses, they would stand out in certain aspects. But these chrysanthemum beasts didn't seem to rely on light or hearing. That was what surprised Chun Zhao. Suddenly, Oro fired a shot into the darkness. Chun Zhao looked at Oro in surprise. The moment the shot rang out, Chun Zhao saw that something had been hit in the darkness. Chun Zhao actually hadn't noticed it himself. Chun Zhao relied too much on his senses. This was his advantage. But in this place where the auras were mixed up, Chun Zhao's senses actually couldn't detect anything nearby. That thing wasn't very strong. Oro shot it twice in the head. You should thank me, Oro said. Otherwise, you'd be disemboweled already. But just then, the chrysanthemum beasts above them seemed to show signs of waking up. I know how these things wake up. What? Oro asked in surprise. The smell of blood. Chapter 2878. The chrysanthemum beasts started falling from the walls and ceiling. But they weren't attacking Chun Zhao and Oro. Instead, they pounced at the thing Oro had shot. Oro kept his gun raised. He was extremely nervous. The thing Oro had shot was quickly cleaned up by the chrysanthemum beasts. But they clearly weren't satisfied with so many chrysanthemum beasts. Their way of biting their prey was rather unique. They would stick their chrysanthemums on the prey, and the muscles on the petals would move, driving their teeth to tear the prey apart. This eating method was clearly different from that of regular beasts. Chun Zhao looked at the chrysanthemum beasts with interest. The chrysanthemum beasts started searching for scents in the air. Then they all turned toward Chun Zhao and Oro. They woke up because of the smell of blood, but that didn't mean they weren't sensitive to other scents, especially since they hadn't been satisfied yet. Oro couldn't hold it in and shot a chrysanthemum beast. The beast's mouth was hit, but it didn't fall. Clearly, guns weren't a threat to it. The muscle density is very high and the skin is very tough, Chun Zhao analyzed. Even the muscle tissue in its mouth can't threaten it with bullets. Now isn't the time to analyze this. What should we do? The chrysanthemum beasts had blocked their path of retreat. Oro had a feeling that it wouldn't be long before he would meet his comrades. Crack! Suddenly, Oro heard a strange sound. It sounded like bones breaking, but it was even louder than what he remembered. He looked up and saw that Chun Zhao had grabbed a chrysanthemum beast without him knowing. The beast's neck was hanging askew, as if it had no bones. Oro widened his eyes and stared at Chun Zhao in shock. The chrysanthemum beast was even bigger than an adult. Chun Zhao could grab it with one hand. Chun Zhao casually tossed the beast with the broken neck aside. The force on the tibia is at least 300 kilograms. Normal people really can't deal with this thing. The other chrysanthemum beasts were immediately attracted by the corpse and swarmed over. Oro was a little dumbfounded at the sight. How'd you kill it? I broke its neck. But how did you do it? That thing is at least 100 kilograms. And look at its limbs. They're ridiculously thick. I told you, I'm a professional. Chun Zhao clapped his hands and continued walking. The chrysanthemum beasts didn't continue to attack them. They were more concerned about the food in front of them, even if it was their own kind. However, he stopped after a few steps. Oro caught up. Why aren't you moving? Chun Zhao pointed at the huge pit before them. This deep pit was a sea of bright red, and there were also a large number of skeletons and remains. This was really a farm. In this deep pit, there were dozens of monsters of different shapes and sizes. Looks like we found the wrong place. This is just a farm, not a place where those people are hiding. At this moment, a giant, multicolored beast about 4 meters long stared at the two people at the entrance. The multicolored beast moved and jumped out of the pit that was more than 20 meters deep. This astonishing jumping ability gave Oro quite a fright. And from the looks of it, it seemed like they were planning on taking Chen Zhao and Oro away in one go. The huge claws and teeth were about to fall on his body. Oro was so frightened that he hugged his head and squatted down. But in the next instant, he heard a howl. He looked up and saw that the multicolored beast had been kicked over and had fallen back into the deep pit. The other monsters in the deep pit also noticed the two. They were different from the chrysanthemum beasts before. Chrysanthemum beasts weren't very intelligent. They were wild beasts driven by hunger. The monsters in this deep pit all had extremely strong combat power, and all of them were intelligent. They weren't in a hurry to deal with the corpse of their comrade that Chen Zhao had kicked back. Instead, they kept staring at Chen Zhao. But Chen Zhao really wasn't interested in them. Just as they were itching to attack Chen Zhao and Oro, Chen Zhao's eyes hardened. Instantly, all the monsters froze. In the past, Chen Zhao didn't believe that he could scare enemies with his aura. Aura was too blurry. At most, he could only use a strong aura to shock the opponent. But recently, Chen Zhao felt that he'd grasped a trick. It was possible to use aura to shock the opponent, as long as his aura was strong enough. Of course, aura didn't have much meaning in actual combat. Opponents of the same level wouldn't be shocked by Chen Zhao's aura. Chen Zhao could only use his aura to scare these little kids before him. Let's go. Chen Zhao patted Oro's shoulder. Oro glanced at the huge monsters in the deep pit. Are you sure it's okay for us to turn around and leave like this? They might think that we're too small. Oro was still a bit hesitant. It wasn't a wise choice to turn his back on these ferocious-looking monsters. But when he saw Chen Zhao turn around and leave, he still followed carefully. But when he left, he still looked back every 3 steps. If you can't bear to leave, you can choose to stay. They'll probably treat you very warmly. What's with those things? Why aren't they attacking us? I mean, other than the first one. Oro's mind was filled with questions. And what's with the first monster? Why did it suddenly fall down? Don't ask. It's magic if you ask. Since this isn't where the bandits are hiding, where are they? Have we been in the wrong place all along? No, we're not. This place isn't formed naturally. All the monsters here are domesticated. They're not wild animals, so the bandits must be hiding nearby. How do we find them? Apart from this cave, I don't know any other hiding places. Chen Zhao rubbed his forehead. It was indeed a bit troublesome for the bandits to hide in the belly of the mountain. Although the perception of his pocket world could seep into physical objects, it would take some time. It's a bit troublesome, but it's okay. Since I'm here, I don't plan on going back empty-handed, Chen Zhao said. Oro followed behind Chen Zhao, trembling. When he reached where the chrysanthemum beasts were, they had already gone back to sleep. They didn't care about their 2 food passing by. When they walked out of the cave, Chen Zhao's pocket world started seeping in. But to Chen Zhao's surprise, he didn't use too much strength, and he found it. More accurately, he found the entrance and used a physical object to block it, but it wasn't very thick. Because Chen Zhao had found this cave before, he thought it was the entrance, so he didn't investigate further. The second time, he found it much easier than expected. Chapter 2879. Those 2 should have become food by now, Ningtai Johnson said. Definitely. Let's think about how to exchange the gold for the resources we need. Herm was more concerned about how to exchange the gold for money or resources. You've been outside for so long. Do you know anyone or have connections? Ningtai Johnson shook his head. I'll ask someone, but I'm not sure yet. In the past, he had never considered these problems, so he naturally wouldn't interact with people like that. After all, their identities meant that they had to keep a low profile. But it was different now. He didn't think that he'd actually rob a bank one day. And the most important thing was they had succeeded. So now, they had to worry about how to exchange the gold. However, at this moment, the alarm suddenly rang. What's wrong? The alarm at the entrance was triggered, Herm said, frowning. Show me the surveillance footage. Herm immediately pulled up the surveillance footage. and two figures appeared on the screen. The two of them swaggered into the passageway. They're not dead. Herm was shocked. It's him. Ningtai Johnson was even more shocked because he recognized one of them. It was the sponsor he'd gone to get not long ago. You know him? He's rich, very rich. Ningtai Johnson's eyes sparkled as he said, "Let them in. They're definitely a fat sheep." Herm thought about it and didn't object to Ningtai Johnson's suggestion. They'd robbed a large amount of gold, but they couldn't exchange it for cash yet. Now that another fat sheep had come to them, there was no reason to let them go. After finding the entrance, Chun Zhao led the way in. He didn't care about traps at all. Oro was the only one who had always been cautious. This tunnel was different from the cave before. It should be an abandoned underground fortification, but looked quite old. Along the way, there was also water seeping. There were lights above them. They seemed to be working normally. Oro suddenly stopped and looked up. "There's surveillance," Oro said worriedly, his expression changing. "Okay, got it," Chun Zhao said, unconcerned. "They must have found us. What do we do? Should we leave now?" Oro was still planning to escape. He had no choice. The cave in front of him had already shown him the fate of his comrades. He didn't want to be one of them. Therefore, if he could run, he would naturally run. We're already here, and you're still thinking of running. In a few more steps, we'll be facing the big boss behind the scenes. No matter how I look at it, this looks like a trap. If they can raise so many monsters in that cave, they probably have a lot of monsters in their lair. Don't worry, I didn't have the chance to fight just now. I'll show you a thing or two later, Chun Zhao said, patting Oro's shoulder. But the more Chun Zhao said, the less confident Oro was. However, what surprised them was that they did not encounter any attacks along the way. The tunnel was eerily quiet. The dim yellow light seemed to indicate something. Oro was not happy. He felt that the silence was like a movie. They would be dragged into the abyss in the next instant. Suddenly, the sound of metal clashing came from behind. Oro stopped and turned around in confusion. "What's that sound?" But the next moment, Chun Zhao grabbed Oro and sprinted forward. "What's wrong? What happened?" Bang, bang, bang. Oro was pulled forward by Chun Zhao, but his eyes were still looking behind. Metal doors were falling down one after another. The sound of metal clashing came from the metal door landing on the ground. "Ah, run." Oro finally understood why Chun Zhao was pulling him forward. Finally, Chun Zhao stopped. They were in a spacious hemispherical room with an H on the ground. It was probably used to park helicopters in the past. There were also a few large metal doors around. Oro finally stopped too. "Is there no other way?" Chun Zhao shook his head. For him, there was no such thing as no other way. If he wanted to, he could just punch his way through the mountain. Just then, footsteps came from the tunnel above. The two looked up and saw two people walk out. What a surprise. Ningtai Johnson looked down at Chun Zhao from above. "I didn't expect a billionaire to be a spiritualist." Chun Zhao was surprised too. He did not expect to meet Ningtai Johnson again. Especially in a situation like this, I didn't expect a sponsor salesman to be a bank thief either. Can't help it. The environment hasn't been good recently, so I've decided to develop a side business. Ningtai Johnson was quite relaxed now. Chun Zhao had fallen into his trap. He'd been to Chun Zhao's house. It was too luxurious. Anyone who could own such a manor would be super rich in any era. So, I think people in the spiritual world shouldn't play in finance. So, I'm going to change my profession. Professional robbery? That's not a smart decision. You're not smart either. You're a billionaire, but you're risking yourself. Ningtai Johnson did not hide his mockery at all. "Did you come here to deposit something in the bank, and we happen to steal it?" "No, I'm here to uphold justice," Chun Zhao said, smiling. "Huh?" Ningtai Johnson laughed. "Are you kidding me? A capitalist says he's going to uphold justice? To be precise, you're causing trouble on my turf. Isn't that what happens in movies and TV shows? Superman's home base is Metropolis, and Batman's home base is Gotham City. This is my home base. Now that you're causing trouble on my home base, I need to punish you as the host." The three people present all thought that Chun Zhao was stupid. Even Oro, who was his teammate, thought the same. "Okay, Mr. Superhero, how do you plan to punish us?" I'll kill you and then return what you stole to the owner. What do you think of the script? Ningtai Johnson had a disdainful smile on his face. It's a very cliché. How about this? You surrender now and transfer your assets to me. How's that? It's very novel, but as the person involved, I don't like it. I still like to follow my script. Ningtai Johnson took a remote control and opened a metal door at the side. It was originally a warehouse used to store helicopters, but now there was a body inside. A body that was at least 10 meters tall, with swollen limbs and a fat head. What if I add this? Can I convince you to change the script? Chapter 2880. Chun Zhao was surprised, not because of the size of the body. Rather, he was surprised by its technique. This huge body was a man-made product. It wasn't a summoned creature or a stitched thing. It was a shell made with magic. But Chun Zhao knew about the prices in the spiritual world. Such a huge body would cost at least $10 million. Oro had already sat on the ground. He was really scared out of his wits. Ningtai Johnson was rather proud. Showing his work to outsiders was probably his favorite thing to do. Unfortunately, there weren't many opportunities like this. After all, almost no one could make it here alive. As for the two in front of them, if they hadn't intentionally let them in, they would have died on the way. This is our work. We call it the Labyrinth Seed. Labyrinth Seed? What a strange name. It comes from the magic we use. We call it labyrinth magic. We're best at summoning. This isn't summoning, right? We created this based on the labyrinth creatures. Most of the labyrinth creatures are not strong, but they have very strong vitality. This body was created from the flesh and blood of the labyrinth creatures. I won't go into the process. You won't understand anyway. Ningtai Johnson said proudly. Also, if you don't cooperate, there's no need for you to listen to me. With this dead meat? Forgive me for being blunt, but isn't this too childish? If you think you can scare me with this kind of inanimate object, you'd better prepare an escape route. Dead meat? You think it's dead meat? Ningtai Johnson glanced at Herm beside him. Herm emitted an aura. Then the dead meat in Chun Zhao's mouth slowly stretched out its limbs. It's not alive, but it's not dead meat either, Ningtai Johnson said. Ningtai Johnson said, "This is the best artificial puppet in the world. Do you know the difference between us now?" Chun Zhao smiled and slowly raised his hand. "I know, but you don't seem to know." Crash! The huge labyrinth seed disintegrated instantly. Blood, flesh, and bones were smashed against the wall behind him by the terrifying force. Half of the room was dyed red. Herm, who was controlling the labyrinth seed, coughed out a mouthful of blood. Ningtai Johnson was dumbfounded. Herm, on the other hand, looked dispirited, and his body looked much thinner. Oro's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. What happened? What happened just now? He didn't think Chun Zhao had done anything. But why did that huge and terrifying body suddenly self-destruct? How is this possible? Ningtai Johnson exclaimed. Look, this is the difference between us. Chun Zhao smiled at the two, standing on the metal walkway. Ningtai Johnson and Herm's expressions were ugly and even a little panicked. The person opposite them was not an ordinary spiritualist like they thought. This guy was not a North American psychic. This was a powerful cultivator from the East. Let's go. Ningtai Johnson grabbed the dispirited Herm and wanted to escape. Chun Zhao lifted his arm and waved in the air. Ningtai Johnson instantly felt an unprecedented danger. He pressed Herm to the ground, and an extremely terrifying power passed over their heads. The force left a shocking scratch mark on the concrete wall beside them. The scratch mark stretched across half the room. Oro was dumbfounded. What's with this unreasonable scene? He couldn't feel Chun Zhao's power or any aura. He could only see Chun Zhao waving his hand like a lunatic. Then, he left a shocking mark in the room. This guy's a monster, Herm said weakly. We can't escape. We can only fight him head-on. Ningtai Johnson's eyes flashed. Finally, he gritted his teeth. I know. With that, he took out a remote control. The moment he pressed the button, the hemispherical ceiling above them opened. At the same time, the surrounding curved metal doors opened too. Inside the curved metal doors were all giant labyrinth seeds. Above them were elemental labyrinth seeds. These elemental labyrinth seeds were much smaller than normal people. They looked like midgets, However, their light bodies were able to float in midair. Attack, Herm wanted to say, attack Chunjiao. But Chunjiao waved his hand. Instantly, all the labyrinth seeds, big or small, exploded at the same time. Blood poured down like a downpour. The entire room was dyed crimson. That was their decades of hard work. Herm and Ningtai Johnson's expressions froze. They'd once thought that if they had enough resources, they could even create an army of labyrinth seeds that could sweep the world. But at this moment, their confidence had been destroyed by Chunjiao. No matter how many labyrinth seeds there was no way they could stop this monster-like Eastern cultivator. It was a hopeless feeling. They'd thought that even if they were forced into a corner, the shocking number of labyrinth seeds could turn things around for them. But Chunjiao only needed one hand to bring them back into the abyss of despair in an instant. Bathed in the blood rain, Chunjiao smiled at Ningtai Johnson and Herm. "Can you take me to see the lost items now?" Chunjiao's tone was calm, but Ningtai Johnson and Herm didn't have the courage to refuse. They weren't on the same level at all. To be honest, they felt that Chunjiao was bullying them by coming to them. This was too much. It was like an adult bullying a kindergartner. The two glanced at each other. They were unwilling and hopeless. Chunjiao's unreasonably powerful strength made it useless no matter how unwilling they were. This was a very real problem. Their trump card had been destroyed by Chunjiao in an instant. The only good thing was that Chunjiao didn't kill them yet. At least for now, they still had a chance. Oro followed closely behind Chunjiao. He could finally relax now. He didn't know what had happened. What he didn't know was definitely because of magic. Without a doubt, Chunjiao was an unbelievably powerful exorcist. Herm and Ningtai Johnson brought Chunjiao to their warehouse. There were a few labyrinth seeds guarding the place. Of course, the two of them did not let the labyrinth seeds attack. After all, the attacks of these labyrinth seeds were useless against him. When Oro saw the messy pile of gold on the ground, his eyes widened. "We can give you this gold." Herm stared straight at Chunjiao. "We promise we won't leak any information." Chapter 2881. Herm's intentions were clear. "You can have the gold. Let's go." Chunjiao smiled. If he really needed to keep the gold for himself, he would choose a safer way to keep it a secret. Chunjiao took out his phone. "There was signal here. Amira, I'll send you a location. Bring some people over to get your gold. Bring me to your lab. You should be making those things here, right? They're called labyrinth seeds." Ningtai Johnson was very dissatisfied with the things Chunjiao mentioned. He felt that their research results needed to be respected, even if the labyrinth seeds were a byproduct. Of course, they still brought Chunjiao to tour their lab, but the scene was too beautiful. Basically, any cruel experiment that humans could think of could be satisfied here. Slicing? Slicing was the most basic. There were human experiments, as well as biological experiments. Chunjiao looked at the experiments with a normal attitude. After all, Blackie was also doing experiments with Chunjiao. But because of Blackie, there were basically no live experiments. Blackie couldn't kill, so Chunjiao basically provided dead things. There were too many inhumane experiments here. But Chunjiao wasn't concerned about that. He held a copy of Ningtai Johnson's experiment report. "Your labyrinth seeds experiment should be considered a success, right? This data doesn't seem to be a labyrinth seed experiment. This is our initial plan, the immortality experiment." "Oh, you're planning to make yourself immortal?" "Not just immortal. Immortality also means immortality and rebirth." "How's the progress?" Chunjiao didn't believe that anyone could create true immortality. This was because Chunjiao had done similar experiments before. Of course, Chunjiao and Blackie weren't passionate about it, so there weren't any results. There were a few extremely difficult ones that were basically unbreakable. So, Chunjiao and Blackie gave up on this research. Chunjiao didn't need to rely on experiments now. He had a body that was close to immortality. At least, he could be immune to most injuries. Even at the end of his lifespan, his body wouldn't decay. Of course, this was only the immortality of his body. Chunjiao's tremendous vitality didn't give him a similarly long lifespan. But under normal circumstances, he could still live longer than most people. According to Ningtai Johnson and Herm's definition of immortality, longevity, undying, rebirth, based on these 3 points, Chun Zhao was still far from longevity. There was even a gap between him and some old monsters. Chun Zhao was very close to the second option of not dying. Of course, this was because Chun Zhao's body was too strong. Even after death, it was very difficult for the body to naturally decompose. It was similar to Apollo's body that Chun Zhao had encountered in the past. His body was not naturally decomposed either. Chun Zhao understood the third rebirth as the regrowth of a limb or part of a body. At the moment, Chun Zhao could do this. As long as his head wasn't half destroyed, he could still grow some limbs. Chun Zhao and Blackie had also experimented and cultivated Chun Zhao's own cells. However, the results were not satisfactory. The life force and energy contained in the cells made it difficult to nurture them, unless he could get 2 nuclear power plants to continuously supply energy to the culture tank. Therefore, Chun Zhao still had the right to speak about these experiments. How far have you progressed in your research? Longevity. We've broken through the limit of human lifespan. We've added the organs of labyrinth creatures into our bodies. We can probably live for 300 to 400 years. We've been asleep for 800 years. When we wake up, our body functions will rapidly decay. If we don't have any breakthroughs in our research in the next few years, we'll quickly age and die. Chun Zhao glanced at the two. They weren't weak. Of course, their research level wasn't weak either. However, Chun Zhao definitely wouldn't intervene or invest in it. He couldn't have anything to do with this. Chun Zhao patted Oro's shoulder. Oro, go back. Forget everything you saw today. Oro's expression changed slightly. He realized what Chun Zhao meant. It wasn't good to know too much about some things. Herm and Ningtai Johnson both looked at Chun Zhao meaningfully. Maybe keeping him is a good choice, Herm said. Oro's scalp was numb. If they really wanted to kill him, he had no way to escape. I don't like keeping secrets like this, Chun Zhao said calmly. So, Oro, please cherish this opportunity. Don't make me regret this decision, okay? I promise I'll leave now. I've never been here. Oro hurriedly left. Chun Zhao glanced at the two. I'm going to recommend you to an organization. Organization? What organization? Herm and Ningtai Johnson didn't like being restricted or ordered. However, they didn't have much choice now. A rich organization with a government background, Chun Zhao said. You just have to show them your labyrinth seeds, and they'll be happy to take you in. They might even give you a large amount of research funding. The two glanced at each other. Both were hesitant. There is no doubt that their current research had stagnated largely because of their lack of funding. Our identities aren't that clear. They'd slept together for hundreds of years. Herm still didn't have a legal identity. Ningtai Johnson used someone else's identity, so their identity was taboo. How to make up your identity is your problem. Also, that organization is my enemy. The two immediately understood that Chun Zhao wanted them to be spies. No, it wasn't just that. Chun Zhao wanted to use the enemy's funding for experiments. Moreover, these experiments had nothing to do with him. Even if they were exposed in the future, he wouldn't be implicated. Oro sprinted in the forest. Suddenly, a figure landed beside him. Seeing that it was Chun Zhao, Oro immediately sat on the ground. He was here to silence Oro. Don't be scared. I'm not here to silence you. Smiling, Chun Zhao looked at Oro. I'm not someone who goes back on my word. I'm just asking if you're interested in working for me. Oro stared at Chun Zhao with a pale face. You're really not going to kill me. Even if you tell others, I only need to spend a few $100,000 to cover up the news. Then, I'll spend a few tens of thousands to make you die on the streets. To me, what you see and know isn't that valuable. I only want to hire you because you're more convenient. What do you want me to do? Help you kill people? No. Pick up my kids or be their chauffeur. Chun Zhao shrugged. You know that sleeping late is a hard symptom to overcome, so I'm considering finding a professional chauffeur. You're a good candidate. Chapter 2882. Could Oro refuse? He didn't dare to. He was afraid that Chun Zhao would send him to be human feed. That was really possible. Chun Zhao's terror had left a deep impression in his heart. All the tricks in horror movies didn't work on him. No, maybe it did. He'd been wrong from the start. Chun Zhao wasn't an exorcist in horror movies. He was the villain of a horror movie. That's right. In Oro's heart, Chun Zhao was a big boss, a demon king. As for Herm and Ningtai Johnson, they were just small fries. Fortunately, Chun Zhao's salary wasn't low. At the very least, Chun Zhao's promised salary was double that of the same job. After returning to the city, Oro was in a good mood. The journey with Chun Zhao had made him tremble in fear. He didn't need to worry that Chun Zhao would suddenly strangle him and throw him on the side of the road. If Chun Zhao really wanted to do that, he would have done it long ago. Remember to pick up my kids before 9 tomorrow morning. With that, Chun Zhao chased Oro out of the car. On the way back, Chun Zhao's phone rang again. Chun, the gold has been sent back to the bank. It was Amira. Without any small talk, she went straight to the point. You're really fast. I just got back to the city, and you've already moved the gold back. I used a helicopter, Amira said. No matter who it was, they would deal with dozens of tons of gold as quickly and carefully as possible. Amira didn't want anything to happen to the gold again. This time, she'd found an armed helicopter and hired a fully armed army to protect the gold. After regaining what she'd lost, she couldn't be too careful. Also, I transferred $50 million to your card. You know that it's meaningless. Chun Zhao had helped this time not only because Amira had committed a crime in his territory. It was also because of his friendship with Amira. If it was someone else from another bank, Chun Zhao would have looked for them, but he might not have been so diligent. Even if they found something, they'd probably keep it for themselves. $50 million was pretty much the amount of cash that Amira had been robbed this time. She filled in a small change for Chun Zhao as payment. She was also the person who knew Chun Zhao's net worth and income the best. She knew better than Chun Zhao that the $50 million was only his income in a few days. But this was her attitude. Friendship was friendship, but it couldn't be taken for granted. I know. If it was the police who helped me retrieve the item, I would probably only give them a thank you letter, said Amira. All right, I'll take the money. Chun, do you think I should hire a few of your peers? Or can you introduce me to a few? Amelia's idea was not baseless. This incident had given her a wake-up call. Her father had encountered the same thing in the past. There was also the incident with the Devil's Gold. Every time, it was Chun Zhao's help that resolved the crisis. Furthermore, she was helpless against the troubles brought about by the spirit world. But she couldn't trouble him every time. Favors will run out. She and Chun Zhao were equals now. She didn't want to have to beg Chun Zhao one day. Sure, if you need, I can introduce a professional to you. In the future, most of these problems can be solved, Chun Zhao answered straightforwardly. After all, there was no harm in introducing the supernatural organization to Amira. The organization's funding came from the Ministry of Security. Part of it came from independent income. Helping rich people solve their problems was one of their ways of earning money. And Amira was the richest of the rich. Thus, accepting her employment was the best choice. Chun Zhao did not have the upper hand. If Amira really wanted to find someone, she would definitely be able to. So, instead of asking her to find someone else, it was better to help her own people. Amira had told Chun Zhao this because she trusted him. First of all, Chun Zhao was rich. Second of all, his abilities were obvious. Moreover, Chun Zhao was her business partner. Their interests overlapped in many ways. Thus, Amira had asked Chun Zhao to introduce her because of various considerations. I want the best. Money isn't a problem. It's best if it's someone at your level. Amira clearly didn't know much about the spirit world. Otherwise, she wouldn't have said something like this. Dear Miss Amira, I think you're mistaken. You basically can't hire someone at my level or mine. I know you're rich, probably even richer than me. I'm not hiring you. Then, how much money do you think is enough to hire the Vatican's Pope? I don't dare to use money to insult him. You can treat me like him. I might not be as high as him in terms of status, but we're on the same level in the spirit world. It's the same for others who are on the same level as us. If you take out all your cash, you might be able to get them to help you a little. But if you want them to follow you around and protect you all day, you have no other choice but to lower your requirements. So, you have a lot of status in the spirit world, right? I'm just more powerful. Not really. It's like in the capital market. I'm not the most famous, but I'm definitely one of the richest. Amira roughly understood what Chen Zhao meant. Okay, if I encounter something like this again, can the person you recommend help me solve it? Yes, Chen Zhao answered with certainty. If he said he wasn't sure, he'd be sabotaging himself. I'll give you a contact number. You can contact him yourself. Can I mention you? Yes, just say I recommended him. Chen Zhao didn't want to talk about his relationship with the supernatural organization. Wes would definitely know how to say it. In terms of cooperation, both sides still had to hold back. It was just like how Amira wouldn't tell Chen Zhao everything. Chen Zhao was obviously the same. Before he reached home, he received another call from West. President, a lady called Amira just called me. She said you recommended her. Yeah, what did you say? I haven't completely agreed yet. I said that I'll talk to her tomorrow. What do you think about the price and hiring method? She's rich. She really runs a bank. Chen Zhao's answer was simple. Rich, very rich. Of course, he wanted as much as he could get. Although they wouldn't sign any contract, this was a business cooperation. Okay, I'll try my best. Wes had called to ask for Chen Zhao's opinion. If it was help between friends, then it would be friendship price. If it was a cooperation, then naturally, he wanted as much money as he could. Chapter 2883. The next day, Oro arrived at Chen Zhao's house. Chen Zhao let a bunch of kids out. Oro was dumbfounded. He thought that Chen Zhao only had 1 or 2 kids. But the number was far beyond his imagination. Chen Zhao introduced Oro to the kids. Oro also adjusted his attitude. He accepted being a professional chauffeur. It was Oro's first time picking up kids. Of course, Chen Zhao had to follow. Ignoring whether he didn't trust Oro, he had to at least point him in the right direction. After sending the older children to school, it was time to go to kindergarten. Ampa stood at the door. Seeing Chen Zhao's car, she immediately walked over. Chen Zhao was a major shareholder of the kindergarten. She had to show enough respect. Even in kindergarten, Chen Zhao's kids enjoyed special treatment. Hi, Chen. Ampa greeted warmly. Ampa, good morning. Ampa's gaze drifted to Oro, who was in the driver's seat. He is my chauffeur. He'll be in charge of picking up the kids to and from school. Ampa nodded. She wasn't surprised. Usually, it was Portia and Zephyra who picked up the kids. They were both Chen Zhao's assistants. It was more reasonable to have a professional chauffeur. After chatting with Ampa for a while, Chen Zhao received a call from an unknown number. It was an unknown number. However, there weren't many people who knew this number. Hello, who is it? Do you have time? The voice was unfamiliar. Chen Zhao frowned. He didn't know who it was. The person just asked him if he had time. Even his friends wouldn't talk to him like this. Chen Zhao was a bit unhappy. Impatiently, he asked, Who are you? After a few seconds of silence, the person said, I'm Mordery. Then Chen Zhao fell silent. You're the Mordery I know? I'm at XXX in San Francisco. Mordery gave Chen Zhao an address. Chen Zhao had a lot on his mind. He couldn't tell if it was Mordery, but he still decided to go to San Francisco. He called Fei Lai and told her that he was going to San Francisco. He also asked Portia to help him book a plane ticket. Then he hurried to the airport. Along the way, Chen Zhao kept wondering if it was Mordery, but after thinking for a long time, he still couldn't come to a conclusion. San Francisco and Los Angeles were only a few hundred kilometers apart, so Chen Zhao landed quickly. Chen Zhao rented a car from the car rental company at the airport and went to the address. The address was located in the suburbs of San Francisco. It was very, very remote. If not for the GPS, he wouldn't even be able to find this place. It was a small town on the outskirts of San Francisco. Most of the residents here were farmers. After confirming the address again, Chen Zhao stood in front of a door. After a moment of hesitation, Chen Zhao knocked on the door. The one who opened the door was a woman in her 30s. She looked quite beautiful. Hello, who are you looking for? Air. I think I got the wrong place. Sorry. Chen Zhao was about to leave. Just then, a tall man came out of the house. He was taller than the woman by a head. Chen, you're in the right place, the tall man said. Chen Zhao was stunned. This is Mordery? His face changed, but Chen Zhao was sure that this guy was Mordery. His height, figure, voice, mannerisms, and smile were all like Mordery's, except for his face. You long time no see. Didn't you recognize me? Morgari came out and patted Chun Zhao's shoulder, chuckling. Ellie, let me introduce you. This is my good friend, Chun. Hello, Chun. Please come in. The woman called Ellie also smiled and welcomed Chun Zhao into the house. Morgari brought Chun Zhao to the backyard. It was a small, single-family mansion. It was about a few hundred square meters, and the house only took up about 100 square meters. The rest of the space was for the yard. Ellie went to prepare some food for the two. Tell me what happened, Chun Zhao asked, somewhat dissatisfied. A year ago, I've been planning a way to escape. A few months ago, I accidentally found out that the English gang was infiltrating the gangs in LA. I suddenly realized that my chance had come. Of course, in order for the plan to go smoothly, it could only be a country with an unstable regime like Africa. I rented a plane and caused that crash. Then, I changed my identity and came back. Morgari touched his face. Then I changed my face. Even the plastic surgeon is a black doctor. He's quite skilled. You should have asked me to do the plastic surgery for you, Chun Zhao said with a dark expression. I'm sorry for making you worry for so long, Morgari said apologetically. I heard about what happened in Los Angeles. Morgari said apologetically. Thank you for helping me deal with the aftermath. Where's Ellie? My wife. We're having a wedding this weekend. She's a mother of a child. I need a few relatives and friends to make up the numbers. That's why you came to me? Fuck. Chun Zhao was rather unhappy. But Chun Zhao was more relieved. Morgari was still alive. What about Victoria? Don't tell me you forgot about her. She's fine, Morgari replied. She's in that mountain over there. This is a hunting zone, so she won't be in any danger. I'll also visit her regularly every week. Okay, I forgive you. Chun Zhao was happy that Morgari could be reborn, even if he hid it from Chun Zhao. This was the best home for Morgari. As for the chaos caused by his disappearance, it didn't matter anymore. Morgari didn't inform Chun Zhao just because of the wedding. It was also because of trust, just like when Morgari was at his most difficult time. Chun Zhao helped him the same way. He hoped that Chun Zhao wouldn't feel sad for him anymore. This weekend, Feilai and I will come with our children. Oh, I'm Peyton Andre now. I was born in Washington. Don't get it wrong. I'm a middle school PE teacher in this town. Gentlemen, can you come and help me? Ellie called from inside the house. Help me bring the beer in. Beer and barbecue. The two chatted happily. They were very happy and relaxed. Morgari's entire body, mind, and aura were completely different from before. Chun Zhao was happy for Morgari's change. In the past, Morgari was completely immersed in darkness. Especially after he became the ruler of LA's underground, he lost his smile. The smile Chun Zhao saw today was more than all the time he'd known Morgari in the past. The two drank until Ellie's child finished school, a child who admired Morgari a lot. Chapter 2884. Andre, you're really happy today. Is it because of that friend of yours? I'm happy every day, Morgari said, holding Ellie's hand. No, today's the most special. You must be really close to him. Yes, very. You can say that he's the person I trust the most other than you. Ellie was also happy that Morgari's friend could visit him. When Morgari interacted with Chun Zhao, the feeling was completely different from when she interacted with him. Ellie couldn't tell what the difference was, but she could feel it. Of course, Ellie wouldn't be jealous because of a man. She was mature enough, both physically and mentally. She'd once had a failed marriage. Now, she really treasured the man before her. Chun Zhao leaned against the window. He stared at the wilderness under the night sky. When they were drinking, Morgari said that he'd met his mother, Ellie, because of this child. Then they fell in love. Anyway, it was a melodramatic story, but strangely it was touching. Morgari actually had a lot of money, so he didn't need Chun Zhao's support. Plus, the money had been laundered through some complicated channels. This was the backup plan he prepared in the beginning. But Morgari was very satisfied with his current life. If it wasn't necessary, he wouldn't touch the money. Chun Zhao drank a lot today. He even needed someone to drive for him before he left. Seeing Morgari again was probably the best thing that had happened to him in a while. Is this the way to the airport? No, sir, the driver replied. The designated driver replied, but you'd better wait obediently. We don't want to get hurt, don't you think? Chun Zhao thought about it and asked, Do you live in this area? Of course. Everyone here knows me. The driver clearly thought that Chun Zhao was an outsider who was easy to bully. Especially since Chun Zhao had yellow skin, he was the best target. Do you have any power or organization? Why are you asking so many questions? Chun Zhao chuckled. I hope you can take me to your gang's headquarters. What? Drive faster. I have to catch a flight later. 3 hours later, Chun Zhao returned to Los Angeles. As soon as he left the airport, a woman in a red dress walked toward him. A familiar face. It was Zhu Hongyi. According to Zhang Tianyi, the disciples of the Five Elements sect were from the Zhuge clan. Zhou Yinan had invited him to cause trouble for Chun Zhao. In the end, Chun Zhao let him go. Chun Zhao did not expect to see Zhu Hongyi here. Mr. Chun, Blood Mary is waiting for you. Her? Why are you looking for me? I don't know. When Zhu Hongyi looked at Chun Zhao, her eyes were filled with respect. After all, she had used all her strength last time and had to resort to trickery to save her life. Later, she accepted the invitation of the 23rd Blood Mary and joined the Scarlet Church. The 23rd generation Blood Mary told her that it was not because of her strength and ability that she survived. It was only because they saw the value in her that she survived. Chun Zhao was the strongest person in the world right now. Lead the way. Although the 23rd generation Blood Mary had been in Los Angeles for a while. However, every time they met, it was at the base where Ares was held captive. Chun Zhao still didn't know where she lived. Zhu Hongyi brought Chun Zhao to a manor in the dense forest. Before he could enjoy the scenery of the manor, 2 more cars stopped. The 23rd generation Blood Mary and Bifla were here too. You're here too? Chun Zhao asked in surprise. Did the old witch call us here too? Zhang Tianyi asked. I don't know. She's so mysterious. Chun Zhao shook his head. I don't know. She's so mysterious. You and her have been so mysterious recently. Is it related to this? Zhang Tianyi asked. Chun Zhao was shocked. No way. The 23rd generation succeeded? Chun Zhao could not be sure if it was true. Please come in. Zhu Hongyi led the way. Chun Zhao, Zhang Tianyi, and Bifla subconsciously used their small world to sense the entire manor. However, the 3 could not sense the 23rd generation Blood Mary's location. As Zhu Hongyi led the way, they finally realized why they could not sense Blood Mary. They walked down the winding stairs for more than 30 minutes. Going all the way down, it should be about a few thousand meters deep. No wonder they could not sense the 23rd generation Blood Mary's aura. So she was hidden so deep underground. But soon, they sensed the 23rd generation Blood Mary's aura. It was very clear, very powerful, and unreserved. She was more powerful than ever before. The 3 of them were visibly moved. It had to be known that releasing such an aura. Basically, they were at their strongest. But the 23rd generation Blood Mary was still releasing it. What's that old witch doing? Is she fighting some strong enemy? Does she not want to live anymore? Zhu Hongyi walked in front, completely ignoring the words of the 3 behind him. She had no right to answer any questions. The deeper they went, the more shocking the 23rd generation Blood Mary's aura became. The 3 were all confused. By now, Zhu Hongyi could no longer go down. Further down, the aura was so powerful that it was almost tangible. It almost suffocated her. Go up, Zhang Tianyi said calmly. We'll walk the rest of the way ourselves. We shouldn't get lost. Zhu Hongyi thought about it and nodded. No matter how unwilling she was, she could not fight against this terrifying aura. The 23rd generation Blood Mary had said that she had a chance to become the second Chun Zhao, but that would take at least 10 years or even longer. But before breaking through to the Shangqing realm, she had no right to talk to the top of the Shangqing realm. She didn't even have the right to face them. The 3 continued going down. None of them dared to say that they could win against the 23rd generation Blood Mary in this state. Powerful, indescribably powerful. What followed was the high temperature. It rose by 1 degree with each step. Chun Zhao did not care. He fought it head-on. Bifla did not care. He cultivated the main fire. This bit of temperature did not affect him at all. Zhang Tianyi could not take it anymore. He added a dozen buffs to himself. He was a bit envious of Chun Zhao and Bifla. He wondered if he should practice body-strengthening spells when he went back. Although he couldn't compare to Chen Zhao, he could still be useful in certain situations. When they reached the bottom, the temperature had reached almost 1,000 degrees. The 23rd generation Blood Mary was sitting not far away. There were no enemies here. She was the only one. "Mary, are you crazy?" Zhang Tianyi asked. The 23rd generation Blood Mary looked at the three and said, "I'm going to become a god. I need you three to be my witnesses." Chapter 2885. Become a god? "I think you're going to die soon," Zhang Tianyi said, looking at 23rd Blood Mary seriously. He didn't have many thoughts about becoming a god. To the four people present, gods might be rare, but they definitely weren't something that they needed to fear. In terms of ability, they could already challenge any god. They were more curious about the gods. Of course, they were also curious about the current 23rd Blood Mary. But they definitely wouldn't treat 23rd Blood Mary like how they treated Ares. The four of them had a cooperative relationship based on mutual benefits. Chen Zhao was the last to join, but he'd already made enough contributions. This time, 23rd Blood Mary called them all here. On one hand, she wanted the three of them to protect her. On the other hand, she wanted them to watch from the side. Of course, 23rd Blood Mary wasn't sure if she could succeed. "I feel the lack of spiritual qi around us. Are you devouring large amounts?" Zhang Tianyi asked. "With your devouring speed, the surrounding spiritual qi will dry up completely in less than half an hour. Your devouring process will stop too." "I can't help it," 23rd Blood Mary said helplessly. "I can't find another place. There are places with abundant spiritual qi in Los Angeles, but most of those places were close to the city or populated." 23rd Blood Mary wasn't sure how much influence her process of becoming a god would have. Chen Zhao took out his black trident and stabbed it into the ground. At the same time, he activated the black trident. There were 13 old turtles' internal alchemy embedded in the black trident. Chen Zhao had only activated 2 of them so far, but one was enough to turn an area into a paradise. Instantly, the entire room was filled with a huge amount of spiritual qi. 23rd Blood Mary perked up. Zhang Tianyi and Bifla couldn't help but look at the black trident in Chen Zhao's hand. This was a weapon that could hurt or even kill them. They instinctively felt that the weapon had an extraordinary origin. But no matter how hard they thought, they couldn't figure out where it came from. It wasn't Zhang Tianyi's first time seeing a black trident on Godslayer. Chen Zhao had also used the black trident against Mr. Jun Fong last time. But at that time, he didn't have too many feelings. After all, Chen Zhao's personal power still concealed other things. The 23rd generation of Blood Mary was noticeably smoother. In the process of this transformation, she needed even more spiritual energy of the world. Previously, she had been in a state of hypoxia. The surrounding spiritual energy was not enough for her to complete this process. "Why did you suddenly start the process of becoming a god?" Bifla asked. Zhang Tianyi immediately looked at Chen Zhao. He also wanted to know the reason. Logically speaking, anyone here had a better chance than the 23rd Blood Mary. Zhang Tianyi thought that he had gained a lot of knowledge from Ares. However, there was still a long way to go before he could become a god. Bifla had also gained a lot. Chen Zhao's cultivation was the highest, and he was the first to come into contact with Ares. He had even fought with Ares and felt his divine kingdom. Only Blood Mary of the 23rd generation had the least contact with Ares. Her strength, knowledge, and even her gains were not the greatest. Why was she the first to become a god? Of course, it wasn't that they had any hopes of becoming a god. To them, becoming a god should be a process of transformation. Even if the opportunity to become a god was placed before them, they might not accept it. They were more interested in the path of becoming a god. They hoped that they could comprehend the principle of reaching the same goal through different means and perfect their own path. For people like Blood Mary of the 23rd generation, she had no other choice. Facing the end of her life, she could only choose to become a god. She used this method to prolong her existence. Blood Mary glanced at Chen Zhao. Obtained something from Chen Zhao. More accurately, It's a transaction. What is it? The golden apple, which is the original theocracy that Ares mentioned. Zhang Tianyi and Bifla sucked in a breath of cold air. They really didn't expect Chen Zhao to have something like this. They were even more shocked that Blood Mary of the 23rd generation could actually afford it. What did she use to exchange for the golden apple? Right now, Blood Mary was not in the mood to explain anymore. Her body was undergoing a huge change. Slowly, Blood Mary 23's hair started to fall out. She had a scabby head and looked really ugly. However, the roots of her scabby head were growing tender blonde hair. The skin on her face was falling off too. It wasn't just skin flakes, but skin that was still stained with blood and flesh. Her face was bloody and full of holes. It was terrifying. A pained expression appeared on Blood Mary's face. The other three sat in 3 different directions of Blood Mary of the 23rd generation. No one could help her relieve the pain. They were also worried that they would be more of a hindrance. The spiritual energy of the world is being compressed and transformed in my body. It's a completely different process from transforming in a magic power. Although the 23rd generation Blood Mary was in great pain, she was still able to articulate her thoughts clearly. What kind of transformation is it? The first step is to remove the impurities, just like transforming them in a magic power. Then, it passes through the brain and seems to activate a certain function in the brain center. After passing through the brain center, it flows to this position, the dantian. As Blood Mary of the 23rd generation spoke, her face was completely unrecognizable. There was no skin at all. It was completely flesh and blood. This should be divine power. The 3 followed Blood Mary's instructions, but they couldn't do the second step. I can't. After removing the impurities, the spiritual energy of the world becomes very pure. If I let this energy flow into my brain, it'll explode, Bifla said. Chen Zhao and Zhang Tianyi gave up too. They felt the same. My body is starting to change. Cough, cough. Wah. As she spoke, Blood Mary of the 23rd generation suddenly vomited a mouthful of blood. My body is starting to reject it. However, compared to the immense divine power, my body's rejection reaction is difficult to resist. Fortunately, this process is not too intense. Otherwise, my body would have directly collapsed. This kind of process is still acceptable. The shedding of skin tissue is acceptable, and then the decay of the body's organs, which are then remodeled and awakened by divine power. This process is very dangerous, and if it was someone slightly weaker, they would probably die in this process. Just then, the short hair on Blood Mary's head was growing at a visible speed. Chapter 2886. Her metabolism was changing the 23rd Blood Mary's flesh and skin hundreds of times faster than normal. Her body wasn't hunched anymore. Her skin wasn't loose anymore. Her eyes weren't turbid anymore. Do you have to release all your power to the max when you become a god? Zhang Tianyi asked. I'm not releasing my original power. I'm dispersing it, 23rd Blood Mary answered. The old and new powers will clash. If you want to completely accept the divine power, you have to give up your original power. So, I disperse my original magic power in advance to prevent the clash from being too intense. It's a pity to give up your original power, Bifla said. I'm not giving up completely. I'm only giving up magic power, 23rd Blood Mary answered. The 23rd Blood Mary replied, techniques, and comprehensions won't be lost because of this. For the forepresent, magic power or mana was something they didn't lack at all. If they wanted, they could accumulate 10 times their own magic power the next day. But there was no point in having so much magic power apart from setting off fireworks. Among the 4 of them, 23rd Blood Mary was about to give up her magic power and turn into divine power. The other 3 were refining their magic power to obtain pure power. 23rd Blood Mary didn't give up her power system. The true essence of her power system came from her understanding of the Tao and knowledge, not magic power. What divinity did you choose? Chen Zhao asked. I didn't choose any divinity. It's what the golden apple gave me. I don't have a choice, 23rd Blood Mary answered. Blood Mary replied, Air, I control the air. Although I haven't completed the ascended process, I can suffocate half a city with a single thought. That's a bit useless, Chen Zhao said, rubbing his chin. It was true that the 23rd generation Blood Mary was ridiculously strong in terms of AoE damage. She was like a walking nuclear warhead now, but the three of them could do it with a bit of effort. So, such large-scale damage was really meaningless to people of the same level. They couldn't just hope for people of the same level to suffocate to death, right? Of course, Chen Zhao didn't believe that 23rd Blood Mary was only capable of this after becoming a god. The power she mentioned was air, but it didn't mean that air could only suffocate people. At this moment, a terrifying air current approached the west coast. The tropical storm that came out of nowhere scared the west coast's warning system. The data fed back by the weather ball on the sea directly scared the hell out of all the early warning personnel. At that moment, the 23rd Blood Mary suddenly opened her eyes and said, "You guys need to help me deal with the aftermath. I didn't expect to trigger an astronomical phenomenon. It's not under my control, but I can feel it. What's the situation? Now, with me as the center, there will be a superstorm with an inner ring diameter of more than 20 kilometers and an outer ring diameter of more than 100 kilometers. According to the storm scale, it should be more than 25, and because of the storm, it has already caused a super tsunami on the sponge, and now it is rushing towards the coastline at a speed of 150 kilometers per hour." Chen Zhao frowned. A level 25 superstorm? This kind of natural disaster could basically disintegrate an ordinary house. There was also a tsunami with a speed of 150 kilometers per hour. This thing was basically at the level of killing anyone who stood in its way, and killing Buddha who stood in its way. Then, Chen Zhao remembered that Mingwe Villa was on the coastline. This thing was the most destructive to the coastline. "I can stop the tsunami," Chen Zhao said. "But the storm can't." "Then I'll stop the storm," Biflis said. "At least I can deal with it like a normal storm, but I'm not sure how effective it will be." "You want to use the hot air to create an internal pressure difference?" 23rd Blood Mary asked. "And then destroy the structure of the storm?" "Yes," Bifla answered, nodding. "No, I can't control the astronomical phenomenon now. If you don't have enough hot air, it might be absorbed by the storm and become an even stronger one." "Let me do it," Zhang Tianyi said, standing up. "Bifla, you stay here and protect Mary." 23rd Blood Mary glanced at Zhang Tianyi and didn't speak. This was absolute trust. Since Zhang Tianyi said he would do it, he would definitely do it. Number one in the world wasn't just a title. "Do you still need spiritual qi?" Chen Zhao asked. "I need this thing." "No need. You can take it." Chen Zhao pulled out the black trident and walked out. Now that he was tall, he had to support the sky even if it collapsed. Chen Zhao reached home first. Everything was fine. Because of the early warning, the whole family stayed in the house obediently. Chen Zhao didn't ask them to move to Mirror Lake Manor. Although Mingwe Villa was on the coastline, it was more dangerous for them to go out now. Because of the strong wind, cars could even flip over. No matter what, it was safer to stay in the building. Chen Zhao flew 50 kilometers from the coastline and saw the terrifying white lines. They were formed by the distant tsunami. He couldn't see the end. Chen Zhao gulped. Even he wasn't confident in controlling a tsunami of this level. Chen Zhao grabbed the black trident with both hands and took a deep breath. He had to release his power without holding back. Right below Chen Zhao, a tsunami formed, but in the opposite direction. It wasn't weaker than the tsunami, but the scale was far smaller. However, as Chen Zhao continued to unleash his power, the tsunami he created also kept growing in scale. "Huh!" Chen Zhao roared. The reverse tsunami expanded by 10 times. But this scale was far from enough. Compared to the previous tsunami, Chen Zhao's reverse tsunami wasn't even a tenth. Compared to the previous tsunami, Chen Zhao's reverse tsunami wasn't even a tenth. No, this method was purely a waste of energy. Chen Zhao thought of another method. The reverse tsunami collapsed directly. Chen Zhao changed directions and flew toward the end of the tsunami. After flying for 200 kilometers, he finally found the end of the tsunami. Chen Zhao created a small black ball and shot it into the tsunami. Boom! The black ball drilled a few kilometers into the tsunami and suddenly exploded. The huge impact disintegrated the tsunami several kilometers in front and behind. It was more effective than using the tsunami to fight the tsunami. It seemed like he was more suitable for destruction. The speed of disintegrating the tsunami was much more efficient than before. It also saved more energy. Chun Zhao could create a small black ball in a dozen seconds. A small black ball could cause a huge impact within a few kilometers. The total length of the tsunami was no more than 200 kilometers. So, Chun Zhao could disintegrate the entire tsunami very efficiently. Chapter 2887. It only took half an hour for the entire tsunami to collapse. But this wasn't the end. The storm wasn't over yet. The tsunami came back. It was a never-ending cycle. Unless Zhang Tianyi could deal with the storm quickly, Chun Zhao didn't have a way to defend against a natural disaster of this level. Chun Zhao also lacked a way to defend against it. He could only use the most primitive method, using violence against violence. Of course, it wasn't as efficient as solving the problem from the root. Comparatively, Chun Zhao's destructive power was clearly better. However, the 23rd generation Blood Mary's destructive power was clearly on another level. Becoming a god could already cause such a natural disaster. If he fought her, who knew if she could create an even more terrifying disaster? Old John, how's your side? Are you done yet? If you don't, I won't stop here. Not yet. I'm still preparing. If Zhang Tianyi didn't solve the root problem, Chun Zhao could only guard this coastline. Chun Zhao could only guard this coastline. Not long after, Chun Zhao suddenly felt the cold wind blowing toward him. Chun Zhao couldn't help but look confused. Chun Zhao knew that wind was mostly caused by the collision of hot and cold air, creating a pressure difference. The air in the high-pressure region would flow toward the low-pressure region. The wind brought by the tropical storm mainly came from the Pacific Ocean current. It should be a warm wind, not a cold one. Also, this coldness wasn't normal. It didn't feel like a tropical ocean current. It was more like the wind from Siberia. But Chun Zhao could clearly feel that the wind was much weaker. Zhang Tianyi did this? Chun Zhao was a bit surprised. This feeling was most likely from Zhang Tianyi. But this was a big move. It was much better than Chun Zhao's simple destruction of the structure of the tsunami. Moreover, the scale of the superstorm caused by the 23rd generation Blood Mary was one of the largest in history. If it was Bifla's previous idea, he wanted to create a hot air flow inside the storm to increase the air pressure inside. Then, the air pressure outside would become weak, and the air would no longer flow inside. But 23rd Blood Mary was against this idea. If Bifla's hot air couldn't exceed the pressure of the storm, it would only be absorbed by the storm and make it stronger. Zhang Tianyi, on the other hand, was doing the opposite. He was creating cold air from the outside, causing the cold air to be absorbed by the storm, and the cold air would only reduce the wind pressure of the storm, thus reducing the storm's level. Obviously, Zhang Tianyi's method was more difficult. After all, Bifla was inside the storm, and the diameter of the storm's interior was only 20 kilometers. However, Zhang Tianyi was creating cold air outside the storm. The circumference of the storm's exterior was quite shocking, and its surface area was almost the size of California. For example, Chun Zhao had to run for his life against a straight line of tsunamis. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that Zhang Tianyi's skill was astonishing. Although Zhang Tianyi usually did whatever he wanted, when it was really necessary, he really dared to take the lead for others. He could do what others couldn't, and there was no doubt about his strength. Suddenly, Chun Zhao's phone rang. Zhang Tianyi roared on the other end. Chun Zhao, I have trouble here. I can't leave. Come and solve it. I can't free myself, Chun Zhao said. Hurry up. What you're good at is killing people and robbing them. You can finish them in 10 minutes. Come over and help me finish them first. Chun Zhao was a bit confused. Who dared to mess with him? Even if Zhang Tianyi couldn't free himself now, not everyone would dare to show off before him. However, from Zhang Tianyi's tone, he seemed to really be in a hurry. Chun Zhao thought about it and decided to go to Zhang Tianyi's direction to see what was going on. Chun Zhao charged toward Zhang Tianyi at full speed. Before he even saw Zhang Tianyi, he could already feel his aura. There was also another equally powerful aura. What was that? It didn't seem like a human's aura, but it was also unbelievably powerful. Chen Zhao found Zhang Tiany's location and charged over. Zhang Tiany also had a majestic aura. It was much stronger than the 23rd Blood Mary. Zhang Tiany's body emitted a blue glow. Before him was a huge, faintly discernible figure. It was vaguely in the shape of a large bird. However, Zhang Tiany held it with one hand, as if he'd used some spell to freeze the bird. The figure was faintly discernible, but it didn't seem real. "What's that?" Chen Zhao asked. "Wind rock. It eats wind," Zhang Tiany said. "Where did it come from? If it wants to eat, let it eat. This thing eats wind and also pulls wind. You think it's here to help?" Zhang Tiany was so angry that his beard straightened. "I'm going to release the restriction. You take over." Chen Zhao nodded. With that, Zhang Tiany released the restriction. Instantly, the wind rock's huge body appeared. It was a huge bird that was close to 10 miles long. It was so huge that it made people's hair stand on end. The feathers on its body were grayish-white. It was so big that it made people's hair stand on end, and the feathers on its body were gray. The surrounding wind surged and thunder boomed. "Where did this thing come from? Where did this thing come from?" Zhang Tiany said. "If it rushes into the storm and disturbs the airflow, all my previous efforts will be in vain." Zhang Tiany said, "If I let it rush into the storm and disturb the airflow of the storm, all my previous efforts will be in vain. If it rushes into the storm and disturbs the airflow, all my previous efforts will be wasted. You can kill it, right? Kill it and give me half of its body." Chen Zhao moved. Boom! The wind rock's huge body crashed into the sea. Zhang Tiany looked at Chen Zhao's attack and clicked his tongue. Chen Zhao dove headfirst into the sea. The wind rock was about to leap out again. Chen Zhao smacked it on the head again and pushed it back into the sea. The sky was its home ground, but the sea wasn't, especially when Chen Zhao could control seawater. In an instant, the surface of the sea churned, creating a series of terrifying waves. It was as if countless explosive fish had exploded under the sea. A few minutes later, the sea calmed down slightly. The wind rock's huge body was almost shattered. It slowly floated to the surface. "Remember, half of it is mine," Zhang Tiany reminded Chen Zhao. "I'll keep it for now." Chen Zhao waved his hand and put the wind rock into his spatial ring. However, more than half of the ring was occupied by the wind rock's body. The wind rock was simply too huge. If humans faced something like this, only nuclear weapons could harm it. Chen Zhao suddenly lifted his head and looked at the sky, confused. Zhang Tiany also revealed a puzzled expression as he looked up at the sky. They seemed to have sensed something. Wind, even bigger. The wind wasn't caused by the difference in air pressure. The wind carried a vast and majestic spiritual qi. Chapter 2888. Chen Zhao and Zhang Tiany glanced at each other. They could see the shock and astonishment in each other's eyes. Even they couldn't imagine the scale of the spiritual qi in the world. Vast, surging, majestic, boundless. There seemed to be an invisible hole in the sky. The spiritual qi was seeping out of the hole. "What's in there?" "I don't know," Zhang Tiany said. "The wind rock came out from there." Suddenly, another huge head appeared in the sky. A huge wind rock's head. Another wind rock came out. It was even bigger than the first one. What the hell? Perhaps it was because it was too big, but it didn't come out very smoothly. Chen Zhao obviously wouldn't miss this chance. He charged forward at top speed. Die! Instantly, a rain of blood fell from the sky. The wind rock's head exploded. But at the same time, the sky also split open. Chen Zhao's power spread to the horizon. A terrifying red crack appeared in the sky dozens of kilometers away. An even more terrifying amount of heaven and earth spiritual qi was pouring out of the red crack. Chen Zhao looked at Zhang Tiany. "I think I used too much force." Zhang Tiany was speechless too. He could feel it too. The invisible barrier in the sky hadn't been completely torn. It was probably the hole left by the wind rock when it came out. But Chen Zhao's attack didn't just kill the wind rock. It also completely tore open the crack. In an instant, a terrifying amount of heaven and earth spiritual qi gushed out from the opening. It crashed onto the surface of the sea, creating huge waves. Chun Zhao and Zhang Tianyi, who were below, were pushed into the sea by the terrifying spiritual qi. The two of them stabilized themselves with great difficulty. Old Zhang, what's going on? I think the spiritual qi tide came early, Zhang Tianyi said. No way. My punch caused a spiritual qi tide? Chun Zhao really wanted to push the blame away. That's not the cause. The real cause should be Blood Mary, Zhang Tianyi said. She caused the spiritual qi tide to come early. Good. Ask her if there's a problem. Right now, the sea was also in chaos. Many sea creatures fought in the sea, ignoring the wind and waves. They were fighting over the wind, rock's flesh. Will the world be in chaos with the arrival of the spiritual qi tide? Chun Zhao asked worriedly. No, the spiritual energy tide is a process. How far can it go? This is just the beginning, Zhang Tianyi said. However, the appearance of the spirit energy tide means that a large number of spiritualists will awaken, even in North America. You'd better be prepared. Zhang Tianyi looked at the sky. At this moment, the storm had already been dispersed by the huge amount of heaven and earth spiritual energy. Even a storm of that scale would be defeated in the face of the boundless spiritual energy of the world. Let's go and see how Blood Mary is doing. The two of them returned to the depths of Blood Mary's manor. Chun Zhao entered the underground chamber. He saw an unfamiliar blonde, young, and beautiful woman sitting opposite Bifla. Is she the 23rd generation? Chun Zhao asked in shock. Bifla glanced at the two of them and nodded. She has been transforming all this time, and it hasn't stopped. At this time, the 23rd Blood Mary opened her eyes. Her pupils were golden. This was exactly the same as Ares. Her aura was also very similar to Ares's, but also different. Did you succeed? Chun Zhao sensed the aura on the 23rd Blood Mary. Not yet. The 23rd Blood Mary, he shook her head. My body's transformation hasn't finished. My divine kingdom hasn't been built yet. As she spoke, the 23rd Blood Mary's body started shedding again. However, it wasn't as bloody as before. Of course, in terms of horror, the current her was scarier, because she was shedding her entire human skin. After shedding her skin, the 23rd Blood Mary's even more petite body crawled out. Not only was her body smaller, but her body and appearance had also become younger. She looked like she was in her 20s before, but now she looked like a teenager. How many times has she undergone this transformation? Chun Zhao asked. Including this time, 9 times, Bifla said. If she's still shedding, will she become a baby? Yes, the 23rd Blood Mary answered. The 23rd Blood Mary replied, My divine power is fusing with my body and transforming my body into the prototype of a divine body, which is the young god that Ares mentioned. What about vitality? Zhang Tianyi asked. He was quite concerned about this. After all, he wasn't young anymore. Theoretically, it's endless, 23rd Blood Mary answered. Can gods really become immortal? Chun Zhao asked, surprised. No, 23rd Blood Mary answered. A god's lifespan is related to their godly authority and divine power. If they don't lose their godly authority and divine power, they can continue to exist. But if they lose their godly authority, they lose their divine power. Without divine power, their lifespan will come to an end too. They still have many advantages compared to mortals. Aside from power, lifespan is something that most people can't resist. Even Chun Zhao was tempted. Perhaps one day, when Chun Zhao was at the end of his rope like 23rd Blood Mary, he'd choose the same path as her. Of course, Chun Zhao didn't need to do that right now. Chun Zhao wanted to continue exploring according to his current path. He might still have a chance to walk his own path. Bifla and Zhang Tianyi had similar thoughts. The three of them had 3 completely different choices, but different paths led to the same destination. The paths they'd chosen were also very similar. Therefore, they could learn from each other and discuss. Finally, 23rd Blood Mary started her 10th transformation. 10 minutes later, she finished. A 2 to 3-year-old baby crawled out of the old skin. Everyone was speechless. 23rd Blood Mary raised her arms and looked at her limbs. It's better than expected. I didn't completely transform into a baby. Although her body had become a baby, 23rd Blood Mary's thoughts were still the same as before. This body is too weak. 23rd Blood Mary said helplessly. It has great power, but it can't be completely released. What's the difference between you now and the past? Power and characteristics. I can use divine power to imitate the moves and magic of the past, making them even more powerful. However, in a battle of the same level, I'm even weaker. I've lost my small world, and my divine kingdom hasn't been built yet. Moreover, my current body can't release too much divine power. If any of you want to fight me now, I can only raise my hands and surrender. Chapter 2889. Last night's storm had caused quite a bit of damage to the West Coast. There were also casualties, but not many. Chun Zhao could vaguely feel that the spiritual qi had become slightly thicker. It wasn't much, but it felt like it had increased in just one night. This was already having an effect. He couldn't feel the global effect yet. After all, even if the spiritual qi increased by 1% last night, there might not be 1% more spiritualists in the world. But if it increased by 10%, the number of spiritualists would increase exponentially. Chun Zhao didn't know how much the spiritual qi tide would increase by, or perhaps by a few 100%. Although there have been many spiritual qi tides in history, there were no clear records of their numbers. Moreover, there seemed to be differences in the strength of the spiritual qi tide at different times. Right now, Biflo was the only one who had the right to speak. This was because he'd experienced a spiritual qi tide before. He'd lived from the previous spiritual qi tide era until now. However, it was the beginning, so even Biflo couldn't tell if it was the same or not. Oro had just picked up the kids for school. Chun Zhao looked at the trash that had been washed up on the beach after the storm. Last night's storm had also affected Mingyue Villa. It didn't destroy the overall situation, but no one could stop the things that had washed up from the sea. Hey, Zephyra. When are you and Portia coming? Sorry, I'm waiting for Portia. She's sleeping in again. That D*Ned woman is putting on makeup now, Zephyra answered helplessly. Fine. Tell her that if I don't see her in an hour, she'll have to pay me again this month. Tell that Shoal boss that if he dares to deduct my money again, I'll quit. Portia's furious roar came from the phone. Zephyr glanced at Portia. She really admired Portia. This woman owed the bank a lot of money, but she still had the courage to speak rudely to her boss, especially since she also owed her boss a lot of money. Zephyr suspected that this woman would be drowned in the sea by her boss one day. Portia had no choice but to give up now. She didn't have money to pay him back anyway. She didn't care what Chun Zhao did. Looking at Portia, who was dressing up in front of the dressing table, Revelous said, "You're so pretty that no other man will be able to see you except for your bastard boss." That's not necessarily true. Maybe I'll meet him on the way. Well, I wish you good luck, but you'd better hurry up. Otherwise, your money will definitely be deducted. Portia picked up the foundation in annoyance and suddenly smelled a pungent smell. She abruptly threw the foundation in her hands away. What's this smell? It's so pungent. Refra picked up the foundation. No, the smell is normal. This foundation costs more than $100, and it's broken. No. Portia picked up the foundation again and couldn't help but frown. Damn it, what happened just now? I clearly smelled it. That smell is simply nauseating. It's just your imagination. All right, I'll go to the bathroom. Portia got up and went to the bathroom. Although it seemed to be an illusion, the smell still remained in Portia's mind. Portia went into the bathroom and saw the lily in the vase in front of the mirror. She picked it up and took a deep breath. Suddenly, a strong fragrance rushed into her nose. Portia's entire body shook. In an instant, the mirror in front of Portia cracked. Portia was shocked. What happened? Knock, knock. Portia, what's wrong? I heard a sound inside. Did you break something? No. I accidentally broke the mirror, Portia said. All right, come out if you're done. Don't let the glass scratch you, Refra said with concern. Portia's face was filled with shock and panic. What happened just now? She felt as if she had taken a breath of the flower. The fragrance seemed to have turned into a substance and flowed into her body. Immediately after, the stream of air rushed into her limbs and bones and was released by herself. Then, the mirror in front of her shattered. Portia wasn't sure if what happened just now was real. After all, it was too strange and unbelievable. Portia felt as if there was still that air in her body. Portia looked at the vase in front of her. After a slight hesitation, Portia picked up the vase. Portia searched for that feeling. Crack! In an instant, the vase in her hand broke. Portia was shocked again. It was real. It wasn't an illusion. The feeling was real. How could she have superpowers? Portia was shocked. She wanted to feel that air again, but she couldn't feel it. Fragrance? Was it fragrance? Portia quickly caught the point. Portia picked up the lily again and took a deep breath. But now, the lily seemed to have lost its fragrance. There was only a faint smell, not the feeling from before. Strange. Why is there no fragrance? Did I suck it dry? Portia opened the bathroom door. Refra stood outside the door and looked at the situation in the bathroom. Then, she looked at Portia. I know you're in a bad mood, but some things can't be changed. No matter how unhappy you are with him, you have to pay him back first. Clean up the bathroom. I'm going to pack up and get ready to go. Portia walked to the dressing table and picked up the broken powder. She sniffed it. Like the lily, the smell was faint. She didn't feel anything. Portia picked up the perfume. This time it smelled like roses. Portia sprayed it. Instantly, the thick, almost pungent fragrance appeared again. At the same time, the unfamiliar air appeared again. Achoo! With a crash, the dressing table that Refra had just tidied up became a mess. Refra poked her head out of the bathroom. Portia, that's enough. I'm cleaning up. I don't care what kind of temper you have, but you better control yourself. Sorry. I'll clean up now. Portia was both surprised and happy. She really had superpowers. She really did have superpowers. She wouldn't have to endure Chun Zhao's anger anymore. With superpowers, he could swagger around and make money. She could become a star. She wouldn't have to endure Chun Zhao's anger anymore. Right? She couldn't let that bastard off so easily. Portia decided to use her superpowers to fix that bastard, to let him know how powerful she was. Chapter 2890. Zephyr didn't understand why Portia became so excited after getting in the car. Her eyes were filled with anticipation, as if something good was waiting for her. Portia, can you stop wearing perfume? You've already sprayed it 3 times since you got in the car. How can you stand such a strong smell? Zephyr looked at Portia, who was in the passenger seat, unhappily. Portia enjoyed the fragrance in the air. She was also exploring her newfound ability. The air seemed to flow through her entire body, but she could control it and release it from her palms and fingers. Zephyr, does anyone in the assassin world have superpowers? Portia suddenly asked. Zephyr glanced at Portia. She didn't really like to talk about this. Portia had always misunderstood her and thought that she was an assassin in the past. Zephyr had never corrected or refuted this. So to Portia, Zephyr tacitly agreed. Of course, to some extent, Zephyr was indeed an assassin. However, the one she was after was a dragon. Zephyr, I'm serious. Does anyone in the assassin world have superpowers? Zephyr glanced at Portia and answered perfunctorily, yes. What are they like? Never seen one. You're an assassin, and you've never seen anyone with superpowers. Portia was quite disdainful. Zephyr roared in her heart. You face your boss every day. He's the biggest superpower in the world. The car stopped in the garage of the manor. Portia ran out. She ran straight to the garden. When she reached it, the fragrance seemed to turn into something solid. Portia opened her arms wide and inhaled the fragrance of the flowers in large mouthfuls. Her entire body was filled with the fragrance. It was a wonderful feeling. Portia, what are you doing there? Come here. Chun Zhao's roar came from the loudspeaker on a nearby pillar. Portia's expression was unhappy. You'll be in trouble soon. Portia went to the front yard and saw Chun Zhao in a pair of beach pants and sunglasses. He was lazily basking in the sun. Boss. Chun Zhao didn't even open his eyes. He said lazily, go and clean the beach. That's not my job, Portia replied. Before you reject my request, you'd better think about the $25 million you owe me. Right? According to the interest rate, it will become $26 million tomorrow. If you make any more unreasonable demands, then I can only resign, and then I will apply to the union for arbitration. Chen Zhao pulled down his sunglasses and looked at Portia. Please. Portia gritted her teeth and clenched her fists. She was hesitating. Should she beat Chen Zhao up and leave? Chen Zhao stood up and walked to the sandbag hanging on the tree. He casually threw a punch, and the sandbag leaked. Zevra, why is there a sandbag here? Chen Zhao asked, displeased. Zevra, who was in the living room, poked her head out and said, Boss, this is for Kilo, not you. Also, if you want a sandbag, please prepare it yourself. Zevra stared at him speechlessly. She knew how terrifying Chen Zhao's fists were. A sandbag for Chen Zhao. How many do I have to prepare? 100 or 1,000? She didn't want to find trouble for herself. Portia's mind suddenly cleared up. Oh, her boss wasn't a normal person either. He'd killed someone with his fists right in front of her. Her superpower might not be his match. No, she couldn't rush it. She had to endure it. When she was strong enough, she would settle the score with him. Portia was suddenly convinced by herself. In the end, Portia was scared. Facing Chen Zhao, who had been bullying her for a long time, she still didn't have the courage to face him directly. Chen Zhao turned around and glanced at Portia. What are you waiting for? Why aren't you getting back to work? Are you really going to get unemployment benefits? The only thing that made Portia unyielding was her attitude. After a snort, she went to work silently. Just then, Navika Lena arrived too. As Chen Zhao's legal consultant, she also had to take care of some chores in Chen Zhao's house. However, she didn't complain at all because her salary was higher than Portia's. Boss, I've basically negotiated with Mr. Bingley Lang from Northern Gravity. An S-10 will cost $755 million for the bare plane and $358 million for the renovation. The total will be $1. $113 billion. We're waiting for your signature now. Huh. I remember they said that the S-10 model cost $810 million. Can you lower it by $55 million? Boss, you have a lot of choices, but they don't. They need to make up for their huge losses. Plus, they have 4 S-10s on the production line, but they don't have any buyers. We just want to buy a semi-finished one. It'll only take a month for it to be on the runway. Of course, the interior renovation will take at least 3 months. Plus the test and inspection, it'll take half a year. Yes, the time and price are both acceptable, but they have special requirements too. What requirements? The first advance must be $300 million. They also have to be paid within half a month after signing the contract. Sure. When do we sign the contract? Of course they want it as soon as possible, Navika said. It'd be best if it's today. A few days is fine. Chen Zhao waved his hand. Since he had the initiative, Chen Zhao wasn't in a hurry. He was in a hurry to get the private plane, but a few days was fine. They were in a hurry to sign the contract and get their advance payment. The bank was probably in a hurry. Boss, according to our agreement, I'll get 0.5% commission based on how much I can help you reduce. Is that still valid? Of course. You can withdraw it any time after signing the contract. Navika was overjoyed. She'd helped Chen Zhao save $55 million. Then her 0.5% commission would be $275,000 US. This was a huge sum of money for anyone, not to mention a new intern like her. Also, how's the small model I asked you to find? Boss, your requirement is to have it in stock and deliver it within a month. It's a luxurious small and medium-sized model with a price within $80 million. So far, I've found Gulfstream's G650 and Bombardier's Global 6000. These two models are the most suitable. Among the small and medium-sized models, they have the highest support ratings and are the most comfortable. You can get them within a month after paying. Sure, contact their company and ask for one of these two models. Navika Lena was already used to her boss's extravagance. Do you need a loan? Rich people loved taking loans to buy these luxuries. It wasn't that they weren't rich enough, but they were used to turning cash into investments. Chen Zhao shook his head. He didn't like loans. He had enough cash in his bank account. Why would he need a loan? Mainly, he didn't like the feeling of owing money. Chapter 2891. Stop. I'll buy a bouquet of flowers, Portia said. Zevla was speechless, but she still stopped the car and asked Portia to buy the flowers. She felt that Portia was behaving strangely. In short, she was behaving strangely in every sense. If there was a cosmetic store on the side of the road, Portia would definitely pull the steering wheel and ask her to stop. She felt that buying flowers was a waste of money, so she would never spend a single cent on flowers. But today, she actually took the initiative to suggest buying flowers. When Portia entered the flower shop, the owner was a beautiful woman. "Miss, what flowers do you need?" Portia took a deep breath of the fragrance in the air. "What's the most fragrant flower?" Portia asked. "Lilacs, lilies, and gardenias are all very fragrant," the owner replied. Usually, people who bought flowers had a purpose. If they were placed at home to arrange flowers, most of them were for the sake of beauty. Very few customers would want to buy flowers for fragrance. Of course, the owner still truthfully told her 3 famous flowers for their fragrance. "If you need flower arrangement services, we'll add $1, but the effect won't disappoint you." "No need, just a bouquet of lilacs, lilies, and gardenias," Portia said. Soon, the owner helped Portia tie 3 different bouquets of flowers. Portia was about to pay when a black man rushed in. "Robbery! Give me your money! Hurry up!" The black man pointed a dagger at the 2 women. Portia didn't know where she got the courage from, but she let out a breath at the black man. Bang! The black man's mind went blank. Then he flew into the air. He smashed the glass door of the flower shop. Portia's mind went blank, and so did the owner. She didn't see what happened. When the black man rushed in, she was so scared that she hugged her head and squatted on the ground. When she raised her head again, she saw the ending. It seemed that the female customer pushed the black man. Then he flew out. As for the plot in between, she could only rely on her own imagination. Portia was slowly regaining her composure. Was she really that good? Just then, Zevla came to the flower shop. She stepped on the black man on the ground and asked, "Portia, what happened?" "This guy was a robber, and I subdued him," Portia replied proudly. Zephyr was a little confused. Portia was going to subdue this burly black man? Are you having fun? With Portia's lousy fighting skills, every time he went to the gym, he had to go to the boxing ring to spar with the trainer. 3 seconds later, he was lying on the ground. Try and be a hero with this level of skill. He would be pressed to the ground and rubbed against at any moment. However, in this flower shop, there seemed to be only Portia and the florist, and both of them were women. Looking at the florist's appearance, she was just an ordinary woman. She didn't look like someone who could easily subdue the black robber. She dialed the police number. Soon, the police arrived. The police briefly questioned Portia and the florist. Refra had been listening to the florist. It seemed like it was really Portia who did it. On the way home, Zephyr was puzzled. Did Portia really subdue that black gangster? "Portia, how did you subdue that gangster?" Of course, it's my combat." "How is it? Are you surprised?" Zephyr smiled. "Combat?" There were a few times when Portia had overestimated herself and challenged her to a duel. Thus, she knew Portia's level very well. Holding the 3 bouquets of flowers from the florist, Portia sniffed them deeply. She was already addicted to this feeling. "Let's practice when we get home." "How about that?" Sure. Portia also wanted to test her skill level. If she could defeat Zephyr, she might be able to defeat Chun Zhao. Portia also knew that Zephyr was very powerful. When they got home, Portia couldn't wait to drag Zephyr to the yard. "Come." Zephyr didn't prepare anything. Portia took a few steps forward. With a yell, she swung her fist at Zephyr. Zephyr grabbed Portia's wrist with one hand and pushed her away. "Portia, if you're only at this level, you won't be able to subdue that tall guy. It's not over yet. Watch." Portia suddenly swatted at Hot Vala, who was more than a meter away from her. Suddenly, Zephyr's eyes flashed and she dodged to the side. Crack! The glass window behind her shattered. "Ah, how'd you dodge?" "You can see." She didn't expect Zephyr to be able to dodge her attack. Zephyr looked Portia up and down. She thought of a word, awakening. "Hey!" Portia ambushed Zephyr again. But with her skill level, she couldn't hit Zephyr. With another effortless sidestep, Zevra dodged Portia's attack. Zephyr's attention wasn't even on Portia. She was deep in thought. She wasn't a spiritualist. She was a dragon slayer. She also knew that spiritualists would encounter a life-or-death situation when they awakened. But she didn't know what the situation was. Then, she thought about what Portia had said this morning. Zephyr couldn't help but look at Portia seriously. Are you going to use this ability to attack our boss today? Umph. I'm being magnanimous and don't want to argue with him. Portia's face was full of pride. She completely forgot that she was like a coward when facing Chun Zhao. Don't do something so dangerous in front of the boss. I know. I'm serious. I really know. If I accidentally hurt him, I can't afford it. Zephyr was so angry that she almost laughed. Hurt Chun Zhao. You can compete with the dragon to see whose arm is thicker first. Then we could discuss this. Zephyr was worried that if Chun Zhao's instinctive reaction was too big, he might really pace Portia to the wall. You can't even beat me. How can you beat our boss? You're an assassin. You can't beat him? You can treat him as a monster. Don't treat him like a normal person. I have superpowers. That's not superpowers. Zephyr shook her head. I've seen and dealt with people like you. Okay, just do what you did in the past and in the future. Don't provoke our boss. That's all. The moment Zephyr turned around, Portia ambushed her again. Hey! Portia's vision blurred and her neck felt cold. She did not know when Zephyr had appeared behind her with a dagger pressed against her neck. You don't want our boss to spend money to kill you, right? You know he's always generous. How much do you think you're worth? 50,000? Maybe even less. Chapter 2892. Portia was scared out of her wits. This was the first time someone had placed a dagger on her neck. She felt like she was going to die the next moment. In fact, this was how normal people would react. At the dinner table, Portia kept staring at Riva. What? Do you want to try to sneak attack me? Riva asked. Riva, you've killed people with that move before, right? Riva thought for a moment and then shook her head. No, it's actually not that useful. Riva had killed people before, but not many. A few years ago, she'd charged into the nest of a group of people who worshiped dragons as their god. She'd killed 3 people then. That was also her only time. After all, Riva was a dragon slayer, not a real killer. How did you see the thing I released? That's she. Riva shook her head. I didn't see it. I sensed it. Sensed? Which sensory organ? Riva realized that discussing this with Portia was like playing the piano to a cow. Portia, when did you get this ability? This morning. Okay, got it. Rest early tonight. Riva stood up. We're not done with dinner yet. You want me to rest early? Just then, Riva pulled out a suitcase from the cabinet beside her. Portia had seen this suitcase a few times, but she didn't think much of it. After all, Riva didn't hide it, so Portia didn't think much of it. However, when Riva opened the suitcase, Portia was shocked. There were all kinds of guns, knives, grenades, and some strange instruments that she couldn't understand. What's this? It might be troublesome tonight. Riva wasn't sure either. She didn't know how to tell if Portia was on the first, second, or third night. Chun Zhao was more professional in this. However, Riva didn't want to find Chun Zhao. Plus, this was Portia's business. If Chun Zhao found out that Portia had tried to sneak attack him, who knew if Chun Zhao would throw Portia into the Amazon rainforest? Riva didn't doubt for a second that Chun Zhao would do that. Are you sure you're not planning to rob a bank? Portia looked at the things Riva took out. Moreover, Zephyr had also begun to reload the gun barrels. This series of actions made Portia's scalp go numb. Even the banks aren't as rich as our boss. Fine, robbing a bank is more practical. Occasionally Zevra would play such little jokes. Anyway, go to bed early tonight. Everything will be fine once you wake up. Are you serious? I'll be in trouble? It's just a small problem. I will solve it. What happened to me? I don't have any enemies, right? Our biggest enemy is our boss. You're mistaken. That's not an enemy. It's a creditor. Refra sat down on the ground as if this position was more comfortable. Help me take out the box under the kitchen cabinet. Oh, please be gentle. What's inside? You don't want to know, Jevers said. Then if I accidentally hit it too hard, will it explode? No, but something bad will definitely happen. When Zevra opened the box, Portia discovered that it was filled with bottles and cans. There were all sorts of liquids inside. Portia thought that they were chemical liquids. However, Zevra opened one of the bottles directly. She even wiped the mouth of the bottle with her finger and licked it. Yes, it's not bad. What kind of water is this? Can I drink it? Holy water. Portia sniffed it, clearly not believing Zevra. What's this bottle? Coke. Seeing this, Zevra quickly snatched the bottle from Portia's hand. This one was filled with Coke. However, the black liquid inside was not Coke. You can't put this in your mouth. Also, don't get in the way. I have a lot of dangerous things here. You put this in your mouth? You're telling me it's dangerous? How is it dangerous? This is necromancy liquid. If you don't want to go crazy, you better stay away from it. Portia, on the other hand, was very interested. Then what's the theory behind soaking bullets in Coke? Can it make the bullets more powerful? I told you this isn't Coke. It's necromancy liquid. Necromancy liquid is a deadly poison to all living creatures, even spirits. Ordinary bullets, soaked in necromancy liquid, can cause great damage to spirits. All right, necromancy liquid. How does it taste? Zevra rolled her eyes and said, Put your index finger between your eyebrows and look inside the bottle carefully. What's the point of doing that? Portia didn't understand, but she still did as she was told. However, the next moment, she saw what seemed to be thousands of hollow faces wailing and struggling inside the bottle. Ah, what is this? Looks like you already understand. Zevra put the bottle back. What exactly is this? Portia asked with a pale face and lingering fear. You don't know the refining process, Zevra said indifferently. All right, looks like I need to sleep. My head hurts a little. Portia rubbed her eyebrows and went back to her room. Portia lay in bed early. Her vision was filled with clouds and mist. Portia suddenly sat up on the bed. She realized that the floor beside her bed was covered in flowers. The entire room was filled with a strong, floral fragrance. Dreaming? Portia was confused. No, if it was a dream, it would be impossible for her to realize that she was dreaming. Portia shook her head and tried to wake herself up. However, the surrounding walls and floor were still colorful. Portia pinched the back of her hand. No pain. She was really dreaming. Bang! Suddenly, a gunshot exploded beside her ear. Portia jumped in fright and opened her eyes. Then, she realized that she was still lying on the bed. A child was sitting on top of her. The child only had half a head, and black liquid was flowing out of the hole in the head. Ah! Portia screamed. The next moment, a foot kicked the child on top of Portia. Portia, you better calm down. Zevra's voice sounded. Portia looked at Zevra. Zevra, what's going on? What's going on? Zevra was fully armed at the moment, and the gun in her hand was still smoking. Half of the strange child's head seemed to have been blown off by her. We might be in trouble, Zevra said. Trouble? What kind of trouble? That child. That's the spirit of nightmares, a type of incubus. You see, it looks like a child, but it's just showing it to you. It will appear in everyone's dreams with the most harmless appearance, but you definitely won't want to see its true appearance. What trouble are you talking about? That nightmare spirit? Nine Heavens Divine Emperor. Chapter 2893. Hee, that's just an appetizer. Zevra suddenly kicked Portia's bedroom door. The bedroom door, which was supposed to open inwards, was kicked open by Refra. Then, Zevra fired several shots at the door. A few holes were left on the door. Zevra, what's going on? Anyway, it's just trouble. What are those things? They want your things. Your abilities, your magic, or your body. You're talking about demons, right? In any case, it's always that kind of thing. Zevra grabbed Portia's hand and walked out. Just then, Portia saw a blurry figure flying toward them. Watch out. Ah! Portia screamed again. Bang, bang. You better shut up. Don't disturb me, Zevra said unhappily. Where's the car key? Where's the car key? Car key? Of course. Zevra suddenly took out a grenade and threw it in the living room. Cover your ears. Boom! The huge impact threw Portia off her feet. Portia was in a sorry state. She got up and looked at the living room. Do you know this isn't my house? Do you know how much I have to pay? It's fine. You already owe the boss enough money anyway. I just want to die right now. You can call your boss and borrow money from him, Zevra said. She had heard about the night of a spiritualist awakening, but it was said that the first night should be easy. But why did Portia's first night feel so difficult? I'm not calling him. That bastard will never call me unless he's in trouble, Portia said, throwing a tantrum. At this moment, a burning figure suddenly appeared in the broken living room. It was a burning skeleton, almost 5 meters tall. It held a scythe in one hand and a chain in the other. Don't tell me that's Ghost Rider. Portia was dumbfounded. It looks more like the Grim Reaper. Hiss! The burning skeleton suddenly let out a roar. At the same time, a terrifying heat wave exploded from its body. Bang, bang! Zevra fired twice. However, it only managed to make the burning skeleton tilt its body slightly. The burning skeleton suddenly threw the chain at Zevra. She immediately pushed Portia away and grabbed the chain. The red-hot chain directly scorched the skin of Zevra's palm. Although Zevra let out a painful cry, she did not let go. She raised the gun with her other hand and fired 2 more shots at the burning skeleton. The arm of the burning skeleton was broken by Zevra. Only then did Zevra drop the chain. Zevra quickly took out a bottle of holy water and poured it on her burned palm. However, a large amount of black smoke gushed out from the broken arm of the burning skeleton, and a new withered arm grew out from the black smoke. Let's go. Zevra threw the holy water at the burning skeleton. The burning skeleton swung its scythe and split the holy water in half. The burning skeleton did not touch the holy water. Where did this monster come from? It's so hard to deal with. Revla's face was serious. Portia was terrified by the scene before her eyes. Everything in front of her was completely beyond her knowledge and imagination. Zevra was originally full of confidence. After all, she had heard about the first night from a spiritualist she knew. It was said that the spiritualist she knew had easily helped someone solve the first night's awakening. And in terms of strength, she was much stronger than that spiritualist. So she thought that she could easily help Portia solve the first night's awakening. However, that was not the case. In short, Portia's first night's awakening was very strange. Logically speaking, she should have fainted for various reasons on the first night. However, she did not faint. From the looks of it, she was quite awake. But what was the use? It was better for her to stay unconscious. At least she would not be a hindrance. She could not help at all and always cause trouble for her. Also, wasn't the first night's awakening too difficult? No matter how one looked at it, this burning skeleton did not look like an ordinary evil spirit. It could use its own power to create a physical body. Basically, it could be concluded that it was already at the disaster level. No matter what it was, as long as it reached the disaster level, it would cause great damage and threat. And Zevra was not an expert in dealing with spirits. Many of her equipment could be used to deal with dragons and evil spirits. However, this kind of equipment was destined to not be as effective as special equipment. After all of Zevra's equipment was originally designed to deal with dragons. If it could harm dragons, it would definitely have a certain effect on other creatures or spirits. This was a weapon that could crush ordinary evil spirits. If it was an ordinary evil spirit, it would basically be destroyed by a touch. However, this did not include the disaster-level evil spirit in front of her. Without a special weapon, it would be difficult to cause any damage to it. At this time, the burning skeleton's feet shook and its body flickered as if it had teleported. In the next instant, it had already appeared in front of Zevra and Portia. Zevra subconsciously grabbed the chair next to her to block the burning skeleton's scythe. Pa! The chair was instantly cut into pieces. Zevra kicked the burning skeleton and used the momentum to jump higher, firing several shots at the burning skeleton's head. However, the burning skeleton's head was unharmed as if it was made of iron. Damn, why is its head so hard? Ha ha! The burning skeleton let out a series of strange laughter. Delicious flesh and magic power, mine, mine, all mine. Zevra had already confirmed that the skeleton's head should be its weak point. However, the hardness of this head was simply outrageous. Duong. Suddenly, Portia, who did not know where the courage came from, found a baseball bat on the ground and directly hit the burning skeleton's head. However, the baseball bat shattered, but the burning skeleton's head was still intact. Instead, Portia's arms went numb. The burning skeleton reached out its claws towards Portia. Flesh. Magic. It belongs to me. Zephyr reacted quickly and suddenly stuffed a grenade into the burning skeleton's mouth. At the same time, she hugged Zephyr and threw herself onto the ground. Boom! When the smoke dissipated, the burning skeleton was still intact. Both Zephyr and Portia's expressions became extremely ugly. Stuffing a grenade into the skeleton's mouth, yet it was still intact. How could they defeat this monster? It was impossible to win. This kind of monster could not win at all. Zephyr, what do we do? Zephyr did not answer Portia's question. Instead, she used her actions to tell Portia. Zephyr suddenly took out 2 jars and threw them at the burning skeleton. With a twist of the scythe in the burning skeleton's hand, the 2 jars were cut open at the same time. However, in the next instant, extreme cold air was released from the jars. Zephyr pulled Portia and ran. What is that? Liquid nitrogen. Chapter 2894. Liquid nitrogen was one of the few chemicals that could directly harm spirit bodies. If a person's skin was in contact with liquid nitrogen for more than 2 seconds, it would cause irreversible damage. Even a giant dragon would have to avoid liquid nitrogen. This thing was basically at the level of killing humans and Buddhas who stood in its way. Even ice-type spirits or demons would have to retreat in the face of liquid nitrogen. The moment the burning skeleton broke the 2 tanks filled with liquid nitrogen, the liquid nitrogen covered the skeleton's skeletal body. The flames on its body were instantly extinguished, and its body was also covered by a layer of white gas. Did you defeat it? Portia asked in surprise. But Zephyr shook her head with a serious expression. Let's go. It's not dead. Then let's finish it off now. It should be very weak in this state, right? Zephyr hesitated for a moment and then shook her head. Leave now. The 3 great illusions of life weren't only used in games. It was also very common in their industry. I can fight back. I can still save it. I still have a chance. The liquid nitrogen temporarily froze the burning skeleton, but it didn't cause any fatal damage. If they went up now, it was very likely that they would help the burning skeleton escape, not finish it off. Zephyr still turned around and left resolutely. Portia hurried to catch up. Just then, the frozen, burning skeleton behind them suddenly emitted another ball of fire. First, it was its head. 2 balls of flames appeared in its pitch-black eye sockets. Then it was its lower jaw. You can't escape. It still couldn't move, but the bone-deep declaration made both of them uncomfortable. Is there no way to defeat it? Portia asked. Zephyr didn't answer Portia's question. She suddenly took out her gun and fired several shots at the roof of the car. Bang, bang, bang. Portia covered her face. I feel like I'm really going to go bankrupt. At least you're alive now. You still have a chance to repay your debt. In the rearview mirror, the burning skeleton appeared again, along with its claws. Zephyr threw the gun to Portia. You know how to shoot, right? Portia took a deep breath. She had shot at targets before, but she really hadn't shot at these unnatural creatures. Zephyr floored the gas pedal and picked up the phone. Boss, Portia and I are in trouble. Oh, how are you now? It's not bad for now, but we might bring you some trouble. All right, Phalai and I are having supper. If you come over, I can prepare some for you. We'll be there soon. Are you sure we won't bring trouble to the boss? Portia asked worriedly. Although she saw Chan Zhao as her enemy, it didn't mean that she wanted to kill his entire family. What happened? Lying on the bench, Phalai watched the children run on the beach and the bright moon rise above the sea. Nothing. Zephyr and Portia seem to be in some trouble. They're coming our way. Chen Zhao passed a skewer to Phalai. When will they arrive? We need to prepare more barbecue. There's still time. Or maybe we should wait for them to come and let them do it themselves. At that moment, headlights appeared on the road above the beach. Not long after, the roar of the engine became louder and louder. Boom! Suddenly, the steering wheel turned violently. The car flew off the road, and the front of the car smashed into the sand a few meters away. Portia dragged Zephyr, whose head was covered in blood, out of the car. One of Zephyr's arms drooped, as if she couldn't move. Chen Zhao walked toward the 2. Boss! Boss behind! Portia shouted in excitement. As if he didn't hear Portia, Chen Zhao walked past her and toward the back. By then, the burning skeleton had already landed on top of their wrecked car. Then, the car exploded violently. The burning skeleton wobbled its way out of the blazing flames. Ha ha! Who? Don't even think about escaping. Suddenly, a hand grabbed the skeleton's neck bone. Crack! Its flaming head was plucked off. Portia was stunned. She looked at the basketball-sized burning skull in Chun Zhao's hand. The burning skeleton didn't lose control of its remaining body immediately. The scythe in its hand suddenly slashed toward Chun Zhao. "Be careful," Portia exclaimed. Chun Zhao reached out and grabbed the handle of the scythe. Then he raised a foot and kicked the burning skeleton away. Portia rubbed her eyes, indicating that she must have seen wrong. What the fuck is going on? Chun Zhao tossed the burning skull in his hand. "You were tormented by this thing for the whole night." Zephyr looked at Chun Zhao weakly and then nodded silently. Crack! Chun Zhao crushed the burning skull with one hand. Portia's eyeballs almost popped out. She and Zephyr knew very well how hard this thing was. Even a grenade wouldn't leave a mark on its mouth. And then, Chun Zhao crushed it with one hand. Is this a joke? Portia never knew that her boss was this terrifying. Not only did he kill people with one punch, but he also killed them with one punch. How could such an obviously inhuman existence exist? Did he also kill them with one hand? Portia suddenly remembered that she'd planned to teach Chun Zhao a lesson when she went to work in the morning. She suddenly felt extremely glad that she'd been smart. She was so happy that she didn't fight. "Where did you provoke this thing?" Chun Zhao asked, confused. "This is her night of awakening," Zephyr said, pointing at Portia. "Night of awakening? How many nights?" Chun Zhao looked at Portia in surprise. "At this level, it's at least the second night. People might even believe it's the third night. Would you believe it if it's the first night?" "No. I've seen the night of awakening before. I know the rough difficulty levels. The first night can't be like this." "Wait." Chun Zhao suddenly turned his head to look at Portia. "It's not strange that you've awakened. What's strange is why you're able to stay awake during the night of awakening. Then what should I do? Lie down and sleep?" "Fine, these are all unimportant things." Chun Zhao shrugged. Chun Zhao had a vague suspicion that Portia's awakening and the first night might be due to the spiritual tide. The influence was gradually happening. It was an irreversible process. "Portia, I think you're going to increase your debt again. I'm not borrowing money from you." "Boss, look, your car is stuck in my beach right now. The towing company will charge you at least $1,000. Also, I'm charging for saving you. Am I right?" Chapter 2895. "Also, I highly suspect that you actually plan to attack me today." No. How could that be? There's no such thing. You're mistaken. I'm such a coward. How could I do anything to my boss? You're my creditor, my bread and butter." "That's impossible," Portia frantically explained. What a joke. She definitely couldn't admit this. She wouldn't admit it even if she died. If Chun Zhao really found out, her guess would be correct. She would probably be fed to the sharks. "Boss, you'd better treat me first. Otherwise, you might lose a diligent assistant." Right now, Portia really wanted to kiss Refra. Her voice was just too timely. If not, she would have changed the topic. Portia felt like she was going to admit it out of fear. Facing Chun Zhao's question was too terrifying. It was the scariest nightmare. Compared to Chun Zhao, the burning skeleton from before was so cute. Didi went up to help Refra. Chun Zhao checked Refra and applied some medicine. Refra's injuries weren't serious. Even without Chun Zhao's treatment, Refra could recover in 3 days with her superhuman constitution. After all, Refra had dragon blood. Therefore, some of the injuries on her body would be fatal to an ordinary person. But for her, it was more like a bad cold. Chun Zhao only wanted Refra to recover faster. At the very least, she could go eat barbecue after receiving some simple treatment. Portia, who was still in shock, had no appetite at all. But no one comforted her. Everyone cared about their own things, especially those heartless kids. In their eyes, how could this be called a matter? Even Refra cared more about filling her stomach. Everyone continued to eat, drink, and play. In the end, Portia still joined them. Portia had originally thought that her superpower was one of kind. Now, she realized that she had awakened her magic. It was the most worthless thing to Chun Zhao. After Portia became a spiritualist, Chun Zhao didn't need to hide many things from her anymore. A dozen underlings ran over with pots and pans. Portia was so scared that she fell to the sand. But apart from her, everyone else didn't move. Only then did she realize that these short gnomes were not here to attack them. These little things served them. They were pouring wine, barbecuing, or cleaning up the trash left behind by the crowd. They were very hard-working and capable, at least much more so than Portia. Portia vaguely remembered. Many times when she was here, Chun Zhao didn't go to the kitchen. In the blink of an eye, he would bring out plates of dishes. Only now did he understand that it was because of these little things. Chun Zhao was about to finish his beer when he suddenly stopped and looked at the road beside him. "What's wrong, boss?" Hot Friend noticed his movements. "Her troubles aren't over," Chun Zhao said. "There are still many spirits gathered around. Some of them are stronger. I thought that burning skeleton was already the strongest. That's just one of them. It seems like her situation is a little complicated. They won't come, right?" Portia looked at Chun Zhao worriedly. She didn't have a clear idea of Chun Zhao's strength. She didn't know if Chun Zhao could block those messy things. Sha. Just then, a sound came from the dense grass outside. Raymond had already gone to deal with it. If an attack of this level could get in, all of Chun Zhao's preparations would be meaningless. Portia also saw the huge snake figure. Of course she knew about Chun Zhao's snake, Raymond. In fact, she'd interacted with Raymond many times. She'd also killed all the beasts in Chun Zhao's house. However, she didn't expect Chun Zhao's things to be good at exorcism too. Not only did he have a set of skills, Portia saw that his huge body was like a rampaging monster. Of course, she wasn't afraid at all. Instead, she felt safer than ever. "Master, it seems like it's not just here. I feel that there are many incidents in this area. At least 2 of them are disaster level." Raymond's senses were even better than Chun Zhao's in some aspects. Raymond was a snake of desire, but he fed on spirits. That was why he had an abnormal sense of spirits. It was like a hawk that could see a rabbit from several kilometers away. He also had an unconventional sense of spirits. Chun Zhao fell into deep thought. It seemed the world had changed. Even the number of people awakening had increased. Multiple awakenings in one city at the same time. This wasn't normal, especially since this was Los Angeles, a large region in North America. The ratio of spiritualists here was already low. Now, there were actually multiple awakenings at the same time. This was just the beginning. It had only been 24 hours since the spiritual chi tide had appeared. In the future, as the spiritual chi in the world increased, these incidents would become more frequent. Just then, Wes called. "President, there seems to be a problem today. I've received requests for help from 4 awakenings. One of them is also an awakener, but not tonight. He seems to be on his 2nd night. Do you have enough people?" "No problem for now." What a joke. The lowest standard of the supernatural organization was to face the first night alone. If they couldn't solve it, they might as well hang themselves together. Don't underestimate these first night awakeners. I've also had a first night awakening, but it's almost as difficult as the 2nd night. Everyone in charge of the night of awakening must be on high alert. I'm not sure how strong the night is, but you can't treat it like a normal first night. "Okay, I understand. President, do you know what's going on?" "I'll tell you the details tomorrow." As soon as he hung up, the children who were playing suddenly screamed. Chun Zhao also saw what had happened. A few blue flames appeared on the sea, as well as the silhouettes of 3 ships. "Ghost ship! Ghost ship! Look, that a ghost ship, right?" Portia was excited again. Chun Zhao frowned. Was this a coincidence? Or were they here for Portia? It couldn't be, right? It was too much to summon a few specter ships on the first night. If everyone's first night was this strong, then the Awakeners could basically commit suicide. They couldn't even be saved. Unless they had the protection of half of the supernatural organization, it would be very difficult to withstand this level of strength. Chun Zhao couldn't help but worry. Would there be a problem with the first nights the supernatural organization was in charge of? There was also a 2nd night tomorrow. The difficulty would probably increase too. Chapter 2896. Under the night sky, The three ghost ships were like guests from hell. The will-o, the wisps were guiding them. The waves were driven by them. They came with death. Portia felt a chill run down her spine. She didn't know if the three ghost ships were coming for her. Anyway, she felt terrible now. Very, very terrible. Just then, huge tentacles appeared behind the three specter ships. Portia's feeling of unease deepened. The three specter ships seemed to be carrying terrifying monsters with them. No, they weren't tentacles. They were snake heads, the legendary Hydra. Portia didn't think that she would see a real Hydra one day. In any movie, the Hydra was an evil existence. It didn't matter whether it was itself or the organization that was named after it. Basically, if it didn't do some evil things, it would be too embarrassing to wear its name. Of course, seeing such a monster in real life was much more shocking than seeing it in movies. Each snake head was hundreds of meters long. Compared to it, the three ghost ships were nothing. The three ghost ships were only half the size of one of the snake heads. Plus, the hundreds of meters long snake neck was exposed. The three specter ships looked like toy ships. Any one of these 9 snake heads could swallow all 3 specter ships in a single bite. Yes, they could really do it. In fact, they really did it. The snake head in the middle bit down on the 3 specter ships. Then, with a crack, they all shattered. Portia was dumbfounded by what she saw. Aren't you guys on the same team? Don't you know that you're going to let yourself down? Riva looked at Chun Zhao. Boss, where did you get that? I like to adopt some pets, but they're too big, so I'll let them go and feed them regularly. Chun Zhao shrugged. I heard that they could be bigger. Portia pointed at the 9 snake heads that were slowly sinking into the sea. Boss, don't tell me you're talking about them. Yeah, they have 9 heads, but they only have 1 consciousness. You call that a pet? Most of the time, it's obedient. What about the small part, except for 1 or 2 shipwrecks? Portia didn't just passively open the door to a new world today. At the same time, he also got to know his boss again for the first time. She felt that her boss was definitely a demon. It used to be an adjective, now it is a noun. He was simply a walking demon in the human realm. After all, raising a legendary magical beast was definitely not something an ordinary person could do. Not all of the spirits on the Spectre ship were dead. They fled in all directions. From afar, they looked like fireflies dancing on the sea. Chun Zhao pulled an evil spirit over through the air. The shape of the evil spirit was definitely befitting of its identity. His body was wet, and his entire body was emitting a faint blue light. His skin was swollen, as if he had been soaked in seawater for a long time. There was only one eye. The other eye socket was empty, and there was an eel squirming in and out of it. Portia immediately retreated when she saw his inhuman and ghostly appearance. It was said that one's appearance was determined by one's heart. In any case, this guy in front of him was definitely not a good person. Can you speak? Chun Zhao asked. The evil spirit was afraid of Chun Zhao. Portia felt that it was a bad person because of his appearance. But the evil spirit also felt that Chun Zhao wasn't a good person. In fact, it was very, very bad. I'm asking you, can you speak? If not, I'll change to another one. The evil spirit nodded repeatedly. Yes, I can speak the language. Portia was speechless. Indeed, evil people needed to be dealt with by evil people. Her boss was indeed the worst bad person. Where are you from? How long have you been on the sea? What did you die? The evil spirit was silent for a while, probably thinking. After 10 seconds, it said, I already forgot how long I've been dead. I only remember that not long ago, I saw a sky full of blood rain and a huge pillar of light. Then my friends and I woke up. Our ship also woke up with us. We floated up to the sea. As it spoke, the evil spirit suddenly spat out a lively fish. Chun Zhao was speechless. Just say it. Why did you have to be so funny? Forget it. Piss off. He wouldn't get anything out of it, even if he kept asking. The evil spirit had only woken up in 1 or 2 days. It looked like it was in a daze, and its mind wasn't even clear. Chun Zhao casually tossed the evil spirit into the sea. You're letting it go just like that? Portia asked in surprise. What else? Keep it for the night? Shouldn't it be destroyed? It's not a threat to me, but it can hurt others. There's a law in America called prophecy crimes. Probability can't be used as a motive or reason for a crime. But with that thing, how do you think it can harm others? Is it afraid of pranks on the ship? How feasible do you think it is? It doesn't even dare to show itself in the day. Fine, whatever you say. The evil spirits weren't that harmful. If the ghost ship was still here, they could still use it to do evil. But now that the ghost ship was gone, they were just a bunch of scattered soldiers. They weren't even as dangerous as a robber. Moreover, there were a few people in Chun Zhao's house who liked to eat spirits raw. They were secretly catching wandering evil spirits behind Chun Zhao's back, planning to catch them for supper. Chun Zhao just ignored it. Just like how he didn't care about the evil spirits. He didn't care about what his pets ate either. It was late at night. Chun Zhao's family started packing up, preparing to go to bed. Out of all the people, only Portia was wide awake. After all, she'd already slept for a while and been scared for half the night. Now was the time to be refreshed. But no one was with her. She could only return to the room Chun Zhao had arranged for her. She didn't think much of it before, but now she knew. Terrifying monsters could be lurking in every corner of the manor. As a result, she didn't sleep for the entire night, afraid that some monster would crawl out from under the bed. She only started closing her eyes in the morning. But before she could fall asleep, Chun Zhao woke her up. Get up. It's time for work. Portia looked at the time. Boss, it's only 8. You're living in my house, so of course you have to pay rent. It's not hard for you to wake up early to work. I only slept for less than 2 hours. That's not my problem. Fine. What do you need me to do? My friend is getting married this weekend. Go to the mall and help me pick a gift. Boss, you should buy the gift yourself to show your sincerity. Cut the crap. Do you want to borrow money or not? Or should I kick you out today? Fine. Pretend I didn't say anything. What's the budget? Within $2,000. Chapter 2897. Chun Zhao didn't even tell Fei Lai. He didn't tell her that Morguri was still alive. They weren't close, but Fei Lai still knew about Morguri. She'd seen Morguri twice at Chun Zhao's party. At that time, Morguri came and left the party quietly. He'd only seen Chun Zhao and Fei Lai and then given them his blessings. So, Fei Lai only had an impression of Morguri. Chun Zhao didn't tell Fei Lai about Morguri's death. This was out of consideration for Morguri's safety. It wasn't that he didn't trust Fei Lai, but no one could guarantee that they wouldn't spill the beans. There was even a certain risk in Morguri telling Chun Zhao his information. If news of Morguri being alive was leaked, the consequences would be severe. Chun Zhao had to be careful. There was no room for regret. Fei Lai only knew that it was a friend's wedding this weekend. But since Chun Zhao had accepted the wedding invitation, he wouldn't be a normal friend. In the morning, Chun Zhao drove to the supernatural organization's headquarters after breakfast. When he arrived, he realized that Gaia and the others were all listless. What's wrong with you guys? Chun Zhao looked at the people before him. Don't mention it, Gaia said, annoyed. We got it wrong. It wasn't a first night awakening. The ones last night were at least second night awakenings. I think it might even be third night awakenings. Just then, Wes walked in. President, who's not here yet? Giselle, she's injured. Is her injury serious? A little, but it's not fatal. She was too careless. Okay, take a seat. Today, we'll talk about the recent situation. Chun Zhao glanced at everyone. It's just the beginning. Beginning? President, you mean it's going to be more serious? Chun, are you talking about the abnormal awakening nights in the past 2 days? Yes and no, Chun Zhao said seriously. What organization's plotting? Moore asked curiously. No, it's the era, Chun Zhao said. The great era is coming. No, more accurately, it's already here. 2 nights ago, the world changed and the spiritual chi tide arrived. The storm 2 nights ago was a sign? West asked, surprised. You could say that. Chun Zhao nodded. When I stopped the storm, I might have accidentally broken the world barrier. Then, the spiritual chi of the world returned. As the density of the spiritual chi increases, more and more people will awaken. The difficulty of the night of awakening will also increase exponentially. We can't use the past standards and common sense as a benchmark anymore. In other words, from now on, all the nights of awakening will be as difficult as last night. West frowned. This was not good news. They were now considered a relatively powerful organization. But if even they find it difficult, then this situation is likely to cause unrest, panic, and unrest in society. What happened last night was just the minimum. As time passes, the difficulty will only increase. Then what do we do? The good news is that the difficulty of cultivation will be greatly reduced. With a 1% increase in the concentration of spiritual energy, the strength of a spiritualist will increase by at least 10%. The path and speed of your improvement will also become easier. The bottlenecks that restricted you in the past will be easily broken. Currently, not many people know about this news. There are less than 5 people in the entire world, so you can use this period of time to quickly improve your strength. Of course, combat is a very good way to improve, so my suggestion is to try your best to accept the SOS missions on the Night of Awakening. Also, the reason why you were in such a sorry state last night was not only because of your strength, but also because of your mentality. From today onwards, everyone must be fully equipped when carrying out missions, including you. Gaia. Leader, the large amount of dragon raw materials you stored before can be put to good use now. But I might not be able to handle everything by myself, so I want to accept a disciple or two. Besides nurturing our association's reserve alchemists, they can also be my assistants. Sure, Chun Zhao agreed. You can find any disciples you want. You can let them be our outer members first. Chun Zhao and Wes' original plan was to keep the current members and run the supernatural organization with a small number of elites. Everyone could take charge of an area, but the times had changed. It wasn't that they couldn't take the path of a small number of elites, but it was necessary to take in a certain number of members. For example, Ruan Faxben. In the past, he mainly focused on research. But now, he didn't just need to research and improve himself. He also needed to make equipment for the other members. He didn't have 3 heads and 6 arms, so he couldn't do both. While the others focused on cultivation, he also needed to do research. Therefore, it was necessary to take in disciples. West also agreed with Chun Zhao's idea. Also, all official members must enter the Tower of Trials at least 6 times a week in the future. I don't want to be too strict with you, but if you continue to maintain the mentality of the past, all of us may be abandoned by the new era. We now have more resources than others and faster information. I don't ask you to become the best in the world, but at least we can't lose our current status and advantages. Here, no one was willing to be ordinary. Everyone had the desire to win. Even Gaia, who had the best temper, had her own pride. President, we still have 4 nights of awakening tonight. One of them is the second night. West's eyes were filled with worry. Since the first night was more difficult than the second night might very well be as difficult as the third night. It might even be more difficult than the third night. Where's the second night's awakener? Give me her information. I'll take care of it. She's a physicist. In fact, she's a firm believer in science. She doesn't believe in theology. She thinks that all supernatural phenomena can be explained by science. She was very repulsed when we first met her. It was her husband who found us and asked us to protect his wife. You're a scientist? All right, leave this matter to me. Anyway, they were just protecting her through the second night. They didn't have to change her views. Chen Zhao didn't care what she thought. Actually, if they gathered everyone in the supernatural organization, they should be able to pass through the third night. But this would result in a lack of manpower in other areas. Moreover, the third night was still too early for them. Chapter 2898. Following the address, Chun Zhao came to a high-rise apartment. Chun Zhao also had a few luxurious apartments in such prime locations. However, they were all used for investment. Basically, you wouldn't lose money if he invested here. Chun Zhao didn't make much money from his investments, but at least he broke even. The residents of this kind of apartment were basically no longer in the middle class. They were either celebrities or managers with a high salary, or businessmen with a certain amount of capital. Not all rich people like to live in the remote suburbs. These luxurious apartments all had full-time butlers and managers, as well as a team of security guards. When Chun Zhao entered, he had to show his ID. Chun Zhao came to the 40th floor. After recognizing the number, he pressed the doorbell. A man in his 30s opened the door. He wore glasses and looked gentle. "Hello, who are you looking for?" Chen Zhao glanced at the name card. "By Lorenza Deco, dentist. This is my name card. Are you looking for me? I'm from the Supernatural Organization. Hello, please come in." By Lorenza opened the door. "Please sit. Do you want something to drink?" "Anything." Chen Zhao looked at the decorations and style of the apartment. By Lorenza Deco poured Chen Zhao a glass of water and sat opposite him. "How should I address you?" "You can call me Mr. Chen," Chen Zhao said. "Okay, Mr. Chen. Are you the only one from the Supernatural Organization? Or are you just here to talk to me? Someone else will come tonight?" "Only me." "But, am I not clear enough? My wife is the second night. Normal spiritualists can't deal with her." "Mr. Deco, you seem to be very familiar with the spiritual world." Chen Zhao looked at Deco. "I'm from a family of spiritualists, but I don't have the talent, so I became a dentist. But when I was young, I went to exorcism with my father and uncle many times, so I've had more opportunities to come into contact with the spiritual world. I know what the second night represents. Trust me, I also know what the second night represents. And I'm from the East." To prove his ability, Chen Zhao told him about his background. In the spiritual world, it was indeed important which region one came from. If someone said, "Trust me, I'm from North America," he was afraid that he would be beaten to death. But if Chen Zhao was like that, "I'm from the East," that would be different. At least Bai Lorenz's eyes lit up. He thought Chen Zhao was just an Asian. He didn't expect Chen Zhao to be from the East. "Is Mr. Chen from a faction?" "I once cultivated in the Celestial Master sect of Longhu Mountain for a period of time and was acknowledged by Celestial Master Zhang." What? Bai Lorenza Deco had no objections in an instant. What a joke. There was already a supercar. Why would he need a bicycle? Even though he was from the fringe of the supernatural world, he had heard of the Celestial Master sect of Mount Longhu and the number one person in the supernatural world, Celestial Master Zhang. To be able to obtain Celestial Teacher Zhang's recognition, one had to possess extraordinary talent. "I've dealt with the second night many times." Chen Zhao didn't even want to say that he'd dealt with the third night a few times. It was meaningless. Even if he said it, the other party would not believe him. After all, the third night was a legendary difficulty. Outsiders who weren't familiar with Chen Zhao wouldn't believe that he could handle third night alone. However, since it was the second night, it was much more believable. "I've been rude," Bai Lorenza Deco quickly apologized. It seemed that he'd found the right person this time. "Where's your wife?" As soon as Chen Zhao finished speaking, he heard the door open. A brown-haired woman pushed the door open. She was also in her early 30s and wore thick glasses. However, he could tell that she was quite pretty. A faint aura rippled around her body. "Deco, do you have guests? Let me introduce you. This is my wife, Prani. This is Chum, my friend." Chen Zhao glanced at Prani. She couldn't feel the magic power on her, but Chen Zhao could. In terms of strength, she was indeed at the level of the second night. It was rare for someone in their 30s to awaken to the second night. If she could come into contact with the supernatural world earlier and undergo relevant training and stimulation, she might be able to reach the level of the third night. Of course, if she awakened to the third night, it might not be a good thing for her. "Hi, Chun." Prani shook hands with Chen Zhao. Then she went to the kitchen. She was a woman who knew how to handle things. She probably guessed that Chen Zhao and her husband had something to talk about, so she gave him some space. "Your wife still doesn't know her situation? I talked to her 2 days ago. She thought I was joking. Plus, it's April Fool's Day in a few days. She thought it was an April Fool's Day joke." Deco looked at Chen Zhao helplessly. "Maybe your way of explaining isn't right. I was already very serious, but when she asked me to prove it, how could I prove that I'm just a person at the edge of the supernatural world? I can't use magic." "Okay, what about tonight? Do we need to do anything to cover it up? I think it's not bad to let her truly understand the world. In the past, she's always been a staunch atheist. Sometimes, she'll even do some blasphemous things." "Okay, I hope she won't be scared." Chen Zhao shrugged. "Also, this is downtown. The second night will cause a lot of trouble. We can't do it here. This wasn't a normal first night. It was just some monsters going through the motions. Under normal circumstances, the second night was already quite large. Also, because of the spiritual chi tide. Who knew how strong the second night would be? So, they definitely couldn't do it downtown. Especially in this kind of apartment building. There were people everywhere. If any monster wanted to have an appetite, they might have to fish out two innocent souls to fill their stomachs. I have a house in the suburbs. It's rather remote. We can go there. Okay, let's go there. Chen Zhao didn't mind. It was fine as long as it was remote. Do you need to prepare anything? Or you can go first. Sure. Chen Zhao didn't plan on going with the couple. It would seem too weird. This is the key to my house in the suburbs. Take it first. Feel free to prepare anything as long as you don't blow up the house. I won't prepare anything dangerous, but when the second night happens, I can't guarantee that there won't be any damage. I understand. After all, Deco had seen the world. He knew what the second night was like. No one could guarantee what would come, so he didn't force it. Chapter 2899. Is your friend gone? When Polanyi came out with the fruit platter, she realized that Chen Zhao had already left. Yes, Polanyi, Deco said. Rest for a few days. Let's go to that house in the forest. Why go there? I don't like that place, Polanyi said honestly. Aren't you going to open the dentist's office? It's rare for you to rest. I want to stay by your side. Last Christmas, I suggested going to that house for Christmas, but you rejected me with the reason that the dentist's office would be open on Christmas. There aren't any holidays recently, other than April Fool's Day. It's not our wedding anniversary either. I can't think of a reason to go there. Deco was speechless. After a while, he said, Do I have to have a reason? Polanyi hesitated and said awkwardly, Do I have to go? I want you to go. By Lorenza Deco looked at Pellegrini seriously. Polanyi bit her lower lip and replied, Okay, I'll prepare. Returning to her room, Polanyi first looked outside. Then she locked the door and took out her phone. Polanyi, there's a situation. My guess might be right. Deco wants to kill me. Her best friend, Rue and I, was silent for a while. Then she said, Polanyi, to be honest, you really should see a psychiatrist. I'm serious, Rue and I. Believe me, he watched 3 killer movies in the past few days, and all of them involved dismemberment. Also, I checked his car recorder yesterday. He recently went to a chemical wholesale store. I suspect that he wanted to buy sulfuric acid to destroy the body. Also, I found that the fruit knife at home is missing. Rue and I was a little worried. She was a little worried. She was a little worried. You've already told me this many times. This can't be used as evidence that he wants to kill you. If he wants to kill you, he needs a motive. I think he might have an affair with the nurses at the clinic. They definitely want to kill me and get together with them. If he really had an affair, he could have divorced you directly instead of killing you and destroying your body. Your husband definitely doesn't have that kind of courage. He said he was his friend, but I know all his friends, and he doesn't have any Asian friends. That Asian looked like a killer, and I felt a dangerous aura from him. When that Asian left, Deke even gave him the keys to the house. Although his actions were very covert, I saw it. Say, since he asked me to go to the house to play, why did he give the keys to an outsider? That Asian must be waiting for me there. What should I do, Rue and I? I'm so scared. On the other end of the phone, Rue and I rubbed the space between her eyebrows. She didn't know when it started, but her best friend had started to be paranoid. At first, she suspected that her husband was having an affair. After an unknown period of time, she began to suspect that her husband wanted to kill her. Renee had tried to persuade Polanyi many times, but she still firmly believed that her guess was correct. Rue and I really couldn't understand why Polanyi was so determined that her husband wanted to kill her. There needed to be a reason and motive to kill her. Let's not talk about whether he was cheating. Even if he was cheating, was he afraid of divorce and splitting the assets? Although her husband was a little rich, but both of them were financially independent, and they had signed a prenuptial agreement. Unless her husband wasn't even willing to pay alimony after they divorced. Or there was another possibility. Polanyi, did he buy you a large amount of insurance? No. Are you suspecting that he's trying to cheat? Yes. It's possible. Although he didn't sign any insurance contract for me, he could forge my signature. Yes, that's it. Hearing Polanyi's words, Rue and I wanted to slap herself. If the Asian you're talking about is really a killer, then your previous speculation about his preparations won't work because the killer must be more professional and know how to destroy the body. Ray and I felt that her husband had probably given the keys to the Asian to prepare a surprise for Polanyi, not to kill her. Why don't I call the police? Stop, 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 Rue and I quickly said. Polanyi, if you're really afraid, then don't go. No, I want to expose his true colors. I can't always be on guard against him. Help me, Rue and I. Rue and I sighed. How do you want me to help you? I'll go with him first, then you bring the police. I want to expose his true colors on the spot. Rue and I was quite hesitant about whether she should help Polanyi. She felt that it was stupid, very, very stupid. After thinking for a long time, Rue and I said, how about this? I'll follow your car. If there's really a problem, I'll call the police immediately. What do you think? If you're wrong, then you can rest there for a few days, or you can have an honest talk. Can we make it in time? Polanyi directly ignored Rue's words. She was worried about the speed of the police after Rue and I called the police. Don't worry. Even if the police can't make it in time, I can save you. I practice karate and have a gun. Gun? Right, a gun. I want to bring a gun, too. Oh my God, Polanyi, calm down. Haven't you seen the movies? When a woman like you faces a killer, your gun will likely be snatched away by the other party. After all, they are professionals. Listen to me, I'll bring a gun. You must not bring a gun. Rue and I felt that Polanyi's mental state was unstable. If she accidentally fired, it would be too late for regrets. And she had no doubt that Polanyi would not shoot. Okay. Although Polanyi verbally agreed to Rue's suggestion. But after hanging up, she still decided to bring a gun. Perhaps this was the only thing that could give her a sense of security. She didn't know why, nor did she know when she started to suspect him. She did not feel safe at all, and this feeling grew stronger every day. It seemed that everything her husband did became so suspicious. Knock, knock. Polanyi, are you ready? What are you doing? Why do I have to lock the door? Oh, I'm changing. Okay, hurry up. I hope to get to the house before dark. Almost. Polanyi put the gun in her bag and opened the door. Have you changed your clothes? Why are you still wearing this?